Just wondered. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you're watching right around the world. It's time to make history. Hello and welcome to the first ever Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone, as we see the cars lined up on the grid ready to go. And a big shout out Scooter82, thank you for the follow. He says I'll be watching alongside the Spa 24. Hopefully less safety car intervention here, I can confirm that. And the chat is going off. Hello Mrs. B, Jason in the chat, matching as well. We aren't too far away, we are counting down, we're inside a minute until we get underway on the formation lap, and a big 6 hours of action is coming your way. Mega Esports, of course, representing the biggest coming together of sim racing figures and in Australia and New Zealand. It's going to be a fantastic event, and we hope we can keep you entertained for the rest of your afternoon. And it's time I welcome or introduce the rest of the commentary team for the race this afternoon. I'm going to start with the voice of New Zealand Speedways, Mike Howe. Good afternoon to you. We're in for a ripper here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Trev. Boy, it really is great to be part of this historic, monumental event. It's mega down here in the little old New Zealand. The Antipodeans starting to get involved with the new sim racing pros who cover a big smattering of electronic motorsport, mate, and it has been a huge eye-opener learning curve there. So thank you very much for including me, and good to have yourself back on the board, and certainly looking forward to listening and learning, and part of it as well as having a great old time as we line up this formidable group of race cars and race drivers. And I'll tell you what, we've got some good ones on the track, and also, as you're going to be telling us very soon, we've got someone very exciting who's going to help us out with the commentary.
Certainly do, and joining myself and Mike this afternoon, of course, I think he's a very familiar voice in the world of sim racing. Two-time KRL champion, also a QRT Esports Series champion. I speak of the one and only Cameron Norris. And Cam, we're in for a cracking afternoon of racing here today.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's going to be an absolute ripper in Silverstone here today. Hopefully the weather kind of holds off, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind a little bit of moisture like we had during the qualifying night on Friday. It was definitely really good. Obviously, Booncorp Penrite managed to take out pole position with an absolute stonker of a lap on that final run. Managed to get into the 2-minute 9s as the rain started to ease off. But nonetheless, though, we're on the formation lap and we're getting ready to get this one underway.
We are indeed, as we take a look at the starting grid, row 1. It's the Penrite squad from Booncorp Esports there with a 209.2. 2.1 seconds ahead of Cave Racing as we move along to the second row of the grid. OTR in third, BCG1 in fourth on the grid. The Ferrari, of course, Simon Bishop, what a driver he is. BCG2 alongside OCA1 on the third row of the grid as we continue on the formation lap. And then it's McLaren and Ferrari with OSA 3, I should say. The podium starting in 8th position as we head to the 5th row of the grid. OSA 2 for Ferrari. TTR, Trash Talk Racing. Let's see if they can do a lot of their talking on the circuit here this afternoon. They're in 10th as we head to the 6th row of the grid. 11th and 12th for Team Stingrays there in the Bentley and the Ford of STSC2. Always a tongue twister. I have difficulties with that one in the beautiful Ford Mustang. And then on the final row of the grid, BCG3 in 13th, along with the Ignition Blitz in 14th. And Cam, we're hearing some late news that we have lost one of the entries here this afternoon.
Yeah, sadly one of the, I think it was an FTSC car, sadly had to pull the pin on today. Probably some real life commitments or something kind of popped up last second. So yeah, unfortunately we're down one car, but nonetheless though, we've got 14 eager cars with plenty of drivers as well behind the wheel that will be taking on the 6 hours of Silverstone.
We're almost ready to go here, of course, not too far away. We might just have a look at this circuit. Of course, we are in Northamptonshire in the United Kingdom here this afternoon. It's the home of British Motorsport. Big thank you to Andrelli for these track information, track previews, the track graphics. And we are flying to Silverstone in the UK. And we're almost getting ready to go racing here. We are at the home of British Motorsport, like I mentioned, at this beautiful circuit here. You can see 18 corners. The layout has changed a lot over recent times. And a beautiful circuit there. Maggots and Beckett's, of course, plenty of famous corners around this track. And a big shout out to Andrelli for the preview. But Mike, we are almost ready to go. The talking has stopped. We're ready to go racing for real here.
Yeah, there's no thinks about this, that, and the other. Is it have I or have I not, mate? Let's go racing. And the Hoon was right at the front of this one. Cave Racing and the Mercedes not too far back behind them. The Boatleys, as they were called in the wet, are ready to really crack into it during the dry, and I love the Ferraris there in close quarters as well. A shame to lose one of the FSP boys, but like you say, real life commitments sometimes getting in the way. In the meantime, we're about to count it down. We are seconds, and we are green. Let's go. 6 hours of fantastic English racing. We've got the English car in the front, or it used to be the English car, the mighty old Bentley. Here comes the battle of the German side-bys, almost like the challenge back in the 40s. But luckily, we will see it all come without getting unhinged as we go through 2, 3, and 4, and we'll start lining ourselves up there for the right into the hangar straight already. My guys are not mucking around at all there, Trev. It's going to be as fast and furious as this. Let's hope it holds together. And wouldn't it be neat if everyone can stay on the same lap and have a good fair chance at this one?
It's so far, it's been a clean start, hasn't it, Mike and Cam, as we see them down into Stowe there. Simon Bishop there in at the Ferrari, number 96, already making some moves. I wonder how track limits, what part they will play here this afternoon, but it's fine and mostly sunny. It's not often you can say that in the UK, but 35 degrees track temperature, 28 degrees air temperature, and it is HC Hyperdrift leading them away. And this is very real, of course. We saw them put in an incredible qualifying lap, didn't we, on Friday night? 2.1 seconds was the gap for them on pole position. We've got the first prediction up already. Will we see rain in the first hour, yes or no? And let me tell you, we're inside the opening lap of the race. They are playing for sheep stations, as we like to say here in Australia. And Mike, I tell you, we're 90 seconds into the race, and I've mentioned the sheep word already, but an exciting start. Everybody's got away cleanly here.
Yes, okay. Oh, we've angled. Someone's already come unstuck, and not even one lap underway. The 7 car there, trying everything he can to get back on the track, and it's is that the Hummer car, I think? Yeah, Hammer having a bit of a drive there, just trying to pick out who was actually there behind it, but that is a crying shame. And unfortunately, I think it's the 63 car there that they've come together there with as well, the mighty old Mercedes-Benz, and that's of course it's the Stingrays. So, well, there we go. It's not long into the trip. Maybe did we put the commentator's curse on that one with seconds in, and so far all was well. All he did was mention the sheep, and we suddenly get a little bit of action there on the track. But it hasn't really changed too much at the moment, right at the front of the field, though. Guys unwind themselves and clean up and get themselves back underway. But that battle for second place, look, it is really heating up. Side dog there is only Cy Bishop can do. Is in third at the moment in the Ferrari. Now this is a guy, one of the many hot contenders out there, and he is not known for liking not being at the front of the field. 3, the podium, there was getting close to the front, but he's going to have a go up the inside of the cave doubles. Is he going to make this one past? He is close quarters racing, just a little bit of an off. He goes through in the 37 car, but nothing too much of a problem as they come towards Club there on what is really just the second lap completed. Still side dog rapping for second at the moment. The battle of the podium, it is not over by a long stretch of the imagination, coming down the long straight there now. And so of course many straights here at this is the Wellington straight, many straights here at Silverstone there, Trev, and it's certainly plenty to get used to. In fact, it was the Hamilton straight. I'll get it right eventually, mate. Sorry for that. Still getting a little bit used to this fantastic circuit. 9K Silverstone track there, and again that battle for second place. I don't think this is going to be over for hopefully an extremely long amount of time, as these two are really scrapping it out. And we've seen a 1 second lead there for Hyperdrift and the Hooncourt Bentley starting to pull away in the 37 car.
As you mentioned, Mike, this battle continues between Simon Bishop and John from Cave Racing, of course. All the while, this is letting Hyperdrift for HC Penrite really just extend that lead and get a bit of breathing space at the front there, Mike. It's over a second now. Messick in fourth. And hello, friends. Hello to you, Glasso. Maxi Naked Blade joining us as well. Auto Tomoto. And Wilco just pointing out there that the Merc has the straight line speed, but the Ferrari is better under brakes and in the corners. So the Mercedes, very powerful, of course. Very handy peddler down the main straight. We've got a couple of straights, of course, the Wellington straight and the Hanger straight. It's easy to get confused around here. I think it is just recently been called the Hamilton straight. There's a Hamilton straight in there as well, named after, of course, the great man Lewis Hamilton. But we're 5 minutes into this race, and Cameron Norris, the predictions are up. Will we see rain in the first hour? And it's pretty even Stevens there, Cam, in the predictions so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So just quick friendly reminder on that one, you've got just under 1 minute remaining on that prediction to get those points in. Gamble responsibly, obviously, but yeah, you can have the opportunity to win some points. But yeah, like you said, Trev, definitely 50-50, but back onto the racing though, Hyperdrift coming round to the Hamilton straight again. I was about to say the start finish line because yeah, like Mike said on the qualifying night, it gets very confusing when you start seeing the grid lineups and the start line there as well. But yeah, no, Hyperdrift doing very well, managing to get a 1.4 second provisional lead over Cave Racing already, and Psydog is putting the pressure on likewise as well down the order. For P5, you've got a nice battle between Sideways Polka, Metal Steel and Spawn Racing going on, and you know, I'm looking a little bit further down as well, and that's all very close amongst those guys.
I was getting slightly concerned there, Mike, because certainly on my screen, I'm not sure whether it was the same for everybody at home, but it seems that Simon in the 36 Ferrari, Simon Bishop, was glitching. It looked like he was heading back into the pit lane, but now he is, I can assure everybody out there, all of the Simon Bishop fans, that he's very much back on track, Mike, and he's still in pursuit of Cave Racing here.
Yeah, well and truly, and yeah, it's one thing I was actually going to Cameron, if you don't mind insight there, Cam. We're only a few laps into this one already. What's going through your mind as a racer? I mean, what do you do here now? Will we go, you know what, to the wall? Or are you really thinking about conserving the car? Or, I mean, you know, we're racers, adrenaline and other bits and pieces. We want to go out there and win, you know, lap one, turn one and things like that. But as the race is, 6.5 minutes in, what are we starting to think? Are we actually thinking sensibly, or are we just going, you know what, let's just give it 100% and bands to...
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's a lot of different factors that come in over the opening hour of the race. You know, not only do you want to push hard, make sure that you kind of can capitalize where you can and things like that, but at the same time, you've really got to save those tires. You know, if you burn them up too early, you make too many mistakes early on, you're really going to start suffering towards the later stages of that stint. So making sure that you conserve while pushing at the same time is a tricky balance to dice between. But yeah, I think most situations that I've been in when I've started these races is making sure that I'll go for an opportunity where it arises. I won't try and force anything, because at the end of the day, like you mentioned, it's a very long race. You don't want to go doing anything silly that might jeopardize that for not only you and your team, but possibly another team as well.
Because the one thing I'm seeing, Cam, is that you're starting to see a pull away there from the race leader. There's about 1.7 seconds here, Hyper, back to second place. The battle for second is quite intense, but then they're squabble. But the funny thing about this battle, it's not slowing them down back to fourth place, who's another couple of seconds behind, 3 seconds behind. So I find that quite incredible, that the pace at the front is so fast that even the guys back, a little bit further on, like 3.6 seconds. I mean, we've got a little bit of glitching going on there because it's the fifth place car, the 18 car, rules a lap. Now it's back to 4.9. So just a few technicals that'll come right as the race is happy. But the pace is such. Now, do you think that these guys at the front here, these first three especially, are they going too fast, too early in the stint where they're burning up their cars, or are they just that a little bit better than the top four, the other four cars, fourth place cars behind them, fifth place cars, sorry?
Yeah, definitely. Those are very good points to kind of bring up. And, the Hooncourt Penrite car obviously leading our race provisionally, they're really pushing, trying to maximise the most out of that opening stint. And I'm a little bit worried that they might end up burning their tyres up early on. Or quickly though, as we see Sideways Polka for OSA 3, we've seen him have a couple of dramas over the course of the last lap coming into the new one, where he's kind of ran wide, not being able to turn correctly. So I'm wondering whether he's got a hardware fault, because he's currently stopped on the hanger straight there. Sorry, I was just trying
Yeah.
to reacclimate myself with where we were. It looks like he's got going again. So, yeah, provisionally some dramas there for Sideways Polka early on.
Yeah, some
Yeah,
dramas there,
that's
as we can see
yeah.
now. Is he going to make his way back to the pits, Mike? I guess we've got, what have we got? We're only 10 minutes in. You can certainly lose a race of this length early on. You certainly can't win it. I think that's what I'm trying to say, but that's 10 minutes in at the moment, and we just saw him having troubles, didn't we? He was battling with metal steel there, and it appears that we're hearing that Simon is also having some internet issues as well, Mike, which might explain why we've seen him sort of teleporting back to the pits, but we can confirm that he's still currently in P3 and still battling it out with John from Cave Racing, as now we're riding with Norm, and this is an interesting battle here, the Mustang and the BMW, and I think Norm may have made that move on Machin. We've missed this, but he's made a move there, and you can see now that being reflected in the timing sheets. Up to P8 here, Mike, so always beautiful to see that Ford Mustang out there around Silverstone, isn't it?
Yeah, Cam really knows how to pedal a car, and I'll tell you what, this Mustang is a well set up machine. I'm not really a Ford fan, but I've got to say it is a green car and looks very, very planted too, with Norm doing the best he possibly can. He'll be giving it 100%. There's no bones about that, and hot pursuit as well. He'll be wanting to. I think he's like Cam was saying before. He's saying, look, I'll look after the car for the first stint. There's no point too early on, and obviously we are seeing glitches coming on here, and it is a bit of a shame there for the OS3 team. I mean, McLaren with that earlier glitch, or I'm guessing maybe a problem with their system, and luckily the car is back going, and only not a huge amount of distance, really, the hanger straight distance at the moment. So let's see if that 18 car can move it to the field in the next part of its stint. But watching how quickly cars are, in fact, I think we're on board at the moment, and just seeing that the fastest lap was a 2-minute there for the Mustang, and that's not a bad race pace considering we drive the qualifying times. I think we're in the 58s, Trev. So considering that's a pretty handy little pace, and if they're going to do what Cam Norris said, and actually look after the cars, then and look after the tyres for their stints, that's probably where you want to be in a sort of 2-minute break, wouldn't it?
Certainly is, and the voice of the New Zealand Speedways, Mike Howe, along with Cameron Norris, two-time KRL champion, and a list as long as my arm of achievements in the sim racing world. Always a pleasure to have you two gentlemen along as we take a look at our race leader. He, I wouldn't quite say he's checking out at the front, but he's 2.2 seconds ahead of both John and Simon. And they're continuing their battle, but it appears here, Cameron, that Simon is just easing off a little bit. We saw this battle, we have seen this battle continue inside the opening half a dozen or so laps, but is Simon just looking to sit back, maybe cool off those tyres now and mount a challenge in the later part of this early stint, do we think? Or is he just looking to, is he still looking to attack here on John for Cave Racing?
Yeah, that's something that's interesting. So the Ferrari tends to eat the tyres up quite quickly around Silverstone, especially with the load that you put into the car on the high-speed corners. Say, for instance, just a couple, when you start your lap in Cops, and then you go into Maggots and Beckett's, and then down into Stowe as well. They're very intense, high-load corners that, like to eat the tyres in the Ferrari if you've got the setup dialed in to be a little bit more pointy, and then you're going to definitely struggle with that. But likewise, I think we're going to see the Mustang struggle a little bit too, because first and second gear in the Mustang, especially low speed, low RPM range, they like to spin those wheels up. So there's a couple of cars out here that struggle a lot on the tires, and then there's others that are just absolute weapons.
As we see Norm, who has dropped down the field in his particular class, still P4 in class, of course, P8 on the track. He's only 0.5 of a second behind Cloquet for OTR, of course, that Bentley, and there is a bit of a train forming. I don't want to risk sort of pointing out that Random is leading that train, Mike, but you can see Random, Metal Steel, Cloquet and Norm. It is, for want of a better word, starting to form a bit of a queue there behind Random in P5.
Yeah, I wouldn't lose too much sleep about that at the moment. Comments about Norm going backwards, and I understand the sentiment, but like Cam was saying, look, at the end of the day, some of these cars, if you push them too hard, we do have very dry, hot conditions out there at the moment, and it is easy to go and fry those top. Now, like you say, look, fantastic little lineup of cars here at the moment, because we really are starting to see a decent old skid starting to poke its nose through there. But Metal Steel is right up there as well. Place at the moment in the Ferrari in the 100 car, so keep an eye on that little battle, and we'll be looking for a challenge there from Metal Steel as well. I don't think the PRT boy is going to be sitting back there too much longer, and of course the OTR Chocolate very good in qualifying on Friday night too, and the 77 car again, better part of 4/10 behind as we sit, and Norm right there behind him in 0.2 of a second, so the Mustang right up and well, I'm actually well impressed with how qualified it is. Certainly, I'm starting to think he should be behind the wheel of the car here today, be right up as well. But like you were saying, you've got to be careful about how close you sit to the back end of some of these cars, because we see it with the Aussie V8 Supercars. You sit up right there, the hot air starts digesting into the car, tyre temperatures go up, your brake temperatures go up and things like that. And I'm starting to wonder if, some of these guys are going, I'll just back off a few tenths here. I'll get a little bit of fresh air in the front of the car and let's keep these things going. 6 hours, that is an amazing amount of time. Here at Silverstone, it's a track that's not actually much smaller than Bathurst. It doesn't have the full long straight, but it's certainly got a fairly decent amount of straights there. So you do and want to be for a long time. One thing I will say though, Trev, we are, the 15 minutes plus into this race. It's gone very quickly. It feels like we pushed the green button a few seconds ago. Thus far, and this is not the commentator's curse, thus far, I don't think we've had too much in the way of RG, and was a little bump and scrape, but other than that, I'm very impressed with the quality of the driving we've seen on the track at the moment.
It's been very impressive. I couldn't agree more as Savage Duck. 6 hours straight commentating, a dedication there, and I heard you mention, Mike, about how quickly it is going so far this afternoon. Metal Steel appears to have gotten ahead of Random. Clocate has gone through there. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? A British Racing Green Bentley driving around Silverstone. That's what British motorsport is all about. So Metal Steel and Clocate getting ahead of Random as we head down the Hangar Straight once again. I reckon that Machin is also having a look. Norm as well on Random in the Ford Mustang. He might have made a move there. And there's space down there, about a car's width, and that was all down the inside. But Norm has also made a move. And Machin's looking at Random as well, and we can assure you, Mike, that it's not so much in the first hour, but it's in that third to fourth hour, isn't it, Cam, that we start to see things and we start hallucinating. But we're all here for each other if that starts happening. But 18 minutes into the race, and it appears that Random is still having some issues there, dropping down the field. Norman Machin still behind him. Let's have a look further down the order. Spawn Racing also getting involved in this battle here, Cam. He's on the back of this train now, and it's not going to be too long before he's going to be involved here as well.
Yeah, 100%. There's the train is what we like to see, and this is everything to play for. If you can get an opportunity done, then you're definitely going to try and go for it. But at the same time, I don't want to commentators curse anybody, but sometimes sitting back, being that last car in the train, is the best place to be. If you're not losing too much time and you're not having to sacrifice too much, you can kind of save those tyres a little bit more, sit around, and then, when you get down into that, say, final 20 minutes of the stint, which we're about 20 or so minutes away from that portion of the opening stint, you'll actually find that the tyres are so much better. You'll be able to push and actually capitalise a lot more as you're starting to get into pit lane.
Certainly is, and big thank you to everybody out there joining us here. It's the biggest coming together of sim racing figures, organisations and promoters between Australia and New Zealand, Hooncorp, Kings Racing, BCG, Kid Buyers and more. And the racing is very real, even if the cars are not. And we are 19 minutes into this race here at the moment. And still plenty of action to play out here, and very clean so far in the opening. What do we had 9 laps or so. Sideways polka still continuing on there, and you can see there that we do have 2 mandatory pit stops, of course, to enable the stint timer on the heads-up display. And Mike, the safety car is off. So we will not be seeing that as well this afternoon here in case we get a pile up or something. But I think so far so good. Fingers crossed. There's no such thing as a commentator's curse, is there?
No, there's not, Trev. Absolutely not, 100%. And well, the main thing is, I think, if we talk driving standards in general, where the problem may come if we start to get behind the car in particular. So as a result, I wouldn't show any bias at all to any of the Hooncorp cars. That would be very, very But yeah, no, I'm, you know, like I said, I'm well impressed with what I've seen here at the that little passing train there on random. Unfortunately, dropped back to 8th place in the BCG3 car in the mighty old Porsche. We are seeing those gaps that have opened up a little bit there. We did have a train of about 3 or 4 cars within QE of each other, but I'm not saying they're miles apart, but certainly are starting to fall away. Also noticing, I think this is what Cam Norris was alluding to earlier on, is that the third place Ferrari looks like those tyres may have gone the worse for wear, because we've seen Sidog now 1.4 seconds back behind the second place Cave Racing car with Jono behind the wheel. So, again, it's one of those things, and even though the car may not be at its peak performance, it's still not a bad place to be at the moment on the podium, and I think he'd be well within striking distance with a long time to go in this one. So yeah, we've got well over 5.5 to go on this, so it's incredible. But we alluded earlier on about the Bentleys, and being out there on Silverstone at the moment. We've been at the front left set for Silverstone 6-hour race here with Mega. And I think that's fantastic. But what did we actually call them? For those that weren't listening on Friday night during the qualifying, we had another name for the cars, Trev, and I don't know if you remember what that was.
Oh, I think we were going. Well, was it Boatleys? What were we going with Friday night? I always struggle. My short-term and long-term memory's not as good as what it used to be, Mike. I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but you can see that. I tell you what, Simon is dropping back, isn't he? I'm not sure whether it's happening for you guys, but Simon keeps the Boatleys. That's all right, Auto Tomato.
That's
exactly.
Right.
That's the
there
one.
We go.
Got it in one, but yeah, Simon just dropping back, like you mentioned, Mike. I think the tyres might be causing him some issues there at the moment currently. He keeps going back to the pit lane on my screen, which is a little bit strange. As there we go. Sorry for bothering you. I want to offer you. There we go. There's the robots have come in as well. We hope everybody's enjoying the stream for your Sunday afternoon, and it looks like Norm is getting very serious here, and this is what racing is all about. Look at that, Mustang versus Boatleys, and the Ferrari is a nightmare on tyre wear. So we are hearing in the chat, Mike, that the Ferraris are struggling on their tyres here this afternoon, and that's not good for the 3 Ferraris in the field here.
They might be sorting out a mic there, but yeah, the Ferraris are looking. Sorry, I'll cut it back over to Mike now.
No, you're right, Cam. Carry on, mate. We were just changing headsets, and we have had a little bit of problems here with the sound system back. We are trying to. Hopefully, this one is running a little bit better for us, guys. But just jumping back in on that one there, I'm a little bit concerned there for Messick, because I see they're 10 seconds back in 4th place from Sidog, and I'm just a little bit curious as to why the McLaren would be dropping back. Cam, I obviously you've said about the Ferraris burning up tyres. Is it possible that the McLaren does the same thing?
Yeah, 100%. The McLaren is definitely up there. It's probably the worst tyre deg for a GT3 around Silverstone. Purely just the aggression in the McLaren. You can run a really low wing, but then you can also make it really pointy, and in turn that really sacrifices those tyres.
Right.
As you can see now, we continue on. Metal Steel now half a tenth ahead of Clocaid and Norm. That was the voice of Cameron Norris, 2-time KRL champion, QRT Esports Series champion, and P2 at Daytona 24 Hours iRacing superstar. There's not much he can't do, and we are lucky enough to have him alongside us in the commentary box here this evening. Metal Steel might even be this afternoon as well. It feels like it's going very, very quickly, doesn't it? But Metal Steel now in 5th. He can see Norman Cloquet continuing on. What's going on further down the field? Matchin is involved there as well in P9 on the track, P5 in his class. Spawn Racing, as they're making a pretty good comeback here, OSA2, aren't they, Mike, considering they had some issues earlier on in the start, and they're approaching the back of TT Racing here. And they're coming back. There's a long way to go, and still plenty to get out of this race here this afternoon in the next 5.5 hours.
Yeah, well and truly, Trev, in actual fact, I'm quite impressed with the 18 car there as well, which is OSA3 in the McLaren, because if you have a look, he's only like 5 seconds behind the car in front of him there, which is the 63 car there, the Bentley. And bearing in mind, this is the car that actually had problems, you know, and had that big glitch, which we understand, we believe that they had some sort of electronic or technical problem. We can combine those words. And now they're only getting themselves within QE. So good driving there from the OSA3 car, and well done there to Team 18. So that's pretty impressive. 5 seconds behind. So you know it's a long way to go. Over 5.5 hours. I'd be quite impressed to see the team with the Kiwi monogram, the mighty old McLaren, if they can actually get themselves up there as well. So never say never on this. And as we are seeing those gaps slowly open up. You know, it's really all about wanting to find someone you can set your trust on, sit behind, find a good rhythm, and really just punch out those numbers and looking after those tyres. And we're seeing that gap from third to fourth really blow out now to 13 seconds. And we know Messick in the OSA1 McLaren is actually a very, very good little peddler. In fact, I'm watching him from the outside screen at the moment, and you know, really faultless driving there in the 328 cars. So it just goes to show the speed of these front cars. I'm a little bit, in awe. But then again, I'm almost a little bit worried for the Bentley, the Mercedes, and the Ferrari. Have they gone too fast too soon? And will it come back to bite them in the backside? But Trev, I think you'll agree that so considering how quick these things are, and what an eclectic field of cars, it brings up that thing about GT3 and the balance of performance. We hear about parity with the supercars, but the BOP seems to be the way to go on this one. I mean, really, these are some stonkingly fast cars, and they just look absolutely fantastic. It would be nice to see, more manufacturers in a class like this doing this on a regular basis, wouldn't it?
Certainly would be. I tell you one thing, we've got Metal still here continuing on, as a big shout out to NZ Postman. I wonder where he's watching from, who's been kind enough to follow this stream and follow the channel. Great to have you as part of the community, of course. We are making history here today. A big shout out to AASA, of course, for the support here this afternoon. We wouldn't be here without our sponsors and supporters. But thank you, NZ Postman, for watching the stream. Hope you're enjoying it on the Sunday afternoon. He says, this is so cool. The live commentary, he says, this is absolutely epic. And we're keeping the people happy, Mike, which is always a good start here. And I was about to just let our viewers know that there is a maximum drive time. In a single stint of 70 minutes, a driver may remain in the car and do a double stint, but must box every 70 minutes. 2 mandatory stops, we touched on that. Minimum of 2 drivers and a maximum of 3 drivers. And a 30% chance of rain, which means that we've got a 70% chance of it not raining. And Mike, I bet you couldn't have got through the rest of your afternoon without knowing those details.
Well, look, I'm glad to see a fine start. I mean, we did have the cat amongst the pigeons in the free practice this afternoon with the wet weather, and the times blew well and truly off, the earlier qualifying times and that. But yeah, you're right. It's good information to have. Thank you very much. It's like you're a very clever man. If you don't mind, I'll just jump back to Cam Norris. I think I'm really impressed with his qualifications, and without being in awe and starstruck, I just want to ask one little question. Cam, when you're driving a stint that could be an hour plus, an hour and a half, to, I don't know, 2 hours, whatever you can or can't do. I'm still a relative newbie when it comes to this sim racing. What, as a driver right now, so say you've done the start, you're almost 30 minutes into a stint. What are you doing as far as drinks? Do you have the ability to take a sip? Do you have a sipper? Do you have a can of Coke? Do you have a glass of water? Do you have any food? I mean, it's an awful long time. What would you actually have beside you, for a long session like this?
Yeah, that's actually a really good one to bring up. So typically if I know I'm starting the race and I know I'm going to be in for possibly 2 hours, maybe even a little bit longer, in any portion of a stint, I make sure to get up, make sure I'm stretching, limbering up and stuff like that, because sitting down, racing for even an hour, even a few hours at a time, can definitely be a lot of strain on, not only the hands, but the legs and the body in general. So yeah, making sure that you take enough time before you jump in the car to stretch, limber up, get ready and stuff like that. And then on top of that, making sure that, I like to have a bottle of water next to me, whether it's in a glass or, even like a shaker or something like that. Just something easy that I can just pick up, say going down the Hamilton Straight, or even Hanger Straight's probably the best one. Making sure that I can pick up a drink or even grab a few lollies, you know what I mean? Keep those energy levels up where you can.
Is it something that, and again, I only ask because I'm a little bit new to this. I mean, I watch Nismo, from time to time, but I don't get to sit down beside him for an enduro. Would you have someone in your ear? I mean, you're part of a team. Are you talking to each other? I'm literally new on this, so please don't. If I'm asking really dumb questions, I apologise. But are you getting in your earpiece from another teammate? Or do you have a team manager? Do you have someone who says, this guy's there, or do this or do that? What would be going through the comms?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to reiterate though, Mike, there is no such thing as a silly question when it comes to this, because all of it is valuable information that, say new teams, potential drivers looking to get into endurance races, all need to kind of know and learn along the way. So yeah, one of the key things is making sure that the group of people that you're running with, whether, everybody drives differently. Some prefer just race comms and some prefer, let's have a little bit of a chat along the way. So yeah, you always have at least one person in your ear basically going, you've got a car coming up, their pace might be a little bit quicker, you might even be quicker than that driver in front. Then you get into, say, that final 20 minutes of the stint where you're starting to work out, what are we doing for strategy when we come in? Is it possibly going to rain? Or how much fuel are we taking? What tire pressures, would you like? Especially when doing that driver swap, you turn around to your next driver and go, what are your ideal tire pressures? Because you can set tire pressures that work for you, but then if you give those tire pressures to one of your co-drivers, it might be a little bit out of that window, which will either cause a lot of oversteer, overheating, or even understeer can come from it too. So everyone runs different ideal pressures, and making sure that you communicate with that next driver going in is very important.
Yeah, good answers, mate. Absolutely, it's fantastic to hear that. And again, from my point of view, I've learned a heck of a lot. So do appreciate that. I've just seen through some of the comments about New Zealand Postman saying that, how can I be involved in this? And I just want to say that this is the first time ever Mega's actually done something like this with sim racing. And Mega is a big part of the NASCAR team, NAZ car team in New Zealand, and also with the AASA. Now, again, just very quickly, I know we've got cars on the track. We should be talking about that, but the AASA is the Australian Autosport Association. In New Zealand, we call it the Australasian Autosport Association. It's like we are the same, but we're cousins. There is a little bit of a slight difference, but we have the same banner, the same moniker, and definitely the same passion for bringing good motorsport to people that want to get out and do it, and without all the unnecessary bureaucracy. So really appreciate AASA here in New Zealand and Australia being involved in this. And Mega, mate, if you want to be involved in this and you love what you've seen and you want to get out there on the track, or you want to get on the cyber track as well as the real track, Mega is definitely wanting to be that inclusive element to get you into it. And then you can, you could be in this sort of event for a 5, a 3, a 12 hours. Goodness knows what events we're going to come up with in the future. That's for the people with more brains to work out than myself. But certainly wanting to be able to do this, and having Trev and having Cam involved in this, and you guys running the fantastic, of course, Wilco running the fantastic ship here. This is the start. So all the teams you see on the tractor at the moment, this is the start of what will be something that we want to grow, and we certainly want to grow it in the cyber as well as we are growing it with the NASCAR brand, with the Lemons, with the Limes and the Pros, and then Mega itself on the real time. You'll see that in November this year. So if you are interested in real-time racing as well as the sim racing, Mega is growing like an octopus. We've got tentacles coming everywhere, coming everywhere, and there's going to be more to come. So thanks for those questions, and really, really appreciate all the support we've got. Looks like we've got a huge amount of comments and views. keep them coming in. Trev's keeping a good eye on them as well. And if you've got any questions you want to ask about sim racing, if you're as new to it as I am, if you're loving what you see, Cam Norris is here in the background, and not too far in the background, and ask a question. Like he says, no such thing as a stupid question. And Cam, I want to thank you, mate. I've certainly learnt a lot from you already.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, and you know that's why Trev loves me in the commentary booth as well, because he relays these types of questions to me normally as well. And you know, it's definitely that inside information that, you know, there's a lot of people out there that sit back and go, man, this endurance racing stuff is actually really cool. How do I get involved? And you know, the biggest part out of all of that is make sure to use !MEGA in the chat. Join the Discord, because we'll be putting on more of these events in the future, obviously in association with our sponsors. So definitely be sure to jump in. There's no such thing as a silly question, so if you put it in the chat, I'm more than happy to reply there, or you know, we can give you a verbal answer too.
Great stuff. That is the voice of Cameron Norris here. It's a big thank you to NZ Postman. Like we said, if you would like to get involved, it is the start of a brand new exciting journey, of course, and plenty of events to follow as well. But if you would like to get involved and be a part of Mega Esports, the endurance events, be sure to join the Discord, NZ Postman. The links are there in the chat. As we get back to the on-track action here, I can tell you right now that Messick having a slight moment there, it appears, Mike, coming through onto the Hamilton straight, and that's left him quite vulnerable here for both Metal Steel and Cloakade behind him. The battle in their class for P2 here.
Yeah, I'm seeing Cloakade there in the Bentley, just taking a little bit of a scary line and lining up through that corner. I think he was having a little bit of a thought about it as he was going through turn 14, coming out down towards Aintree, coming down the Wellington straight. And like Cam was alluding to, there's actually quite a good thing about Silverstone. Plenty of chances here to have a little bit of a rest and a reset. And I mean, watching some of these cars with high horsepower, and they've got to be very careful not to get too aggravated into this when you're starting to see it. Oh, gee, it's getting close here now. And as you mentioned, they are starting to get really these three, and we've gone past the 30-minute mark well and truly. Me and Cam waffling on for way too long there. We lost about 7 or 8 minutes in that stretch, so yeah, time for a cup of tea in the lie down. But look at the scrap going on here. 328, absolutely and utterly. That's Messick there with Metal Steel behind him in the 180 car, and then we've got the the 100 car, then the 77 there. I call it Chocolate before, I do apologise. It's Clohocade or whatever it's called. Don't quite know, it must be an Australian term, but they're having a good old scrap within half a second of each other there, and the gap is actually closing up a little bit there. I can see there between the lead as well, which is not on screen, but it's all on. It's all on for young and old there, because John and Cave Race is back to 4 seconds. Side Dog's up to 3, and the Ferrari is a couple of battles going on here, a couple of passing chance as they come around Stowe down towards down the Vale straight. Now this is the battle of the horsepower between all the different manufacturers. We've got McLaren, Ferrari and Bentley. Are they going to be on best behaviour? And the 77 cars, he nicely said get out of the way by using his bulk, and now he's going to get out of the way too. Boy, this is absolutely going on as they get themselves up the Hamilton straight, appropriately named, going through Abbey, and this is quite a nice little complex, this one, past Farm Curve, going down towards turn 13, the right-hander. So hold on tight, this is where it could really come unstuck, and I don't think anyone wants to make a mess of it there now. So going through the left-hander, and it all looks like it's going to sort itself out. Here comes the Wellington straight, and we know that they're going to get a chance to stretch their little leggies on this one. Meantime, the 100 car just pulls away. Metal Steel says, oh, that's good, I've now got a 1.2 second lead after that one. Well, not a lead, but a gap there back to the 77 car there. Chalacade? I don't know. Trev, help me out on that one, mate. How do you pronounce it?
I think it's a combination of his kids' names. I think Chloe and Cade. Chloe Cade or Cloakade, but that's what I've been running with anyway. But wouldn't be the first time, Cam, that I've butchered a few of their names in terms of the PSN IDs. But I was about to say, I had to take a breath there down Hanger Straight and into Stowe there, Mike, because that move of Metal Steel, it was very much almost like a centre move, wasn't it? He put the nose down the inside, and I'm coming through whether you like it or not. Time to make room. As you can see there now, he continues on there. Cloakade as well, car number 77 continuing on in P6, still on the podium for him in his particular class there, and Messick down the downhanger straight once again, and you can see there my friend told me about this, and I joined the Discord first, then saw this. Way better than what I thought. Bloody good job, and says NZ Postman, a bloody good job indeed. And 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. I won't start talking like a Kiwi, Mike. I don't want to offend anyone here and our New Zealand friends. Kia ora to everyone over there across the ditch. I noticed everyone is playing on the PlayStation. What platforms can we play on? That might be a question for the two-time KRL champion and QRT Esports driver alongside us, Cameron Norris. I believe that most of these guys are on the PS5, but you can get involved on Xbox as well. I believe we've now enabled the cross-platform play. Is that correct, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just about to reply to that message in the chat there. But yeah, we can definitely run cross-platform. So whether you're on the PS5 or even the Xbox as well, you can definitely organise putting a team together, jump into the Discord, and you'll be able to participate in these races. So yeah, it doesn't matter what platform you're on, we can definitely accommodate for it, except for PC. We can't mingle those guys in here, you know what I mean? But Trev and Mike, we do actually have Smitty in for an interview.
We certainly do. It's great to, it's something we do, Mike, of course, during many of these endurance races. As we start to slowly lose our mind, we get some of the drivers in to have a bit of a chat with us. Smitty, an absolute pleasure to have you along, part of the Hoon Corp squad, of course, mate. Have you got us there?
Hey, boys.
Hello to you, and mate, first of all, thank you for joining us. Talk us through the race so far, mate, and how have you seen it from your perspective, and how's the team going?
Look, we're on cue with the dog, sorry about that. Off to a great start. Hyper's doing an excellent job. I suppose the pressure now mounts on me that I've got to carry this. We'll see how we go. Yeah, Hooncourt Penrite's off to an excellent start.
Absolutely, mate, and of course off the back of that terrific qualifying run on Friday evening, was it 2.1 seconds? I think we were sort of building it up, weren't we, during that top 6, Super 6 shootout. And we're getting some questions in, Smitty, as well. We're getting a question in here from Wilco asking about how the tyre life is going in practice. He wants to know, how's that all going for you?
Well, I'll put a little bit of a movie reference in here. On the Days of Thunder Tragic, so when Harry Holt teaches Carl Trickle how to look after his tyres, that's about the definition of what Wilco's done for me. His way versus my way better.
There we go, great stuff. Hopefully that answers your question, Wilco, but obviously...
I don't know what the question was after he come up with an answer like that. Smitty, what are you doing? Hey, look, mate, Mike here, Smitty, and well done, of course, on being a part of the pole-sitting team and currently leading the race, mate. You guys on Friday night when you qualified, of course, you had a dry setup and then you turned up and for the Super 6 it was pouring down with rain very quickly without giving too much away. What sort of changes could you make to the Bentley before you did that, what turned out to be the pole-setting and pole-winning run?
Look, to be honest, Mike, it was a little bit of a pressure adjustment, and Hyper just grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and drove it.
Yeah, you did a good job, mate. And of course, I asked Cam Norris before about how you prepare for a long stint, and at the moment, Hyper's doing an outstanding job, and we know that you're a quality peddler. That's what you gave me that $10 to say yesterday. Thanks, mate. And there you go. There's your shout out. How are you preparing for your stint? What sort of things are you taking?
Sort of echo what Cam was saying before. I've got a couple of drinks here, a few little snacks. Obviously, you'd like to think that the stint that I'm going to do shortly is going to pan out the way you want it, but who knows what can happen. So sort of be prepared if I need to get out of the car quicker or potentially stay in longer. So make sure you've got a bit of airflow in here as well so it don't get too hot.
Oh, good stuff, mate. Hey, I'll throw back to Trev, but I will say, mate, that I've had the word from Greg Stone, who is the New Zealand National Sales Manager of Penrite Oil, and you guys have done such a good job. He's actually offered you guys a couple of Penrite stickers, so I'll make sure that you get those in the post during the week.
Fantastic. I'll find a spot in the rig for those.
Great work, and thank you very much. Your man on screen at the moment, the Penrite squad. Keep an eye out for the postman out the front window to see when those stickers turn up. But thank you, Smitty, for joining us. We know it's not easy taking time away, especially in a race, one of these endurance races, mate. We do appreciate your time, and yeah, we're hoping that for the moment, or for, I guess, the foreseeable future, mate, Hyperdrift can still stay in the lead, mate, before you jump back in. Thank you.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thanks, guys. Great call, and Mike's adding an extra dynamic to this. It's awesome, guys. Well done.
Great stuff. Thank you, Smitty there, and very important.
That's me giving him. Sorry, mate. That's me giving him $10 now to sort of say, yeah, good on you, Smitty. Good boy.
There's a couple of stickers thrown in there as well. A few bit of cash for comment there, if you don't mind. Very important, though, isn't it, to stay hydrated? Who was it that didn't have the drink? Was that Kimi Raikkonen? You will have the drink, and yes, they don't need to remind me every 10 seconds. But there we go. We've got 45 minutes remaining. Hyperdrift still leading and looking through the field. I was about to say, I was just trying to think of a question for that answer that Smitty gave us, but Wilco did get that reference, so that's good. I'll request an onboard with you, Smitty, he says, so we can see that smooth steering that you've been working on. So we'll stay tuned to that as we need to get back to some of these battles here on the circuit. Oh, and we've just joined Ikitosh there, and HC Skulls, that squad. We just jumped on board with him, Mike, and he looked to have a big moment. I think that was coming out of Luffield and through Woodcote there, but he's back pointing in the right direction. All four wheels and tyres still attached, so that's a positive.
Yeah, that's right. They're allowed to have a little bit of an oopsie daisy, and they're starting to, they're dropping back a little bit there, the boys and the 151. But that's all right. Ikitosh is another pretty clever little peddler there in the second of the Hooncorp entrance, and they started dead last in this one. They didn't actually manage to make it to quali on Friday night, and rather than have them start off the back than not start at all, they said, boys, we can't make this one, but we will be back, like the proverbial. And that's HC Lewis there behind the wheel of the Iker, and that's Kyle Jarman in the machine. There he goes, and of course Lewis Atkinson, not Lewis Hamilton. Maybe I want to be Kiwi Lewis Hamilton, doing the great job there in the second of the Hooncorp cars. That's in the Mustang, of course, whereas the Penrite boys are in the Bentley, and the 37 car leading the front of the field at the moment. But there is some great battles going on, and you're right, we do need to allude to a couple of them at the moment there, and it's a good squabble going on there in the BCG3 random car there, the Porsche, the 23 car, being hounded mercilessly by Mashin there in the BMW and the 11 car, and they're that's for 6th and 7th at the moment, so they're about 0.4 of a second off. So as you can see on the screen there, the mighty old Porsche, the Victor Volkswagen Beetle on steroids has certainly got to keep that another German marquee right behind him there at the moment. And this is quite a quality little scrap. And you think about the differences between these cars, you know, the rear drive, rear engine car of the front engine rear drive BM, well, most cars are rear wheel drive, of course, GT3, but they just look and sound absolutely fantastic, don't they? And, you know, I wish I was as good at doing this as what these guys are. You know, matching in the BMW, making it look very, very easy, sitting back in 7th place at the moment. You can almost think that they're, you know, being patient and it's all good, but it's not. It's a lot of hard work. And I know that I'm a little bit sim ignorant. I just don't have the skills that these guys have got. But every time I get out and have, you know, jump on a rig and have a bit of a play, there's an area in Auckland that they have the moving sim rigs here. Rush Sim Racing, one of the supporters there of Hooncorp and our real-time racing things. And you go to Rush Sim and you feel like you're an absolute superstar on $1 million rig, you know, and things like that. But it's great to see these guys doing the business. And I think, Trev, it's fair to say, was that a flash of someone actually being in the pits? Have we seen pit stops already into this one?
I believe we have seen
36 car.
A couple of pit stops. We're hearing as well that BCG1 have been plagued by some technical issues, Mike and Cam, from lap 2. And I thought I saw them disappear from the timing charts. Cam, we do believe that they're having some connection issues, but we believe that they've managed to rejoin back now, and I believe that there's a timer, a certain amount of time before they can rejoin the track, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, sadly as well, we've also lost OSA 1, who have also DC'd. So, yeah, hopefully those guys can get back in as well. But yeah, like you mentioned, Trev, BCG1, they've rejoined, hopefully in order, and everything will be sweet. As I see OSA1, they've managed to rejoin the server as well, which is good to see. So they'll have a mandatory, I think it's about a 2-minute countdown timer before race control will release them from the pit lane. So hopefully they make sure to reload their setup, make sure that everything's all set up and ready to go so that they can get back out onto the track.
And let's hope that they can get out onto the circuit. Still 5 hours, 10.5 minutes remaining in this one. We are hearing that Simon is experiencing some lag spikes every 10 seconds. I'm not too familiar, Mike, with lag spikes, but they certainly sound painful and are very much an inconvenience. That sounds like something you don't want to be experiencing, as it's making it impossible for that for BCG1 to pit. And there we go. We'll keep an eye on that, but we are keeping an eye on this battle. I think we talked about the two German manufacturers, Porsche and BMW, continuing on. We won't talk about Germans and how well they're going to do in the UK, of course. It might be a touchy subject. Don't talk about the war, of course. But TT Racing in 7th. And we went there, didn't we? Former World War II airfield, of course. But Random still just keeping his nose in front here, but still under a lot of pressure. There's a big gap further back to Spawn Racing. I think, as you mentioned, Cam, we did also lose OSA 1. But they've managed, I believe they're trying to rejoin as well. So some issues there with the lobby, but this battle between Sideways and Isuzu Brian still continues to go here, of course, in different classes, of course, but P10 and P11 out on track, and EXO, who's joining us, says that he had a lag spike once, and they do hurt, we're hearing, but some contact there, Mike, between the McLaren and the Bentley, and we've been calling the Bentleys Boatleys, but very wide there, the Bentley, and he just put his elbows out and said, "You're not coming through, Sideways."
Yeah, he wasn't putting up with any of that nonsense, was he? As I also noticed the 11 car through the pits here at the moment, which is the BMW, one of the ones I was watching for 7th place with Machin behind the wheel. So they're coming in, looks like to be, hopefully no technical issues here. Not quite an hour gone. Cam, is this too early to come in for a pit stop, or what would be the call here?
Yeah, so technically they've got just over 18 minutes left of full stint timer, but maybe they've decided, we'll come in, we'll change our strategy up a little bit, kind of go out of sequence from everybody else and see what that can make, because it depends. If you're stuck behind somebody and you feel that you can't make a passing opportunity, then definitely worth maybe coming in early, but this is definitely way too early. Or the other situation that might have happened is maybe there's some technical issues that Machin's currently going through, so maybe he just needs to do a driver swap so he can sort it out. As Machin secures himself a stop-go 30 from race control, possibly for speeding into the pit lane.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Dreadful, isn't it, Mike, for them?
That's a big bad blooper, isn't it? As that happens, and unfortunately it looks like Sidog's come back in the 36 car there as well. So it just goes to show you the reality of this sim racing gig, because a 30-second penalty, I mean, that's a lot to make up for there, Trev.
Certainly is, and I know there's still plenty of time left to do it, but not ideal. We're just almost through the first hour of this race. 5 hours remaining, of course. We are still hearing that Matty Simmons has jumped into the chat, of course, the 2015 GT Academy champion. He says all of the team members are getting lag spikes, so they are having issues making driver changes, we're hearing, between Simon and Noodles. So that is very unfortunate for that squad. They could be done for the day, Cam, as Simon just advising us. He says same problem as Bathurst, happening very frequently. Can't do anything about it. Very annoying, and obviously we had some issues. We thought we've had previous issues with the size of these lobbies, Cam, but on this occasion it's must be another issue causing the problems for BCG1 here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate nonetheless, and it's one of those things that we contend with in the sim racing world is, we've got hardware failures and internet issues, and those kind of things come with it, where real life racing, you've got the mechanical faults and stuff like that comes with that. So Yeah, unfortunate to hear that the lag spikes are continuing. It's obviously not the best, and yeah, it's something that we can't control. Sadly, it's probably Kuno's, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, we struggled a little bit. Same maybe 2 months ago, didn't we, Trev? When we got the Mustang, with some server connection issues. So Kuno's have definitely been working on it. But yeah, hopefully it eased us up a little bit more so that they can get back out and circulate.
And please feel free, of course, join us in the commentary box. The boss there, Nismo Nath, just saying come and have a yarn in the commentary box at some point. We've got plenty of time. We're here all day, aren't we, Mike? And more than happy to have a chat throughout the course of the afternoon. As NZ Postman saying if I was to join, I have an issue with his Moser R5 bundle. This is more and more looking like a question for the one and only Cameron Norris there. I think Wilco might be in there as well. And please do remember our drivers will be joining us for some interviews throughout the course of the race. Be sure to join the waiting room. We've got 35 people watching this race on a Sunday afternoon, Mike. We're rating very highly here on Twitch, and that's with us going directly against the 24 hours of Spa at the moment.
Oh, that's fantastic. Also, what's fantastic, I see Machin just came straight in and served that 30-second pit penalty there to get that out of the way. So that's pretty mature stuff. And it also brings them back on to where they want to be, which is, hey, at the end of the day, you've got to work out your strategy, make a mistake, put your hand up, take it on the chin, get back going. But I am genuinely gutted for Sidog and the team there in the Ferrari in the 36 car. Now, 4 laps down, and that's something we're not used to seeing with the quality of driving that is Cy Bishop and crew. So let's hope they can at least salvage some sort of positive out of this one in their mighty old machine. And do appreciate such quality there with Sidog, and of course Matt Simmons there in the Mint Matt and Noodles, which is Paul Candelonian. So good to have a quality team like them, and a real gut wrench for us to unfortunately have them going through technical issues. But unfortunately in this modern era, it's an amazing thing that we can be I'm sitting here in New Zealand, you guys are hosting this in Australia, and there's people all around the world tuning in. I'm really impressed with the comments coming from all around the world. So welcome to the people to Discord. If you want to have a chat, if you want to have a mention, if you want to do a shout out, this is the place to do it. You're certainly more than welcome to do that, and just watch out for those jolly robots which seem to put up those nasty messages. But getting back to the racing again, the HC Penrite boys, Hyperdrift still behind the wheel, 28 laps in, just about an hour completed here at Silverstone, nearly 7.5 seconds away from the 81 Mercedes there of the K Racing boys, with Jono behind the wheel. Go back to third place there, which is the BCG2 car, and that's Norm behind the wheel of the mighty old Mustang in car number 96. That's third place, 24 seconds behind the second place Mercedes. So that really is a big gap. But if I know Cam Fleming, who actually drove with Hooncorp many years ago as part of the GT Planet team, he's not by any stretch of the imagination given up and walking away from this one. We go back to fourth place there for the PRT team, Metal Steel and the Ferrari in the 100 car, a further 6 seconds back to the OTR of Clocade there, the 77. I'm going to get that right eventually. Another 5 seconds back in the Bentley. So, that's our top 5. Then we go back to the 6th place car, which is the Ferrari, the OSA 2 team. So 7th place is the Bentley, the 787 there, and that is the Ignition Blitz car with Hammer behind the wheel in 7th. 8th place, of course, is the OSA 3, the sideways team with the mighty old McLaren in car number 18. 9th place there is the Stingrace in the 63 Bentley, and 10th, the top 10 is the HC Scales Ikotosh car there, the 151 Ford Mustang. And then, of course, we go back to the 11th place, the BSC G3 with Captain Risky, and it is a risk to go a lap down in this one in the 23 car. TT Racing Machine there in the 11 car, and then BCG1 there with Noodles, and, of course, Sidog, who's had not the greatest of driver changes. Noodles has jumped in behind the wheel, though, so they'll be happy about that, and we'll look for some very, very good pace to come there from this car. We know that they've got capabilities, and they haven't chosen this Ferrari lightly there, Trev, because, these boys are smart enough to know what a good car is, and yes, they're 4 laps down at the moment, but with 5 hours, 1 minute and 30 plus seconds to go, I wouldn't count them out just yet. They've got a lot of work to do, but they've got a long time to do the business.
Certainly.
Unfortunately, it's a short time to get there.
I wouldn't count them out by any stretch. We are hearing, of course, and you might be able to back this up, Cam, that their pace is good enough What do we got? 5 hours, 5 laps. It's a long way to go, of course. So you never know. Anything could happen. But we are hearing that BCG1 are experiencing less issues now with Noodles behind the wheel. And NZ Postman, hopefully that answers your question. There we go about your wheelbase and adapters and all the rest of it. When OSA1 disconnected, they had a solid red bar for ping, so it would be likely to be a local connection for the driver. So, but it is still good to see Noodles there. Paul Candeloni, and they're out on the circuit now, and they're all on their own at the moment. But if anything, Mike, they've got clear air. They can get their head down, focus, and start to get some of this time back.
And that's exactly what they're going to do in this one. Let's not take away from the quality of those drivers. And, they've got some distance to make up. There's no doubt about it now. Nismo, during the driver's brief, I heard him talking about if there is a flag incident where a faster car is going to be approaching you and your lap's down, you have to yield. It's going to be an opposite situation here with Noodles. We know his talent and abilities as well. It's going to be him actually potentially passing other cars, and I don't make any reference to who that car may be, whether it's the car in front or others. So, if they make a pass and then immediately that car you've just gone and passed technically is 4 laps ahead of you or 3 laps ahead of you or whatever, and then you might get a blue flag on the car that you've just gone past, even though you're pulling away for a short time. So it's certainly something to take into account, and an interesting problem. But we'll see how that one plays out. And I would lay a lazy chocolate fish on the line to say that they won't be 5 laps down at the end of this one.
Well, the big question is we continue to look at Noodles circulating in the 96, the 36 Ferrari. And got my eyes lasered a couple of months ago, Mike, and still getting them to adjust, which is great. But you can see there that 40 people are watching. And let me tell you, Mike, the boss, you know him fairly well, of course. The boss is happy. That means that we're happy. And absolutely agree. Couldn't agree more. Exo Noodles is an absolute gun. Wilco's looking for some kit coins there. He says there's no rain. And of course that was from the prediction earlier on in the race. We'll keep going, says Matty Simmons. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen in sim racing, as it usually does, as the famous late great Murray Walker used to say. But we are seeing a pit stop here. Clocade into the pits, Mike, and we've just ticked over to the 1 hour mark here, and we're seeing some pit lane action at the moment.
Yeah, good idea to come in, I suppose, and it's part of a strategy. I'm sure. Is it a 1 hour stint? Is it? Cam, can I ask you the question on this one, mate? The 1 hour driver change or the 1 hour pit stop? Is it advantageous to come in and driver change, or would you do a second stint in this, or what would you call be 1 hour in? I expected to see more cars come in at 1 hour, to be fair, and maybe we will.
Yeah, so we see Ipintosh as well making the dive into pit lane on the hour mark as well. So it's one of those things, if you really want to split it up and make sure that you come in on the hour every hour, then that means that most of the drivers on the team will be able to even that out, so that everybody kind of gets the same amount of track time. So if you've got 3 drivers, you'll be able to come in on the hour every hour, do a driver swap, and then that way you get 2 hours out of the car before you jump back in, and vice versa. So yeah, it's one of those interesting strategies. Typically in the races that I do on the PC, we'll typically throw a driver in and be like, right, you're driving for 2 hours or you're driving for 3 hours, and then we'll do a driver swap. But definitely one thing that I've noticed is sometimes during our longer, say 24-hour races that I do, sometimes the opening stint will make our opening driver do just 1 hour, make them go full beans, and then we'll make them come in and do a driver swap, just so then that way they're more consistent, they're quicker over the starts, they're typically a little bit cleaner, so they can maximize a lot over that first hour. You throw them out after that hour's done, which means that the other drivers that are a bit better on overall pace and don't hot lap for 60 minutes can then go forward for 2 hours. And then typically it's after that first hour, that first driver, lock them in for an hour. After that, then you go into that 2-3 hour driver rotation.
Yeah, good move. That makes a lot of sense, and I've seen that Norm's come in the 96 car as well into the pits as well. So yeah, that 1 hour mark certainly seems to be a good time to move things around, shake things around, get the driver out of the seat, let them have a little bit of circulation going through, or will we see some of the drivers, Cam, just quickly, will we see some of the drivers potentially going for 2 hours straight? Do you think tyres and gas will last, or do they have to come in per hour?
Yeah, so the tyre degradation over the course of a stint, you definitely want to take tyres every single stop. On top of that as well, it's a 30-second fixed time. No matter how much fuel you put into the car, no matter whether you take tyres, it'll always be 30 seconds as a stop. So yeah, you'd be kind of silly in a way, I guess, to stay on the same set of tyres, because, you know, I've done it before where you decide to go, oh, you know what, I've only got 20-30 minutes left of the stint, I might as well just send it on the same set of tyres and hope for the best. And typically you'll learn that that's a bad move after you get, you know, an hour 10 to an hour 15 in testing.
Yeah, good call. Okay, well, that's good to have. And I just see a little bit of a situation there, the 77 car there, which is now the OTR car, being chased by a car that says it's 56, but I believe that's actually the 23, the BCG car. And for some reason they've got a slightly different number on the back of that machine. Now this sometimes does happen with the second driver may not have registered themselves in the correct number there in the actual team number, so just don't be confused for that one. For those that are playing at home, the Grove livery on the Porsche looks fantastic, but we just got we do believe that is actually the 56, the 23 car there, car 56. He's having a good old-fashioned crack here at the moment on the Bentley, trying to make the pass, and there's nothing wrong with the quality of driving, just that number we think is slightly wrong. I noticed back at the Bentley behind him there, the car further back was actually flashing the light saying, jump out of the way, son. The adults are trying to come through, but he's quite a long ways back for that to be the case. So bless his heart. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah, so and again, we talked about this during the driver's brief about trying to get your numbers to be right there, Trev. But it's one of those things, isn't it? I think it's just an easy oversight, and we know who's driving the vehicle, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
No, it always keeps us on our toes. We know, of course, don't we, Cam? A bit like some other commentary work we do. It's never easy for us, is it, Mike? When we get one set of numbers and then we see another set of numbers on the sides of the cars as they're out on the circuit. But Maxi has joined us. He says, cheers, great coverage as well. Bits of Missin is a superb peddler, and riding on board. We have had some coins be redeemed here as well, Mike and Cam. On board with Bits are Missin, and we are getting a request to go to the rear view camera. We certainly can oblige, and we will do that here right away. Let's have a look. We'll go through to change the cameras there, and there we go. As we'll just keep working on this to get a bird's eye view of the Porsche behind him there of Captain Risky. And by the way, Wilco's waiting for his kid coins there, Cam. He's not too happy as we finally get a beautiful view, rear view here towards the chasing Porsche of Captain Risky, and a great insight there as we see Captain Risky having a bit of a moment, and that prediction has now ended. But Mike, a great look here from the rear of this Bentley, and you can see just how close Captain Risky's getting here.
Yeah, well and truly, boy, it goes to show, doesn't it, how much speed is in this one, and what sort of precision these drivers need to have. And now, you know, some are on new tyres, some have pitted, some haven't, and these two characters, well and truly showing us how it's all done here. And you know, we sit here and we look at them and we say, oh, they're so many seconds behind the leader in this case and that case and whatnot. They're not out there putting around, you know, playing pebbles. These drivers are doing a cracking job at the moment. And Nismo just happened to sit down beside me and ran through some of the schematics and just gave me an idea. There's only 2 cars that have actually cracked the 2 minutes lap there in the 59s, and it was the Huncourt Penrite car, the race leader, of course, as you'd imagine. And as we look at these fantastic rear views, they are absolutely superb. And I'm just trying to get them to tell me who the second driver was there in the green. There we go. It's Norman, in the Ford Mustang GT3, the BCG2 team. So he was the only other car to crack into the 59. So that's not entirely shabby. But Trev, we talked about the the lap times here at Silverstone, the real lap times, as opposed to the sim lap times. And there's actually a little bit of difference for the real-time races, when normally when I teeny bopper at about 200 years ago and we started playing PlayStation, we were like 20 seconds faster than the Pukekohe race that we could do. We were like doing 48-second laps around Puke. But how real is it now at the moment that we're seeing that the sim races are actually not able to quite get it to the speed of the actual GT3 races real? That's pretty impressive.
It's getting closer, isn't it, I think? And this might be something that Cam might touch on as well, but we do see obviously, I think we touched on it Friday evening as well during qualifying, as we spoke about, of course, the difference between the PC and the console, but they are getting closer, of course. And talking about back in the day, Mike, I hate to be that guy, but yeah, certainly it was a lot different on Gran Turismo and the original Gran Turismo and F1 97. Those were the days, weren't they? As we could see. Just having a look now at bits are missing. It looks like he's pulling away here from Captain Risky in the 56 Porsche. And great commentary. Thank you, Kaima there, Mrs. B, as just confirming that she's loving the coverage. Don't forget, Mrs. B, get into the channel points. Will we see rain within the second hour of the race? Yes or no? And 50-50 chance at that one in a two-horse race, so don't forget to get your coins coming in for that. On board with Risky, so we can see the difference between the rear view cam and the passenger cam. And Cam, I'm just about to say that this battle is continuing here, isn't it, between these two?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of cams thrown around in there, but but yeah, no, the battle's definitely ensuing, and bits and missing. He's actually almost put in a new PB last time round, and it looks like he's getting his foot into it and starting to make some pace again, which is good to see. And likewise, Captain Risky as well for BCG3 is not too far behind. He did get quite close until they got onto the hangar straight there, where the Bentley likes to, extend their margin a little bit more. Just kind of the legs that the Boatley has, it's able to do that compared to its competitor in the Porker. But yeah, no, likewise, Trev, there is plenty of great battles going on.
As we're seeing here, we're getting some questions in. Exo wants to know, are you getting KFC or Krusty Jacks? It's a bit of a drive, Mike, to get the Krusty Jacks, so we might not have the time here. We do have 4 hours and 48 minutes. But if somebody were to bring me some KFC or the Hungry Jacks, I wouldn't complain about that. It's like when I go and get petrol from the Shell service station. They always ask me whether I would be interested in any chocolate or any lollies, Cam. It's you just can't avoid them, can you? I don't know what they're trying to do to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's one of those things, you walk up to the checkout and you're like, oh yeah, I'll just pay for me fuel, mate, and out of nowhere they're like, oh, you want this, you want that, you want this. It's definitely a very good marketing strategy that they have, because I'm definitely used to that. You walk up to go pay for petrol and you're like, a chocolate bar looks yummy, I'll grab that one too.
Cam, I've got no idea what you guys are talking about. What the heck is a Krusty Jack? And is it relevant to this racing? What is it? I don't know. You guys, you speak a different language.
Yep, I've got to be honest with you, Mike. I've got no idea either. As we continue on now, we've had a request to jump on board with Captain Risky and use those kit coins wisely here. But this is a great insight, isn't it, Mike, through Maggots and Beckett's here. Just at the commitment that these drivers have to put in here. As we see now, it looks as though Captain Risky is getting very close. Not quite close enough to bits and missing on the straight, but you can see the Porsche has plenty of top-end speed, but not quite enough to make inroads on that Bentley at the moment.
No, he's really got the old pedal to the metal there, no doubt about it. You can see him taking a beautiful little right-hander pole line there too. And it's the way these guys are trimming the steering. They're not committing the car too hard. They're not trying to poke the nose in there to have the backside dancing around. So, and I think that's so easy for us to sit back, fold our arms, hunch our shoulders apart from Cam. He knows exactly what these drivers are doing, and see what the quality of these drivers are. And that's what it's all about. I said it before and I say it again. I've done the real-time enduros. I love real-time racing and that, but what the mental discipline you have to put up with sim racing, where you can't feel in your backside like I can turning the steering wheel of a car, and how consistent you have to be when you're driving these cars that are in the, what have they been, Nismo 500 horsepower, some of these cars, and thereabouts, you know, and you've got to absolutely, you know, hit every apex as if you're driving a real car. You've got to point the thing in the direction, and this is an absolutely fantastic onboard shot here, coming down into the what's going to be the left-hander here, and look at that again. It's trying to make up some inroads on that car in front, but at the moment just sitting back and playing the long game with 4 hours and 45 minutes to go, guys. We've been going over an hour and a quarter, almost an hour and a quarter, and I think that is just stonking. Again, and you know, we can't commentators curse anything, and there's no safety car out there to worry about, but so far the driving standard has been just sensational. Just looking back too, I'm seeing the 8th place car and the 9th place car, the 787 and the 11, having a good old scrabble there. They are just about joined at the hint. Here's the Bentley now coming around that beautiful complex there, which is coming out towards Aintree down the long straight. Now this will be interesting where the Wellington's there's the Bentley should have some horsepower, and that's what we're looking for. You know, a little bit of advantageous driving here from the Bentley, which got to look after its tyres. The thing weighs about 2 battleships and a Spitfire, and again, just getting a little late. I thought he overdone it there, but then the double apex of that right-hander coming into the main straight through Cops now, coming up towards Woodcote, I should say, coming up the long straight to peel off another lap, and that Bentley is just cracking, and then Nismo goes and changes my view, and I've got no idea what I'm talking about. But there's some good stuff coming through here, boys, and like I say, an hour and a quarter in, 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. It's 4 hours and 44 minutes to go. You know, I'm worn out already. I think I need a cup of tea in the lie down, but well done to them. In the meantime, the 37 car just keeps on doing what it's doing, pulling away and make it look nice and tidy.
Absolutely, and I think we mentioned that at the top of our show this afternoon, of course, Mike. It's not the first hour or the last hour you've got to worry about. Strangely, it's 4 hours in between there, but big hello, Hyperdrift. He's joining us in the chat. He says, howdy all. Great run there, of course. Thank you, Maxi, for pointing that out. Great insight there from Wilco as well, as we did ride on board with Captain Risky. That onboard shot really showing the difference in the cars and drivers. Bits Missing was running 62% brake bias, and in the Boatley, Risky running 50 in the Porsche, and both were running fairly high TC and ABS there, as we saw on the heads-up display. A long way to go, says Hyperdrift. And just to echo your comments there, Mike, still plenty to play out here. 4 hours and 43 minutes to go. And as Norm, in fact, I should say, wants to go on board with Jono, we might do that. As look at this, Freddie making moves here. Mikey just said, you know what, I'm coming through. And he has jumped a position there. Vert Wheeler didn't see him coming.
No, sometimes that's what you got to do, is just keep an eye on those mirrors. Had Nismo at the meantime just giving me a little bit of info. Vic, got a great screen graphic there, but I'm not sure if we can bring it up on this screen. It's just showing that the balance performance, some of the cars actually have had weight added, some weight been taken out, and you know, it's not a couple of kilos in some of these cars, and so you do wonder about the performance between these machines as we see the scrap just about. Oh, they were so close to contact there. Hats off to Machin and the 11 car, backing right out of that one against Glasso and the OSA McLaren. But yeah, you're right. It's one of those many factors these drivers have to pick up on there, Trev. And boy, it's just such a pleasure. I feel like we pushed the button as go about 5 minutes ago, mate. It's tail wagging sort of stuff. And you know, I mean, I'm only looking forward with interest on how this is all going to play out. But I will say one thing, guys, and I know that pit strategy's probably come into this one, but we saw the 18 car there who had problems earlier on, the OSA 3 team in the McLaren. You remember they had a glitch and they had a problem, and they just about had an excuse to pack up and go home. Well, I think that's that car that's just putting in a big pass there at the moment, and the OSA 3 team are anything but leading the rear of the field.
Certainly are. This battle continues. Look at this. And the inside, or the outside, became the inside for Glasso there for the OSA 3 squad. But Machin, well, that's always a risky place there, as we see OSA, the McLaren, diving in front there of Machin, and whilst this battle continues, Freddie there Friday night at Freddy's. That sounds interesting, doesn't it, for OSA 2 there, is getting well and truly involved in this battle. 5-car battle, that's for sure. Nismo, the boss, checking in and saying, how good is GT3 racing? And let me tell you, we hope you're out there and enjoying it here on your Sunday afternoon. We would not be here if it wasn't for the Australian Autosport Alliance, great supporters of this first ever 6 hours of Silverstone for Mega Esports. Hooncorp, BCG, the Kit Buyers Racing League, the Resport Esports Centre, and Kings Racing, all great supporters of us here as we are making history here this afternoon. But Machin, he's not done with yet. If Glasso thought that that was the end of it, he's very much mistaken here, as Mike Machin looking to make some moves, but he can't quite get through there, through Stowe Corner.
No, he can't. He's just doing the sensible, mature driving here. He's certainly filling up the mirrors of that McLaren. But, you know, it's it beggars belief how clever these drivers are. And, in fact, I'm looking for the McLaren at the moment. He was right up in front of, there he is. I thought he disappeared off the screen there for a second. Gladly he hasn't. And I would really be set to see this battle end in tears. So let's hope they can continue on and continue showing the cleverness that they are as they go down the valet straight into club. Now through the right hander, actually quite a decent little complex of some of that little short straight turn, and then get straight back into it there as they come down. And in actual fact, that's the Hamilton straight with the right hander coming up there. So now that they come to the club, we'll get it right eventually. But no, look, it's awesome. And I am well impressed, and we look back behind those two as well. Still not too far behind for the rest of the guys here, because the Mustang's starting to play into it as well. The 151 car there, which is the Hooncorp Scales car, and that's Ika behind the wheel. And Ika, in fact, I can see he's really having a bit of a challenge here. He is starting to pounce. That was a bigger gap further back. Now the 151 car has closed that significantly. Showed 1.5 seconds there back to the 11 car. That has changed substantially in that sector now, 0.5 of a second. So I'm starting to wonder, Trev, if perhaps these two in their scrap have slowed each other down a little bit and given that Mustang a chance to bounce.
I'll tell you what, it's nothing better than being able to watch the beautiful Ford Mustang, of course, one of the more recent additions to the ACC game. And quick mention, I think you touched on it, Mike, as well, with OSA 3. They had stopped on track, hadn't they, in that first hour with their wheel issues, so an incredible job for them to be back into a similar position to where they were in qualifying. We'll keep an eye on this battle, and Norm, I know you've redeemed your coins. He wants to ride on board with Jono and listen to the other Ford Mustang and listen to that V8 rumble. We'll get to that in a moment, but we'll keep an eye on this battle, because I think we're on to the third round here at the moment, Mike, between these two. Machin as well, he's got a good run here on to, they might have even made contact there, Mike, and they're side by side now, down Hanger Straight again.
Yeah, I talked about mature driving and it not ending in tears. I think that might have been a commentator's little bit faux pas there. I also see in the comment section that Hyper's been popping in there saying g'day and letting everyone know that he's enjoyed his first stint after a fantastic quali on Friday night and an excellent start. Oh dear. Come on. Let's not have this end as they come down into club. This is quite a decent little complex, this one, going through the long left-hander section there, double bite of the cherry, so to speak. But Machin has done the job. The 11 car is at the front, but has that come at damage cost? In fact, the old flashing lights there from the AT car there. Glasso saying, no, I'm not too happy about that, son. But I think he's got every reason to, be a bit upset, because race car drivers are very good at being upset. And now we've got a three-car corking battle between these three, 7th, 8th and 9th position. My concern here is they don't want to slow each other down. That Ferrari, the OSA 2 car, is only about 5 seconds behind the squabble, so they do need to be a little bit sensible. And I don't know how we can do this, but I wonder it'd be good to have a talk to Hyper if he's listening, and if he wants to jump into the waiting room and the chat, because I mean, after such a outstanding qualification and a first hour skid there in the 37 car, if he wants to have a bit of a chat, I'm sure we'd be happy to have a word with the boy there as well. But Trev, this squabble, it's continuing on, and I don't think it's going to be over by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I think we're still going to see plenty to play out here. I've just flicked across to Bits Are Missing now. Boy, haven't these boys been involved in the action right throughout the opening 90 minutes or so of this race. Right behind Saint Sim, taking a little bit too much curb there in the Bentley there, but we've got Saint Sim leading this battle. Bits Are Missing right behind him, and Captain Risky as well. And Savage Duck, was that a bit of a nudge? It certainly was. A little bit of argy-bargy. The AU Falcon, greatest car in the world, says Savage Duck. And I know you're not much of a Ford man, Mike, but there's plenty of love for the AU Falcon in the chat, as you can see there. Voodoo, a question, Cam, a question for you, I should say. How will the M4 be going on its tyres at this point? So another question, as we see this battle, this three-way battle continuing now, another question about tyre wear here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's one of those things, the BMW, the M4, is probably one of the best cars in tyre wear, to be honest. It doesn't really lean on them all too much, as long as you set it up correctly, of course. It doesn't really eat them up, and the tyre degradation is pretty good. You know, Silverstone, on the other hand, is one of those tracks where, you know, it can sometimes make the best car in terms of tyre wear over a stint come down
Cam.
a little bit, as there's a little bit of contact in argy-bargy between Bits Are Missing and Captain Risky. Bits Are Missing made a little bit of a mistake coming out of Beckett's there into the Chapel Curve, and unfortunately managed to get in a bit of contact there with Captain Risky. So that one will probably have to leave up to the stewards, I think.
Wow, that's a big moment in this race, Mike. You mentioned some slight contact there. All I saw on my screen, Mike, was Bits Are Missing going backwards there, off the circuit at Chapel. Let's have a look at this car now, Mike. Does there appear to be any damage there, or has he managed to get out of that one fairly unscathed? But either way you look at it, it's going to be devastating for their race with 4.5 hours to go. As we can see, Captain Risky now showing some great sportsmanship here, Mike. He's waiting for him, and I believe he's readdressing there and letting him by, so great to see.
Yeah, that's well done. That's absolutely well done, because there's no way that Bentley went round by himself. So, look, if this is what we're going to have here today, you know, yes, you can have the odd oopsie-daisy, and if that's the way they're going to address it themselves, we don't need safety cars and we shouldn't need stewards, because guess what? They've got common sense and maturity. And look, mate, if this is what you sim racers get up to, I don't know why I've been bothering driving real cars in the past and spending money on tyres and gas. We can be doing this instead. That is, I take my hat off to the 23 car or the 56 car, what we've got, but 23 on the screen at the moment. And Captain Risky, if your crew said that to you, if you did it on yourself, whatever the deal is, mate, I pat you on the back. Yeah, it's a crying into your cornflakes moment for the team, and you made a mistake. You're a man. Yeah, you stood up and you sucked it up and you said, you know what, the right thing to do is move over and let that Bentley go back past. And I think the 77 team, they'll be a little bit upset about it, but I think that will go a long way, you know, for respect for the Porsche team. So yeah, I'm very impressed. Cam, is that the end of the matter for, you know, for all saying and doing? I mean, it's not going to give 77 the track position they had before, the gap between the other car, but is that over?
Yeah, definitely. So it's one of those things, you know, obviously I've had my fair share of those moments, and I've also been on the receiving end of plenty of those moments too. And one of the good things about sim racing is, you know, the camaraderie that we all have. Even though we're driving against each other, we might not know the counterparts that we're racing against, but at the same time, it's, you know, we respect one another, and, you know, most of the time sportsmanship actually prevails in those situations where, you know, if it's an honest mistake from that driver that spun you around, they'll typically lift off and be like, hey buddy, I'm really sorry about that. Can we please make up, and I'll let you go past and we can resume our battle that we were once having. So, no, honestly, really good sportsmanship shown by Captain Risky there, and hopefully the 77 car with Bits Are Missing, hopefully those guys understand that it was an honest mistake, and, you know, they can make up and continue on.
Yeah, spot on, mate. And one thing I do with the NASCAR stuff, and we run the lemons and that, we have call the judging. Normally I'd be the judge. I'd call them into the penalty box and give them some laps. I'd get out and make them do press-ups or all sorts of nonsense. But when you see adults acting responsibly, and like you said, Cam, someone who's made a little bit of a mistake, readdressing that mistake, putting their hand up for the mistake, that's what society used to be like, and let's hope it can be like that again in the future. If you make a mistake, put your hand up, wear it, and look, they've got 4 hours and 30 minutes plus to actually get back into this one and get it all done. So we see the heat starting to rise. We see some racing really starting to be on point here. And welcome to the Mega Esports racing that you're watching. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in. Thanks to all the comments here on the Discord. We'll certainly be getting back to some of them, and I'm not sure if we're going to get Hyper in a little bit to have a bit of a chat to him if he's in the wanting to pop into the waiting room. As we see now, the 37 car, the screen I've got, yep, same as that one. It's the 37 car, the race leader, actually catching up to the back end of car 18, putting the lap on the OSA 3 Glasso car and trying to come through for a bit of a cruisy ride there as well. But with an hour and a half gone, we've got 4.5 hours to go. We currently have the leader is this 37 car you running around the track, is the cheeky little McLaren trying to get up the inside of the Mustang, and does so. So good stuff there with 43 laps completed. Second is the 81 car, 9 seconds back there. Then we go back to the third place car, which is the BCG2 Jonistan car, their car number 96 in third, and a good old margin of space here, about 23 seconds further back. So good work there from them. Fourth place is the PRT St. Sim behind the wheel on the Ferrari car 100. Fifth place is the OTR team there with Bits of Missin. We used to have Kempy's Bits of Mitsies in Auckland, but Bits of Missin there in the Bentley, and car number 77. Maybe that's a precursor for a good old English car. Let's go back to sixth place, the BCG3, Captain Risky behind the wheel on the Porsche car number 23, a further 2.5 seconds back. Seventh place is the TT Racing Machin-driven car, the BMW car 11, and all these cars with one pit stop completed. If you have a look further back on the screen, we'll get to that in a minute, there's actually someone who's already done all their pit stops, technically good to go to the end, but of course with 4 hours and 29 minutes, that's not going to be a thing. Where were we? Seventh place. Eighth place, OSA 3 Glasso behind the wheel on the McLaren, the car that we've got on screen here at the moment in car number 18. This is an outstanding drive there for the OSA 3 team. They have worked their way up to be within contention, because they were in the first few laps, they actually had some terrible technical gremlins coming on. It literally stopped the car on the track. So to be 8th place and genuinely a contender here, it just goes to show how talented these drivers are. And I say that, oh, he's gone wide. He's gone absolutely wide. Oh, a closed mouth gathers no feet as he was going through Farm Curve. All right, then we go back to 9th place, OSA 2 there with Freddie Aussie there in car number 823 and the mighty outfit. And they're not too far behind the Glasso car, as we can well see. We move back to top 10. We go to HC, Hooncorp Scales, and this is the Scales-sponsored Ford Mustang there with Ikatosh behind the wheel. Ika in car 151. Also in with the battle, you can see him wanting to really make inroads there against that Ferrari. Let's jump into the 11th place spot there. The Stingray's Boss 260 GT behind the wheel in the Bentley. So we've got Stingray, which is traditionally known as the Corvette. Then we've got the Boss, which is the Ford, and then we've got it being driven, and they're driving a Bentley. There's no problem with them being loyal to any brand or manufacturer. That's car number 63. They're 11th place and they're 5 seconds back behind the Hooncorp 151 Ford, so certainly not without their chances here. They can still come back, and I'm sure they will. 12th place is the Ignition Blitz, there we go, and the 787 car there. There's the old Bentley, and car number 787. 13th place is the BCG1, the Noodles 87 behind the wheel, and good old Noodles, we know this kid can pedal, and he's been doing a fantastic job there teaming up with Sidog and the others, and they're still 3 laps behind in the 36 car, the Ferrari, but I'll tell you what, I bet their lap times are scorching. So that's the cars we've got going around the track there at the moment. In fact, yep, those are the cars we've got going behind the screen at the moment there. So they're doing a cracking job there. And stay tuned for plenty more great racing to come during the course of this one. Cam Norris there and Trev, of course, over in Australia. And they've got to have some Trevor over in Australia. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you haven't got an Australian team doing the job. So really want to appreciate and want to say a shout out to the team, and of course Wilco there, who's put together this event. And even though with a couple of technical gremlins, we've got some cracking racing going on here at the moment. And I think everyone, absolutely everyone, is in with a chance, because I hear word, now I don't see it on the prediction, but Nismo gave me a jab in the ribs before, and he said don't count out the chance of a bit of rain, mate, and we know rain is the big equaliser, and Kiwis love rain, but these jolly Aussies in these sim races, they're pretty talented and technical drivers there as well, so there's plenty more to come in this one. And it's good to have the commentary team here with me. Trev's just having a bit of a break, a cup of tea in the lie down for a couple of seconds. Cam, I hope that you're still out there in the in no man's land at the moment, mate, but I think we can get ourselves all ready to go. And Trev, I think you've been watching there from afar on this one. You're giving your larynx a bit of a chance to have a rest. There's plenty more to come in this one, mate. We are past the 1.5 hour mark, and I'm sure we only pushed the green button 10 minutes ago.
I'll tell you what, it's you talk about how quickly this race is going. We are an hour and a half in, and our resident two-time KRL and QRT Esports champion, Cam, has just ducked off to grab himself a cup of tea and, like you said, rest those larynx. But 4 hours and 25 minutes remaining, and I left to make a cup of tea as well, Mike, and this battle still continues. Savage Duck, he says that he finds with online racing, some of it can be a little bit toxic, but Esports has
I was only doing for that.
Better sportsmanship, and you can see there, as we saw with Captain Risky, but that might be a good segue to talk to one of our drivers. I think we've got Random in the commentary box with us. He's been kind enough to join us here for a chat with 4.5 hours left in this race. Random, have we got you there?
Sure do.
And apologies to keep you waiting there, mate, but talk us through the race so far from your perspective, mate. How have you seen it? Still a long way to go, but not a bad start for your squad here.
Yeah, really good start for us. We started 13th, so we were down in the order, but managed to build our way up to 6th, which has been really good. For us, it's certainly been the race of all time. But it's, look, it's been going along well. Risky's hopped into the car now and he's doing really well with very limited practice. Had a bit of a mix-up with bits of missing, but that's okay. We've addressed, so hopefully there's no hard feelings there, and we'll try and keep working through.
Great stuff, and you talked about some of the challenges early on in the race, but we can see Captain Risky there now, 3.8 seconds off OTR in P5. Of course, you guys still currently in P3. What's the aim for this afternoon, mate? This is the first ever, of course, Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone, but what are both yourself and Captain Risky looking to get out of the race here this afternoon and take away from the race here?
Look, realistically, I think we can try and be on for a 4th place. I think third, with the BCG2 car, is going to be a bit too far away. If we can try and get up to 4th, we'll be sweet. If there's a bit of rain, anything's on the table, because this Porsche is pretty quick in the rain. So just from that practice race that happened earlier, it felt really good. So if it rains, it could be a good shout for it.
Great stuff, and thank you
Okay,
very
mate,
much.
I hope you don't mind if I just... Sorry, mate, I hope you don't mind if I jump in there. Random, I just want to ask a question. Obviously, a little bit of an upset there from Risky, and these things happen, but team orders and team deals and obviously team discipline, is there going to be any ramifications after the 6 hour on this one? Does he have to shout a box or anything, mate, or what's the deal there?
He'll be in big trouble, that Risky. Yeah, he'll look. We'll move on from that one. I think we've just got into I think it's just chatting with that. But look, maybe I'll give him some discipline for you.
And was that your call for him to readdress, or did he do that on himself? I mean,
No, that was
tell you what, mate, I've been looking through this comment section from the Discord. There's just so much well done on that one. He surely made a mistake and that, but you know, how many times do we see arrogant SOBs just carry on and like, oh, it wasn't me, it was him, he did it. But for you guys to do that, I think you guys have got yourself a whole lot of fans in a very short space of time. Not because they want to, say that's what you should do as far as bumping people around, but probably the readdress is just amazing, mate. So,
that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, yeah, well done. All right, well, I'm sorry that it didn't. I'm sorry that it happened, but of course, yeah, like I say, sometimes you can really get more fans in that one than you can have haters, and that's how it should be. You should,
Absolutely.
pat yourself on the back. Well, good luck for it, mate. And what's the deal for the rest of the 4 hours plus you've got to go here?
We're just going to go 1 for 1, I think, and just run from there. We were pretty happy that we made up a lot of space in that first stint. So we'll hopefully just keep on trying to climb up. We should be able to hopefully get to fourth by the end of this stint and run from there.
Oh, good on you, mate. All right, Trev, well, I finished interrogating me. Sounded like he was sincere. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yep, I think we have ways of making you talk, Brandon, but I think he's passed, haven't we? We'll give him a pass mark on that one. Thank you for joining us, mate. We're continuing to watch your man, Captain Risky, mate, but thank you for joining us. I know it's never easy whilst the race is continuing, but best of luck for your squad and best of luck for your next stint as well.
No worries, thanks, guys.
Thank you for that, Random, joining us. It's great to get an insight from these drivers here. I haven't forgotten about Norm and the fact that he redeemed the kit coins as well. Thank you, Savage Duck. He says, I must go. The wife got home and her cosmetics shelf just collapsed. And that sounds very serious, Mike, on a Sunday afternoon. But we'll get to best of luck with that, by the way, Savage Duck. But thank you for joining us. We'll get to Jono, as Norm has requested, Mike, to hear this beautiful yellow V8 Mustang in all of its glory here around this Silverstone circuit. And we're going to do just that now. We're going to ride on board with Jono. And here he is. He's currently in P3 out on the circuit as we ride on board with him at the moment. Great to see this Ford Mustang. Listen to that V8 power, Mike, around Silverstone.
Sorry, I'll jump in for Mike.
No, sorry, mate. I was just enjoying the sound. Sorry, I was just doing it.
We might do that, I reckon, given that Norm's been so patient. Cam and Mike, we might just ride on board and listen to the dulcet tones of the V8 around Silverstone. What do you say?
Yep.
Sounds like a plan. And quickly, just before we do that, make sure if you're out there and you're enjoying the stream, please do consider hitting that follow button. We'd love to have you a part of the community. And if you do want to get yourself involved in the Mega Esports events as well, be sure to use !Mega in the chat. Join the Discord, get amongst the discussions. We're going to have plenty more events coming up as well. And also the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series, we will be hosting the 6 hours of Misano from July 19 to the 21st as well. Be sure to use !Endurance in the chat for that one. But let's listen to the pure sound of this Mustang.
I'll tell you what, this is a fantastic sight. It's a fantastic sound. Trev, I don't know if you're still tuned in there, son. I don't think you've gone for another cup of tea just yet, but I'll tell you what, one thing I wouldn't mind, if you don't mind, buddy, and you're pretty clued up on this track, but we're going to see the 96 car in a couple of, probably 30 or 40 seconds come down and cross the strip. Would you mind, and I'm asking you nicely, we haven't actually preempted this, but would you mind giving us a little bit of a track commentary of this with all the corners and turns? Because I think it's one thing that we cover in 5.9 kilometres, remember Bathurst is 6.2, but when we see the Muzzy come around this this complex here and come out of Woodcote, would you mind going across the line and just giving us all the corners, mate, all the names that go with it?
I'd be more than happy to, given you've asked so nicely there, Mike. I tell you what, how well are we working here? But you can see we've got Jono at the wheel of this beautiful Ford Mustang. I didn't go and get another cup of tea, but I tell you what, I went somewhere else listening to this beautiful V8 power and the V8 grunt of this beautiful car, and Cam agreeing with me there, saying I can't get over how beautiful this car is, let alone the sound. And Peanuts has been good enough to join us, and let me tell you, you know what you need to do out there, Peanuts. If you are new to the channel, please consider following the channel, of course, and joining the community. It would be great to have you along as we get a first-hand look here at the driver's point of view and of a lap around this circuit there, as now Peanuts is following. Fantastic indeed. Great to have you along, Peanuts, as we're going to go for a lap here of this Silverstone circuit, of course. Here we go. We're coming down the more traditional first corner, of course, as we go through Abbey and through the farm corner, down to Village, down to first gear. Try and hit your braking markers there. Very important and very easy to miss your braking points there as we try and get a good run. Through Aintree we go. You don't want to take too much curb there, and onto the Wellington Straight, opening up that V8 power. Look at that, fourth gear, up to fifth gear, 200, approaching 250 kilometres an hour now as we head through Brooklands. And thank you there, one of our newest followers, of course, NZ Postman, redeeming those sound effects. But now on to the start-finish straight here as we go through Woodcote towards Cops Corner, which was the site of that infamous accident between Max and Lewis back in the 2021 F1 season. And you can see there approaching Maggots and Beckett's now, and boy, you need to be brave to go through here. A little bit too much curb there as we approach Beckett's now, and through Chapel, and a great insight here through the, I think this is helmet cam, Mike, but either way you want to look at it, this is a pretty handy lap and a great insight of what the drivers are actually seeing here around this circuit.
Yeah, it sure is, mate. It really is a fantastic view, and beautiful thing about sim racing that really does make things, you feel like you're more part of the action. I mean, we have the helmet cams on real cars. Of course, the gyro isn't quite worked out yet. Old Cam Waters doing the best he can, and you're still shaking and you're still that sort of carry on. Actually, on this in-car view, I noticed one thing there too on the 96 car, Trev, is that we're seeing them actually matching their fastest lap times. As I shout out to me mate Peanuts. I know who Peanuts is too, by the way. G'day, mate. And hopefully we see you on the 21st of July at something else that we're doing. So yeah, welcome Peanuts. And this is another, I'll tell you what, he's actually a young driver who I think is going to be quite a cool little peddler in the future too. Dan is very, very good sim racer, so I think we might see Peanuts behind the wheel of a Hooncorp sim car in the not too distant future, and I've already seen him behind the wheel of a quite a cool little car. But yeah, getting back to, sorry Peanuts, I appreciate, oh there we go, he's a good boy. No, he's cool, good to have you on board, Cooper, and hopefully we see more of you in the future, mate. In the meantime, yeah, well, these shots are fantastic, and it does give us an insight on how these drivers have to be absolutely pinpoint and precise. And you know, they try and they try every time, and unfortunately they make the odd mistake, well, like we all do. But it can happen in a very, very short amount of time. Look at this commitment here on that right-hander. I mean, you've got to hit that apex, and again, just flickering off the fastest lap there. You see the sectors at the top of the screen there, a little bit of red, a little bit of flash of green, so really driving the thing within an inch of its life on the lap times that they've been doing. So, Trev, you know, it's like I say, it's easy to sit there and fold your arms and hunch your shoulders and everything, but you know, seeing these drivers do this for lap after lap, hour upon hour, you know, for such a huge and amazing amount of time, I really am very impressed. With 53 laps in, we're like 11 minutes away from 2 hours of consistent racing, and you've gained a fan in some race. Nismo doing this for many, many years, but I haven't actually been as involved in the sim racing because I'm doing my own bits and pieces, but I think that might change.
Tell you what, it is a great insight, like you said, and the concentration levels. What are we? Almost approaching the 2 hour mark, and we're getting Wilco, thank you for watching. Peanuts, great to have you along, and NZ Postman says Peanuts referred me to this place, and it is great to have you at this place, as we have a request from Jason Wilkinson, of course. He wants a Smitty on board shot. And now we are getting that, our man in P1. It's only 3.3 seconds. I beg your pardon, it's more than that, of course. About 12 seconds, I should say, back to P2. As this team have the fastest lap of the race, a 59.655. And Groover has been good enough to join us. A couple of these guys are going to be buggered after this race. And a GT7 race tonight. Not sure we can say that. Cam, the voice of reason, just letting us know that we can't go with that. We run a nice clean show here, but speaking of clean, look at the lines through these corners. Once again, we don't see a lot of sixth gear action here, but up towards fifth gear now, 250 kilometres per hour, and down into Stowe Corner, down into third gear. Just looking to point that car in, but the Bentley, or the Boatley as we've been referring to it, is working beautifully here, and the Penride squad, if they keep this sort of form up, they can expect to see more than just stickers in their mailbox, let me tell you, because they are absolutely dominating the first ever 6 hours of Silverstone for Mega Esports. And we can see there 5 p.m. local time, and I might put the question to you, Cam, as we continue to see Smitty completing this lap now onto another one, and 54 laps into the race. The visibility, what is the local? We're sitting at 5 p.m. local time, which means we're going to have roughly a 9 p.m. finish in game here at Silverstone. Is it going to be an issue with visibility later in the race?
Well, that's going to be an interesting one, because we typically try and shy away from, you know, the night time on the consoles, purely because of how dark it gets. You know, visibility almost not goes down to zero, but, you know, it's very hard to kind of see the corners upcoming and stuff like that. So we do tend to shy away from the night time, but the one thing I do love about endurance races is, you know, whether it goes from an early morning and you see the sunrise and then you've got daytime again, or vice versa, where you've got daytime, you see the sunset and you go into nighttime. That's definitely what makes endurance racing what it is.
Certainly is. And the
Oh,
boss,
that's a big mistake. from the
big
boss. He
incident
dropped it
here,
into the
Mike.
grass.
And sorry to cut across you there, Cam, but through Woodcote there, and a big moment there, Cam.
Yeah, massive moment. The boss managed to just grab the grass on the exit of Club Corner, I believe it was. I could be wrong. I might be getting my corners mixed up here. Yeah, that was actually on the exit of Luffield to Woodcote. Managed to just grab a little bit too much of the curb, dipped one of the rear tyres into the grass, and yeah, unfortunately for him, that threw him around. It almost looked like he was kind of planning to come into the pit lane, but yeah, no, that's unlucky for the boss. And
Cam, can I jump in there, mate? That was a fairly decent hit on the front end of that Bentley. Is that going to cause that car some damage? Are they going to be a wounded machine now? Does he have to come in the pits? Or, I mean, he's right on the pace there. He's right up behind that, you know, the car in front without too many problems. But is it going to cause him any ill?
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. So the damage model that ACC has isn't really too punishing. So obviously it can get pretty bad. But I would estimate it might be about 5 or so seconds of damage, which won't affect your steering or anything like that. You might understeer a little bit more than what you previously were, but you'll be down a little bit on possibly top speed. Would be the worst case scenario. But you know, if you were to do that on iRacing, for instance, with the damage model they have, that'd be catastrophic. You might even blow your engine, or you know, it could be 40 minutes in the pit lane to repair the car. So thankfully for these guys, it's about 5 seconds of damage possibly. But yeah, it would be good to have one of the drivers from that team kind of come back to us and let us know how much damage they've got.
Absolutely, that'd be great to have that intel if the team would be that kind, just to give us a little bit of update. Or is it information you want to keep to yourself, and we respect that you don't want to? But having seen he's just gone and made the pass now, Boss has just got that position back on the OSA 2 car. They made the pass on the Ferrari. I'm guessing the car's not too mortally damaged, but that was a decent old hit. I didn't actually see the intro to that. I think he just clipped the ripple strips there, Trev, and maybe the rear end had just gone and done the old do-si-do, but it looked like a fairly decent impact on the front of these cars. And I know that I've seen from the small amount of sim racing I have seen it, that really can play into that one and cause the car to be, you know, not a great machine.
Yeah, I think we caught the back end of that incident, didn't we? But it did look very serious indeed, and I'm just looking at that car now. The 63 Bentley, and he's continuing on. A little bit of cosmetic damage on the front of that car. As there you can see EXO, the Audi Evo has become extinct. Any reason for that? But that's interesting. Thank you for the comment, EXO. Nismo getting back to him there in the comments. But 4 hours and 5 minutes remaining. The boss is continuing on. It's all been fairly clean so far in the opening 2 hours of this one. And if you are just joining us, we are making history here today at Silverstone in the Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone, and we are on lap 56. It still is HC Penrite leading this race. The Hoon Corp squad in the hands of HC Smitty. They're currently leading this one by around 10 seconds. Back to Barters there for Cave Racing. We haven't spoken too much about Cave Racing so far in this one, in the opening 56 laps of this race, but if we haven't spoken about them, it usually means that there's no chance of a commentator's curse or no other funny business going on. Then it's Jono, who we rode on board with a couple of minutes ago, loving that livery. It's absolutely fantastic. Their OTR bits are missing. They've had their own dramas in the early part of this race, but they're currently sitting in 4th, second in their class. And then it's Sate Sim as well in the Ferrari. Machin, a little bit of damage on the front of that BMW, but they're sitting in P6 at the moment. Then it's Ikatosh for HC Skulls Racing there. Ford Mustang, one of 2 Ford Mustangs in the field here this afternoon. And then we get back to that battle we were watching a moment ago between the boss and Freddie, who managed to jump the boss, of course, after that monumental error. We caught the back end of that incident, didn't we? Which looked very serious indeed. But Glasso and Random, we spoke to Random a little bit earlier on, talking about what they can expect from this race for BCG3. But he is all up in Glasso's business here. As you can see now, he's got a good run on him here, and it looks like the McLaren is going to be vulnerable here, Mike, as we head onto the hangar straight. This looks like it's getting very serious.
Yeah, I think these guys are really getting themselves into a run, and again, similar cars, rear engine, rear, you know, getting that power down nice and early, as Cam Norris was saying earlier on. You've got to be careful in these scraps here as they still fight it out, not to fry the tyres. You want to be the first guy on the speed pedal, but you don't want to be the first guy to fry your rear rubber and make liquid strips every time you pull out of a corner. But the 23, well, the 56 car, but 23 on the screen at the moment, they will actually go through for position and make the pass on OSA 3. So Glasso drops back a little bit of a spot there. Random starting to move their way back up through the field and make up for earlier daisies, and nothing wrong with that. And that Grove car, that Grove livery, looking absolutely fantastic on that machine. So it's great. I can't believe, I'll stop saying great. It's really amazing though, isn't it, Trev? After 2 hours of racing, we've got battles here within, you know, a second of each other, and we've got a few good scraps there between those two, and we've got another couple of further up there as well with the the Boss 2260 GT, and of course the 823.8 of a second between the two of them. And everyone's in with a bit of a chance, and everyone's in with a fair shake. And if you do have those issues, I'm very impressed with the Bentley after having that bang and scrape in the front end there, Boss 260 behind the wheel of the 63 car. But it's put up with that biff and that bash, and it's still on the pace. There's no doubt about it.
I was about to say two great minds think alike, as the saying goes, but it is incredible. And it's something that always amazes me, especially in these longer endurance series at races, is we've travelled 58 laps, almost at the 2-hour mark in terms of time, and to still see, like you said, Mike, these battles continuing between these drivers. Of course, only the 7/10ths, like you said, between the Ferrari and the Bentley. A couple of seconds down there between Glasso and Random, who managed to get that move done. It's quite incredible to think, and we've seen plenty of, I shouldn't say the word disasters, because I remember when I first started commentating, I called something, I said it was a disaster, and somebody took me aside and said the Titanic and the Hindenburg, they were disasters. We're only talking about sport. But you can see there, 4 hours to go, 58 laps completed. And very early on, it was this squad, the HC Penrite team, the 37 Bentley, who fended off the early attack there from Simon Bishop and BCG1, who we unfortunately lost in the early part of this race. And you can see there, Auto Tomoto has redeemed the commentary cam using his 2,000 points. Let me tell you, 2 hours into this race, it's very warm here in the commentary box. That's not a sight you want to see, but I'll get that fixed up shortly. But Mike, 2 hours in, 1/3 race distance, and still plenty to play out here. But HC Smitty, they are still managing that gap at the front and still dominating this race so far.
Yeah, they're driving away. They're driving away particularly well. They're 9.3 seconds last time I looked at the screen. But I'll tell you one other thing too, Trev, and you alluded to this earlier on about getting, in fact, I think Nisbo said it during driver's brief, getting those pit stops out of the way. We've actually got BCG3 with Random behind the wheel, and the Porsche have done all their necessary pit stops. Got the green light against their sector, and so too BCG1 Noodles in their Ferrari, also in the same position, which is the side dog car there with Noodles behind the wheel at the moment, and some more good driving to come from those guys. So, do not count them out by any stretch of the imagination. And also Paul Candelonian will get behind the wheel next up, and I think we've got the 11 car coming to the pits there as well. So they're doing a pit stop now in the TT racing machine. So, and I say that someone else has just popped in. Who's that? Who's coming to the? It's the 18 car,
Glasso?
so they've come in as well for another driver change.
Yep, Glasso into the pits. We are seeing some pit stop action as Nick jumps in. Matchin will jump out of that car as they return it back to the track. The predictions are now up. Will we see rain in the in the third hour, I should say, or the next hour? Yeah, whichever way you want to look at it. Ooh. Yes or no? 5 minutes remaining here. Get your coins in. 4 channel points, I should say. Gamble responsibly. And I was button mashing for my prediction winnings. Let us know if you want to check out the commentary cam. We can return those points back to you if that's not what you wanted. Trust me, you don't want to see me in a 24-degree commentary box after 2 hours. But Nick back on the circuit. Vert Wheeler now into the pits, in fact out of the pits, I should say. It's a very long pit lane. We are using the old school pit lane here, aren't we, Mike, that we saw previously in the British Grand Prix? It's very confusing, this circuit. We've seen so many variations, haven't we, in layout changes over the years. It's always hard to keep up with which corner's what and which corner's been named the Hamilton corner. It's always keeping us on our toes here. Yeah,
there certainly has been a lot of changes over the years with Silverstone. You'd think you're good out at one change and at one stage, and they change it to something else. Also, the just by way of interest, the 787, the Ignition Blitz, has come into the pits for their service and their Bentley. So let's hope it all goes well for them. But yeah, look, it's neat to see a track continually step up and continually do a little bit of moving this around, shaking that around. We see that with some of the Aussie tracks here too, and where they have the pits on one side, suddenly they realise let's put the pits on the other side and do all sorts of little things. So nothing wrong with that. And it makes it certainly fun for us to keep us on our toes. There's no doubt about it. But watching the cars now. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that have got green against their pit requirements. So those cars all have met the standard, won't get any penalties, and I'm sure over the 6 hours they're going to be in the pits at least twice. So with another 3 hours and 56 minutes to go, we're going to see them come in the pits at least 1 or 2 more times after this one. But I think Cam, we were talking to you a little bit before about how long you would want to go in the driving. Now we've seen cars at least pitted once, and I haven't been clued up enough to keep track on who was actually double stinted their first stint. But after 2 hours now, though, Cam, surely by now we'd find that every driver would have got out and someone else would have got in. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. So, some of these teams might have 2 to 4 drivers per team. So definitely trying to divvy it up between each driver, make sure, obviously some people have got real life commitments, say they need to go do shopping or they need to spend time with the family as well. So, they might organize their stint spreadsheet, I should say, so that everybody gets allocated into a time slot that works best for them. So yeah, it does look like a majority of drivers in their first stint swapped out. There was maybe 1 or 2 drivers that decided to stay in and go for a second stint there. But yeah, I would definitely be seeing a lot of drivers swapping out after the second hour if they have double stinted, because, fatigue really starts to settle in, and, your concentration levels start to kind of lapse towards halfway through your second stint if you are going that long. As we see Trev bringing the commentary cam onto the stream. And then just as quick as that is disappeared. It's definitely making sure your concentration levels are up, because if you start to get the fatigue settling in, it's very hard to maintain that good consistent pace that you need, and that's where mistakes happen. And obviously we don't want to maximize our track warnings. Just for you as well, Mike, and anybody else that's watching, race control automatically gives you 3 track warning limits. So if you go beyond the white line and race control deems that you've gone too quick before re-entering and you haven't scrubbed off enough speed, they'll give you 1 strike as a track warning. Once you get your 4th track warning, race control will force you to come through pit lane. Most of the time that'll be a drive-through penalty that you'll have to serve, and then obviously your penalties will reset.
Oh, I got you. So that makes sense. And in your talk there at Cam, we saw that the 100 car came in and was serviced as well and did a fantastic job. And Nismo's just telling me a couple of the drivers that are double stinted there is, in fact, it looks like the 37 car might be going to come into pit very soon. The Hooncorp Penrite car there as well. And I've seen on the screen that I'm looking at here at the moment, watching the tally up there for a view. I've got another screen here, and it's got this mug of someone there with a headset and a face. So I'll tell you what, it's fit for radio.
Well,
is that you, Trev?
It certainly is. The face reveal has happened. I told you, Auto Tomoto. You better be ready for that. But he did spend the coins. I said we'd go through that. We had some technical issues there, but if you're wondering how we get by, plenty of Red Bull, of course, that's one thing. And big shout out to the new headset. How good is that? Bit of sponsorship there, but no, it's fantastic. Auto Tomoto. I don't quite think he knew what he was signing in for when he wanted me to jump on and show that cam. But I think we've got Jono in the pits now. That beautiful Ford Mustang is in the pits, Mike, here from the top 3.
Yeah, the 96 car coming in there, and this is a big one too. Jono Stan coming down for a little bit of a play, or coming for a little bit of a cup of tea in the lie down, I'm sure, after a great stint. I jumped the gun on the 37, is not in the pits here. I got that one wrong, a bad call there from my part. But yeah, look, it's all going on here. I was well impressed earlier on with the 100 car there coming in for service, and then it drove off and it seemed to still be in same position, but I see they've dropped down there now to the PRT team. It's in 9th place. So yeah, I think the graphics just took a little bit of time there to pick up from where I was looking at. But yeah, this is what it's all about. It's so real, I should say, the sim racing. If you look at these cars that are in the pits and look at these cars that are running around the track there too, Trev, we're finding they're really covered in rubber debris. They've got scratches, they've got junk, they've got dirt, they've got filth. I mean, they are real looking race cars, GT3 machines that have actually done 2 hours of hard labour, and in fact almost 2 hours and 10 minutes of hard slog. So I think that's actually quite impressive. And commentator Cam, looking pretty good there. We've got Cam Norris, of course, watching on, your resident sim expert. I'm the newbie on the block here. We've got commentator Cam with Trev there on the computer, and I'll just happily stay in the background and keep my face to myself because I don't want any kids eating their lollipops to choke. But good to see a variety of strategies coming in here, and Nismo's given me some information. I think it's probably teams have told him in a little bit of confidence. I'll keep it that way, but there has been at least at least two double stints there between some of the drivers. So Trev, it's never too late on this one. There's certainly, I reckon there's a whole lot of more strategies that are going to be playing out, and looking forward to this one as we see with what we've got, the 6 cars here still to go through their full allocation of 2 pit stops. So a long way to go. 2 hours and 2 hours and 10 minutes completed. That's pretty stonky that they've only actually pitted once in that time.
It certainly is. I can tell you nothing better than seeing those marks on the car. Of course, makes it look extra realistic. Thank you to everybody for the comments. My wife as well, Mrs. B there, saying what a cutie, and I especially shaved as well, says Auto Tomoto. But what a great Sunday we're having, and we hope you're enjoying it back home, wherever you are watching from around the world. Random there, almost getting into the back of Freddie. And let me tell you, that was a little bit too close for comfort there as Random continues on. We said it before, and we'll say it again, that it's incredible in these longer format endurance races that we're still seeing these battles. And we are winning, says Wilco, as Exo wants to know how's King's Racing going. And we are winning so far ahead. We're not even on the screen, says Wilco. How good is that? If you want to get involved, check out the chat. If you're out there watching and haven't followed already and you're thinking, what are these blokes talking about on a Sunday afternoon, please follow the stream. We'd love to have you along. And there's going to be plenty more Mega Esports action in the future. It's so far so good here. We're inside the 3rd hour of racing, and Freddie continuing on then. And this battle continues. Boss just a little bit further ahead of him, but Random is keeping Freddie very much on his toes. And I reckon that Freddie, he can see the Boss ahead of him, Mike, but I also reckon he'll be looking in his rear view mirrors as well, because Random is getting very close here.
Yeah, well and truly is. In fact, I think we might have actually just seen a pass going on there for the Porsche to drop down a spot there. That little Ferrari was certainly doing a fantastic job of it. But yeah, it's all on. It's all on for Juggernaut. There's no doubt about that. I'm just going through some of the comments here, mate, just having a little bit of a distraction. But I'm actually very, very by the amount of people that are sitting back and enjoying this. And what a great way to watch some great racing, and you could almost jump on the green wagon there and say how good for them doing, because we're not wrecking any gas and burning up any tyres. But it looks and sounds very much like we are, and I think that's a pat on the back there for all of the developers and all the electronics people who don't really get much of a shout out, to be honest with you. We just take these games for granted, and I shake my head and I go, wow, it's absolutely incredible the way that we can actually see the debris on these cars and see the bumps and the scrapes and the close quarters racing. And one thing you mentioned earlier on there too, Trev, and I think you're right, mate, we actually haven't shouted out as much as we should to Cave Racing and the 81 car. These guys have been doing a sensational job right from the outset, and last time I saw was about 10 seconds or 13 seconds. Here we go, it's just come up on the screen. 13 seconds back behind the Hooncourt Penrite race leaders, but that is not a large amount of time. And they don't really look like they're doing anything too silly. They're just putting around the track, keeping the car nice and clean. Everyone's happy, nothing to see here. And that really does show you a quality team. And we know that the team at the front is leading at the front. We know second place is second place. And how about this breaking news? 3rd place is in the pits at the moment. The 77 car, the Bentley, has come in, and that is BCG2, and that's Norm behind the wheel. Now remember how we saw, sorry, that's 77, that's bits of missing behind the wheel. Norm in the 96 car. We were talking before about how at the start, for the first 30 or 40 minutes, they were dropping off a very, very heavily contested race, but in actual fact, the BCG2 team are up into third place outright. As now we see the 81 car, the second place, the Cave Dwellers, the Cave Racing Mercedes-Benz has come in there for their service with 65 laps completed. And, they've got to come in at some stage. They need to chuck some rubber boots on, Cam, as you were saying before, mate. And with 2 hours and 15 minutes almost completed, driver change, gas, tyres, the whole 9 yards. I mean, it all plays into this. Cam, can you tell us now, as far as the team management side of things here, is it something that a team manager would be designated here, or would it just be one of their fellow drivers just advising the driver at that time?
Yeah, so definitely one of the things is, so the drivers themselves have to control everything to do with the pit stop. So if they want to boost the pressures, lower the pressures, especially for the next driver, or add fuel and stuff like that, they've got to manually do it themselves while driving. So they'll have their next driver possibly in their ear going, hey buddy, could I please have these pressures, make sure the car is topped up. And you'll typically do that about the 20 minutes remaining in that stint before they come into pit lane. And then that final 5 minutes, that driver possibly going into the car will turn around and go, hey buddy, just double checking tyres are set to this, please make sure fuel is set to this. And the driver will go, yep, confirmed, no dramas, all ready to go. And then that driver going into the car will then turn around on that final lap and just be like, make sure to box, we're boxing, those kind of things, just to make sure that driver knows that they're getting towards the end of the stint. They make sure they know they've got to come in, hit their marks, try and not get that penalty for speeding into pit lane, which can come quite easily around here. I remember one time, quick story time for a minute. One time I was doing a Silverstone Enduro. I think it was a 24-hour race, and I was blistering into pit lane, went a little bit too quick. And what I mean by a little bit too quick is I was 50 kilometers plus over the speed limit. And I decided, you know what, I'm not taking a stop go 30 here. So I ended up just throwing the car into the barrier on the pit entry, scrubbed off all of that time. I took 8 seconds of damage, but I saved us from going into the pit lane for a stop go 30. So yeah, making sure that you hit your marks on the way in is definitely very crucial.
Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it, mate. I'm not sure if that's smart or that's just plain mad, but hey, you're Australian, we'll make up for it. That's okay, we'll let you off. I'll tell you what, mate, again, another one here. Look at this battle here with the 63 car on screen. This is Stingrays in the Bentley, and who are they being hounded for? Who are they being hounded by, I should say, the 56 car there, the BCG3. Now, it does show up as car 23 on the screen, guys, and don't lose too much sleep on that for those that are watching. We do have a little bit of a change between numbers here on the same team. 20 is actually what we got as 56. It's BCG3, and it's random behind the wheel Porsche. And look at the scrap. We are absolutely fighting this one. This is for 5th place. The Bentley currently in that spot there with Boss 260 GT behind the wheel. And then random in the BCG3 Porsche is just saying, son, I'm not in the mood to stay out of the top 5. We want to get there and beyond. And we heard the driver early on who was having a bit of a chat saying, we really want to be top 4. And I think they're certainly proving that exact point here. So random, I think it was random, was having a talk to us, wasn't it? I've got the memory of a goldfish there, Trev. But he is not making up for any lost time at the moment and chasing down that Bentley. 0.2 of a second last time through the strip there. So showing what it's all about and what that little Porsche can do. Trev, one more thing. I won't ask Cam on this one because you know just as much as he does as far as this sort of stuff. But, you've got a big boat of a vehicle there, the Boatley, and then you've got the little nippy Porsche around it. And look how close these two are racing. And I say that, Trev, I'll go to you, but I will say that the 37 car is definitely in the pits now with Smitty behind the wheel.
Certainly is race leader in the pits. It's contrasting. These two cars are actually, it's very interesting when you look at it. As Captain Risky says, go Random. We did speak to Random a little bit earlier on, didn't we, in the race this afternoon. I think they were looking for a top 5 or a top 4 finish. They're well and truly on course for that here. As we see Random continuing on, a little bit of a moment there. That Porsche, we know it can be a little bit twitchy at the rear end. As we come down Hanger Straight here, he's not quite close enough on this lap. He'll get a tow here towards Stowe Corner. And Flying Kiwi, big hello to you. I know the chat's going off. We'll keep an eye on this battle. Is Hooncorp doing a Cletus McFarland? He wants to know. And I'll have to Google Cletus McFarland. It's down the inside. They make contact. The Boss and Random both making contact there. The Porsche had a run through that corner now, and look at this, a little bit closer on that occasion. You can see Dask further down the road there, but this battle continuing on, showing no signs of letting up. And Wilco saying that Bentley will pit in the next lap or so, but for the time being, the battle's still continuing here. You can see that putting that Bentley in all the right places is the boss. 260 GT, as he's known to his mates, but Random having another crack. And Maxi joining us saying, run, Dask, run, but down the inside goes Random. On to the Wellington straight they go. He tucks back in behind the boss, looking to get a slipstream here once again. Is he going to make a move this time? Down the inside, last of the late breakers here. The boss goes to the outside. That'll turn into the inside very, very shortly, and I reckon he's fought him off for the time being. Incredible stuff here. We've seen the P1 squad, Penwright, have pitted, and it looks like the boss has said, you know what, Cam, he said, I've had enough of this, I'm coming into the pits.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way to go about it. Come in, get your mandatory stop done, and you know, they might be coming to the end of their stint time or two, so that might have worked out perfectly for them.
Great stuff, and we are talking to our drivers as well, and I think in about 10 or 15 minutes we'll have another driver in to the commentary box, so great to get that driver's perspective, of course. What a battle though, how good was that to see? And it's interesting here, I'm looking at these gaps. We're 68 laps into this race. That was me taking a breath because we've still got a long, long way to go. 68 laps completed, 9 seconds now. In fact, it's below 9 seconds, 8.8 seconds now is the gap between P1 and P2. Jono here, Mike, is on a charge in that very clean, simple white Mercedes livery. And this is absolutely fantastic. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. You can see here, John is pushing, isn't he, at the moment, but he doesn't want to spend all of his petrol tickets at once. If you can understand what I'm trying to say, you're a better man than me.
So look, that's commentary, mate. We don't have to necessarily understand what we're saying as long as we say it clearly. But I am a little bit interested too in the Hooncorp Penwright team, because Smitty is still behind the wheel. So it's actually a double stint there for Smitty. Now, you know, as Cam Norris was alluding to earlier on, you've got to be pretty confident in yourself that that you're good to stay out there for another long stint. But bearing in mind they're sort of going rather quickly, and we know that you know, when you've got Hyper there, and Smitty said, no, I'll stay out there, Hyper. It's all good. Let's do this. But yeah, just trying to read this. Oh, okay, they've got some little info there that Nismo's got there as well. So yeah, but I think that's a brave move. I think it's a good move within yourself. Obviously, these guys are, you know, seasoned pros, and Smitty's no slouch. He's represented more often than not. So he's a bit of a Cam Norris really as far as it goes. But yeah, that's a big one. But we're watching the 81 car there at the moment, and yeah, interesting. You picked up on that, Trev, that it's 8.2 seconds back to the lead car from this Cave Racing John car. Car being driven by being driven by a John 27 TCT. But yeah, Jono sounds about right for us, mate. We can abbreviate that surely.
Yeah, we certainly can. We'll start taking some numbers and different abbreviations and etc. off their names as the race continues. Cave Racing there, and in the hands of John and Barters. Car number 81, of course, is the number we do associate with Barters. And it's Ika doing the 6 hours solo because Lewis isn't showing up, we're hearing, for that team. So boy oh boy, we've seen drivers doing these races solo in the past, and with varying levels of success. But let me tell you, you are listening to the first ever Mega Esports 6 hours. You might even be watching it as well. We're making history here this afternoon. The cars aren't real, but the racing is. We're approaching half-raced distance. Boss is still in the pits. We are seeing that the boss is still in the pits, and it's interesting to see. We can see some damage on that car, and the question is, do they have an issue? We'll wait and see how long they're going to be in the pits for. As let's take a look at Hammer for Ignition Blitz Racing. We haven't spoken too much about him in recent times here, but boy oh boy, he's out in some clear air on his own, second in his class, 11th out on track. And if you're just tuning in this afternoon, hope you're enjoying the coverage. wherever you're watching right around the world. It's 2:30 p.m. where I'm sitting. It's 34 minutes past the hour, past 4 p.m. in New Zealand, a little bit earlier in Perth, or wherever you're watching this from. If you'd like to get involved and be part of the Mega Esports Endurance events, be sure to join our Discord, the AusNZ Endurance Series as well. And you're listening to the dulcet tones of the voice of the New Zealand Speedways, Mike Howe, of course, Cameron Norris, multiple sim racing champion, and myself. And let me tell you, who knows, we might even get Mike along to that to the Australian-New Zealand Endurance Series round. The next round, of course, the 6 hours of Misano between July 19th and 21st. And Cam, I'm just thinking here that we might have to talk about, we might have a chat with Nismo and see what the boss reckons. But I reckon we're going to keep Mike on board. I reckon he's our father now, isn't he, Cam?
Yeah, that's it. Mike's with us now. Sorry, Nismo, we're stealing him from you. But yeah, no, honestly, we love having Mike on the mic with us as well. You know, he's got real world speedway experience, and you know, it makes me really want to tune into some of his broadcasts that they do on the speedway sides of things, just so I can, you know, hear Mike in his niche market that he has over there. And you know, it's honestly such a good dynamic that we all have here, and hopefully you guys in the stream are enjoying it as well. On that, if you are enjoying the stream, please do be sure to hit the follow button, and if you do want to support Trev and the broadcast as well, you can subscribe as well.
Great stuff. As we continue, that gap is continuing to close between P1 and P2. 70 laps now have been completed, and I think we've got have we got BCG1 back on the timing sheets here, Mike? In fact, yes, they are, and Matt is now behind the wheel of that car. Matt Simmons, a very famous name in the world of sim racing there. He's out on track, and I'm trying to just get an idea. I know they were 4 laps down, and they're still continuing to make some progress here, albeit at the back of the field.
Yeah, well and truly wanting to see it come up on my screen too, to see how far back they are. They did lose like 5 laps, I think it was, at the beginning with those electronic glitches. So very kind words there, guys, too. Thank you for that. That's very nice. And yes, unfortunately, my ex-son is a little bit snippy now. I think he's hopped in the car and driven off. So you guys have forcibly unadopted him, or not that he was adopted in the first place. Yeah, look, it's very interesting there. And I like yourselves, I'm watching that gap between Cave Racing and Hooncourt Penrite, and I can assure you, by no stretch of the imagination is this any sort of slowdown to try and make the racing more exciting. Those guys were actually hoping to put a lap on the field, and they said it as a bit of a joke earlier on, but so there's no way, and you know, they are trying to allow slow down or the gap to close. So it's been absolutely fantastic to see them from the start doing this on 2 hours and almost 30 minutes in of a 6 hour. And I don't think they'll be wanting to give up that lead anytime soon. So, but Cave Racing, Jono's just doing a cracking job in the 81. The whole team have gelled, as well as the Hooncourt Penrite, as well as BCG2 Norm driving there. Cam Fleming, now he is actually up to 3rd place. And again, earlier into the start of this one, they just backed that car off, said, let's look after the old Henry, let's not push the old girl too hard and give ourselves plenty of time. And so that's exactly what they're doing. You see the flashing yellow of the GT3 Mustang there now with Norm behind the wheel. And you know, again, one of these cars that they're only 15 seconds behind the Cave Racing car, so certainly not out of contention by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll see how this one plays out. But yeah, 7.3 seconds, 71 laps completed, 7.3 second lead there for the Hooncourt Penrite racing cars. And a nice little cover you did there earlier on there, Trev, too, going through all of the rest of the cars on the field, because we're not here just to focus on the winners, we're not here to focus on the leaders, we're not here to focus on the guys with the fastest laps. It's about how many laps you do complete. And let's be honest, in this technological world, and I'm not trying to wish ill on anything, anyone can potentially lose a connection. And so those guys, and it's only guys out there on the track at the moment, so for all the others that worry about guys and girls and all this nonsense, it's all those guys that are continuing on have all got a fair chance in this. So if you're a lap down, I wouldn't necessarily be packing up and going home. I know that the Mega crew are very, very keen to see all completion of all the cars here. And like you said earlier on, and we continue to say, because it's a fact, this is a historical day for Mega, a historical day for Mega Esports, and of course the AASA here in New Zealand as well, Australia. is very, very keen to see it all go. And thanks to all the other supporters that have come on board there as well. And I really, really appreciate feeling so welcome to this media. It's a new one for me after doing commentating at dirt track and speedway and circuit and all other things. Who would have thought that an old fogey like me having a crack at doing sim racing commentary? Unbelievable. And I'll tell you what, if the time goes as fast as it seems to, by the time I get home I'll be 92 years of about that. But we are seeing some great racing, and I'm still seeing a couple of close little battles there going on as well, guys, as the gap for the lead goes up to 7.5 seconds. So Huncourt Penrite be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. 1.8 seconds there, the battle between 8th and 9th there, and just trying to pick up some of the other gaps with 3 seconds there, the gap between 9th and 10th. So, you know, they really are very close quarters racing, and way too early to say who is actually going to be taking this one out with what sort of margin. We're not even half race distance.
No, not even halfway through this one with 3.5 hours to go. You mentioned those gaps, Mike. 1.8 between Spawn in the Ferrari for OSA 2 and Ikitosh there for the HC Skulls Ford Mustang team in the 151 car. And Wilco says, what you're saying is that I could get into his rig when he gets home and finish in the top 10. So he's fairly confident there. Wilco, we'd love to. I guess we're not sure whether we can do that. But what are the other forms of racing apart from 6 hours, the 6-hour endurance stuff? What other forms of racing are going to happen? That question coming in from New Zealand Postman, and only 73 laps to get back, says Cameron Norris. But we are, like we said, this is a bit of a new venture, isn't it, for Mega Esports? And I might throw it to you in just a few moments, Cameron Norris. NZ Postman wants to know what other forms of racing are going on. If you're not really wanting to commit to the longer formats or the endurance races, we do run some other events as well, don't we, to get people involved?
Yeah, absolutely. So not only do we run the endurance events, obviously Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone currently underway here with 3.5 hours left on that clock. But you can use !Mega in the chat if you do want to get involved in the Mega Esports Endurance Series. You can also use !Endurance in the chat if you would like to be a part of the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series. The next event will be the Misano 6 Hour from July 19th to the 21st. You can also use !Discord if you do want to be involved with Kid Buyers Racing League. We do host a weekly series over there, and you know, our next big one is coming up. That starts on July the 31st. Will be our charity series that we love to get behind every year, where we get behind supporting mental health and suicide prevention. So yeah, if you do want to be involved, we do run the weekly series Wednesday, Thursday nights. Those are 60-minute races.
Great stuff. There we go. Also, big thank you to those of you who jumped in the chat to reply back to NZ Postman. Speaking of Post, it's time for Spawn Racing. Could he deliver a move? You see what I did there. I'll leave the comedy to our man Mike Howe, but let me tell you, Spawn Racing now looking to make moves. That gap is just a second between him and the Ford Mustang, and the pressure is very much on Ikitosh here behind the wheel of that car. And never a good feeling. Thank you, says NZ Postman. We do host that weekly series like you mentioned, Cam, so all the links are in the chat as we continue to watch this battle out on track. And don't forget about Sideways there. You can see him cue the Jaws music lurking in the background. I wouldn't quite say that Spawn needs a bigger boat at the time, for the time being, but he's going to have to keep an eye on that if things get busy between these two. And I reckon that he will be waiting. There's Hammer all on his own. Why am I showing him? I don't know, because this battle continues now. And let me tell you, Mike, they are getting very close here. Oh, it's not going to be too long, I think, before we see Spawn just pulling up beside him and just saying, hello, I'm here, let's go and play.
Yeah, jump out of the way, son. The adults are trying to come through or something like that. But isn't it amazing that the setup of these cars and how fast and how close and how consistent they can be? And, you know, I'm actually very, very impressed with Spawn because he's just, like you say, the old music in the background from him, having a bit of an attack on the mighty Aussie. But don't count out behind him, side there, who's starting to do a similar little action. I was looking sideways his car earlier on too. If you have a little bit of an up close here, that thing has been peppered, absolutely peppered with rubber and stones and debris and all sorts of stuff. It's like it's been through a sandblasters, but we're not too worried about the cosmetics of the car. It's the actual mechanical function, and as long as everyone is happy, the brakes are still working, the tyres are still gripping, and the gas has got enough in it, then everyone will be happy with that one. And there is the well turned out little sideways car there doing the business there, and the mighty old McLaren in front of him, though he's got some work to do. And look at this battle here, those three. In fact, the mighty old Muzzy has got a close quarters friend, there's no doubt about it. Have a look, here we go, as they start to line themselves up, getting into a very, very tight little complex, this one as well. So you don't want to make too much of a mess through the loop as they come around through the fast left-hander out of Aintree and line themselves up down here now, down the Wellington straight. And nothing to do with, we have Wellington in New Zealand, thing called the capital, but Wellington straight. In fact, the car glitches and disappears. There goes the Mustang. Now you see me, now you don't. But he comes back as we see Flying Kiwi has just subscribed. G'day, Flying Kiwi. How you going, son? Nice Murray Walker impersonation there, to be fair. A little bit better looking there than Flying Kiwi is, nothing personal. As we see the Muzzy coming out there, and he's really got to be careful here because right behind him, it could all happen in a matter of seconds if you put a foot wrong on this very technical track there, Trev, and especially this right-hander here. And Cam, I don't know if I'm wrong on this one, mate. It's not be surprised, and I'm pretty good at being wrong. But Cops is actually quite a fast corner, but I reckon that's a hard one to judge as far as your entry speed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a hard corner. It's, you know, it's such a late braking zone. You don't want to brake too much, but, you know, you do make sure that you scrub off enough speed. And depending on the car as well, something like the McLaren typically struggles with the sausage curves on the inside of that corner. It can really unsettle it. And, you know, sometimes if you're unfortunate, you can also spin out from that. But yeah, it's a really high commitment corner. That if you run wide on the exit as well, you can easily pick up a track warning. So making sure that, you know, you're dicing between the correct speed, making sure you're scrubbing off enough speed as well, is definitely a good challenge to go by.
Yeah, well and truly. And I noticed too that Sideways has just dropped a little bit further back there. The 18 car, for some reason, back to 2.3 seconds behind the Ferrari there of OSA 2. So was sort of in the 2 seconds or just under, now back to 2.3. So we'll see if there's any issues going on there. Maybe those tyres have been put to the sword a little bit too harder than they should have been. But the scrap between 8th and 9th, though, it's certainly cracking on. 0.4 of a second between them, 12 seconds there. The Mustang back to the next place car, which is the TT Racing BMW in 7th place. PRT in the 6th place there in the car 100 will move up through the board there. The BCG3 Porsche there of the 56 car, 23 on the screen, but 26 if you see the car on the track. And then we go back to 4th place OTR there with Dask behind the wheel. Dask actually behind the wheel of the Bentley there first time today, so he'll be refreshed there, and he's quite a colourful character as we keep as we watch him going through that little complex here as well. And we move up to 3rd place here, and again the quiet achiever there, Norman, the 96 car there, if we'll get a shot of that yellow Mustang. There he is, just doing a cracking job. And these guys did struggle earlier on. They dropped quite a distance back, but they well and truly are there in with at the moment. 15 seconds back to the 2nd place car, and let's jump on board car number, well, not jump on board, but let's have a look at car number 81 in 2nd spot. Here comes Cave Racing, Jono behind the wheel. Now, one thing about this car, we've been seeing it in the 8 to 9 seconds. In fact, it was over 10 seconds at one stage back away from the lead of the Hooncourt Penrite Bentley, and now get the 6.9 seconds in 2nd spot. Who are they chasing? Don't worry about that lap car in front of them. Who are they chasing? Let's jump up one more. Car number 37, the Hooncourt Penrite Bentley, and this is exactly who everyone's chasing for the lead at the moment. Wowee, that is outstanding stuff. Nice directorship work there too. we've got 7.2 seconds, a little bit of a gain there, 0.3 of a seconds. We see Smitty just danced the tail out of that left-hander into the right-hander now, getting himself onto the final little complex, about to come through Cops onto the front straight. So, sorry, that's Woodcote onto the front straight, and doing a cracking job, just tightening that corner up a little bit too hard there. Is he wearing tyres? Is he going to be paying for that one a little bit down the line? Who knows? But that's from that position up, about 9th position up to the top. Trev, I don't know if you're on the buttons here, mate. Let's go back to about 9th position if we could, and let's go further down. Let's mention the other cars as well. We jumped into 9th place here, which was the 18 car, and that is still a cracking little battle there as well. Let's take nothing away. And if we go down to who else is on the track, let's go down one more to the 823 car. And this is in position number 10. That's a beautifully turned out Ferrari, this one. And these boys well and truly on the pace there. 3 seconds back to the 9th place car. Move down one more if we could to car number 787. One mighty Bentleys, and another well out Pommy car on a Pommy track. Can we say that? Well, we just did. We're in Silverstone in England, and we're on board. We'll jump on soon the 787 Pommy car there with Stingrays there, and of course sorry, that's Ignition Blitz there in the 787, and look at the turnout of that car. Hammer behind the wheel, and he's hammered a good lap time, still a little bit of a distance back. I think there was some damage to that car, so I've got a feeling that's why they're in the pits there, and well, hopefully not too badly knocked around. Jump down one more if we could to the 12th place Stingrays car, and Branchy, and that's car number 63. Branchy there behind the wheel. Good directorship there. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer. You're doing a great job. And this is Branchy there in that machine. Look at him in the Bentley. That thing is had its little bits of bumps and scrapes, been in a bit of the wars, got a little bit of a turnaround there before, and it was it was shrugged off, I think, in a fair way, and got themselves going again. And I think the last car circulating on the track a lap, or no, in fact, there's a couple more to go. We've got we've got the last car to go through, which is the little third up, the position number 13, the BCG one, with Matt behind the wheel in car number 36. And look at this. This is a very, very, very high field. They have had a dickens of a time with technology. Do you think they're going to pack up and cry into their cornflakes and go home? Not on your Nelly, mate. These guys will be going. In fact, I'll have Nismo later on. Times comparatively, I'll bet you bottom dollar that Mint Matt and the team will be doing the business here, and they'll be on the pace as far as how fast this Ferrari can go to the actual lap times. And Nismo's just done that for me at the moment, and they are circulating on or about the 2 minute brigade. In fact, they've delved into the 150s a few times. So they are cracking. Fastest lap 1:59.940, and that was in lap 64. So just go, 64. So by no stretch of the imagination is car 36 given up, cried into their cornflakes and said, we'll get out of here like a bald man. They're going to carry on and keep on keeping on, and we appreciate you guys for doing that. Trev, we've got 3 hours and nearly 20 minutes to go. We've got a star-studded field of cars on the track from the front to the back. I'll tell you what, this race is anything but over.
Certainly, no doubt about that. Let me tell you that speaking... I didn't hear you say about bald men, because Simon Bishop alongside Matt Simmons in this squad here this afternoon for Team BCG1, and let me tell you, what he does lack in terms of hair, he makes up for in speed on the track. And we probably can't go with a joke like that, but as you said, Mike, we just did, as I think Martin Brundle said that, didn't he, when he was door-stopping some of those celebrities on the grid a couple of years ago in the F1. But 3 hours and 19 minutes remaining. We're not even at half race distance, and we might get back to a battle here that's a little bit closer on the track. And I'm just looking at the timing sheets now. Spawn Racing is 5.8 seconds behind this battle as we watch the McLaren, I should say, and the Mustang continue to do battle. Spawn maybe made a mistake at some point, because he's 5 seconds further down, and you can see there too. NZ Postman, he's been with us for most of the afternoon. He says this looks so polished. He thought that this has been happening for a good while, and he's referring to this event, of course, with thanks to Mega Esports. Yes, it is our first event here as part of the Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone, but still plenty of events coming up We'll keep you updated across all of the social media channels. So thank you, NZ, for the kind words. Maxi, who always loves watching the stream, he says, Smitty holding the gap to John at 7.7 seconds at the moment. It's a little bit, not quite as close as this battle we're looking at in front of our very eyes now as we approach the 80 lap mark of this race. We hope you're out there enjoying the coverage. And 37 people joining us on a Sunday afternoon. If you're out there watching, you know the drill. Hit the follow button. If you think Mike, Cam and myself you know, we're not too shabby, then please consider following the stream. It would be great to have you along as we continue now. Well, we went through the field previously. HC Smitty there. Well, we can just see John in that white 81 Mercedes for Cave Racing, but he is managing that gap. Thank you, Maxi Naked Blade. Always great to have you along. Big supporter of our streams, of course. And second place back to third. And we see Norm there continuing on, just maintaining that gap as well. Then Dask, who's nice and fresh in that number 77 Bentley there. He's minding his own business, second in his class. And a big reminder too, if you are watching, and a friendly reminder that we put each team into a car class as well. You can see that being distinguished by the different coloured numbers there in between the car logos, and the green stripe on the timing charts there, of course. A quick reminder, white is the Pro class, silver is Pro-Am, and red is the Am class. And Peanuts, he says he got back from picking up his new laptop. How's it going? Well, Mike, I tell you what, he's got plenty of ways to watch us now, hasn't he, Peanuts? There's no excuses for him out there watching.
Yeah, no, Peanuts is a colourful character, this kid. I'll tell you what, he's got a good sense of humour for a young fella too. So, well, he'll be watching, and Nismo has his way in the future. He'll be driving for who there in the sim racing as well. And as far as real-time racing, I don't think he'll be doing that anytime soon. I think his dad will have something to say, but you know, he certainly is watched from the future. So looking forward to certainly seeing how Peanuts goes on in the sim and the real world. And yeah, great to see. Hey, look, just going back to this battle here, guys, and you know, it is really colourful that we're seeing such an eclectic group of cars and drivers doing such a good job. And you know, I said before, no one is out of this race at all. We're not even half race distance. We've still got more than half to go. But I just cannot believe how well these drivers have driven, and how much more time we've actually got in this little scrap. But you know, watching that Spawn Racing 823 car there has actually dropped off the pace a little bit, because it was only a couple of seconds behind, or about 3 seconds I think behind the 18 car there of OSA 3, and the OSA 2 car, the Spawn Racing machine, back 6.3 seconds back in 10th place. So again, it's not a huge margin. There's no point crying to your cornflakes and worrying about anything there, Trev, because, you know, a long way to go. But just interesting that that gap has opened up so much there between 9th and 10th, between the teammates, whereas we see the Mustang has had that mirror full of McLaren for quite some time. In fact, there's a little bit of a crack there at the moment on the pass between those two as we jump back on board with the Huncourt Penrite Smitty-driven car. And this is the race leader at the moment, and that gap has gone up and gone down and gone all over the place. 7.7 seconds, now back to 7.0 seconds. And I just see on the other screen there too that this battle between the Mustang and the McLaren is absolutely top-notch here for 8th and 9th. So might be able to have a bit of a giddly gander at that at some stage too, because I think we might be finding that the righty might be on the wall there between these two. Ika's going to try and hold off sideways, but I don't know if it's going to be for much longer there, Trev.
I think it's a matter of when, not if, this move gets done. And let's go Cave Racing, says Tombo. Great to have you on the channel with us. I think we've mentioned it a couple of times, but look at the sort of condition there that car is in, the McLaren. And Samuel L. Jackson has joined us. He says, OSA, OSA, oi, oi, oi. And, well, you know how it goes, but big hello to you. I think we have a driver with us. I'm hearing the voice of reason in my headset is letting us know. I think we've got Hyper here with us. So whilst we continue looking at this battle, Hyper, we might have a chat with you. Have we got you there?
Yeah, mate, loud and clear.
Great stuff, and apologies, he might have been waiting a fair while, but mate, it is great to have you with us. Thank you for taking the time out, of course, from your busy schedule here this afternoon, mate. Give us a bit of an insight from the perspective of yourself and your team in the opening 2 and a bit hours of this race.
Well, race couldn't be really going much better at the moment. Smitty's comfortable in the car. I'm not long off jumping into my next stint. You know, the gap is coming up and down, like Mike said, but Smitty's holding his own really well. He's keeping it on track, out of the walls, which is a positive. He's produced quite a phenomenal race car in terms of setup. Very planted. I couldn't ask for a better race car, if I'm honest. It's doing everything we need it to do, and as long as we just keep it out of the fence, we're looking good.
It's a great point you make, my friend. And I was about to say, what are the expectations for the rest of this race? But I think it's pretty obvious. Is it just a matter of managing that gap back to second place? Obviously, you're looking to take P1, and if things stay as they are, mate, you'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for much better. We're just, driving to a number, just maintaining our tyres, and yeah, like I said, just keeping it on the tarmac, and keeping it all hunky dory.
Brad, it's Mike here, mate, and sorry, Hyper, but Brad, I just want to ask a question, mate. You've got the teammates out there in the Mustang there, the other Hooncourt boys, but you guys have actually gone with the Bentley. We can see it's a great choice there, but what actually made you choose that car?
Honestly, it was as this is a fresh event, we wanted to spice things up and bring in a car that we hadn't seen across either, I believe, KRL and the Oz NZ series. So, we tested a couple cars, and then we both kind of just collectively said, the Bentley feels good, and then it appears other people have made the same conclusions.
Because I mean, you guys, sorry mate, but you guys been teammates with the, with the Mustang and that as well. I would have thought you'd sort of both be in the same type of machinery, and you could swap, notes and change setups and swap this, that, and the other. I mean, I know you're not teammates as such, but you guys don't live in each other's pockets. But by the same token, that's a bold thing to do, isn't it? To one team try one type of car and one team try another.
You got to dare to be different, mate, to stand out. If I'm honest.
I can't argue with that, Trev. And of course, Trev, he's an Aussie, mate. That one there, that Brad of yours. But I'll tell you what, this is very, very good news for Hooncourt to have such quality drivers like that driving for us, mate. And I just want to say well done to you. And regardless of how it goes, proud he is for nearly half race distance to be a comprehensive leader, but of course anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does. But I'll leave Trev to carry on with you, mate. But I just want to say well done to you, and I hope the rest of the event goes well.
Thanks, mate. I'll chat to you after, eh?
Great work, and thank you for that, Hyper, part of the Team HC Penrite, of course, for Hooncourt Esports as well. Thank you, Hyper, for joining us. We do appreciate that. And like we said, we put the questions to him, and it is great to hear from our drivers, like we keep saying here this afternoon, and getting that great insight from them. But they'll be happy for things to stay as they are. Sideways Polka, though, he might be hoping that he won't be hoping that things stay as they are, because he's looking for 8th place there. And I tell you what, in the Pro-Am, and I've got to say that he's doing very, very well indeed. He's dropped back a little bit. This is still the closest battle out there on the circuit for the time being. And if you're out there watching, we do, for our drivers I should say, if you are out there watching and not in the car, if you want to have an interview throughout the race, be sure to jump in and have a chat with us in the commentary box. And if you are just joining us, this is the first ever Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone. The cars are not real, but the racing is, and the consequences are very real as well. And maximum stint timer of 70 minutes. And this race is flying. We have 3 hours and 8 minutes remaining. No safety car. A minimum of 2 drivers, maximum of 3, of course. And the conditions still very fine here. I was about to say, looking at, if you're wanting to know what's happening weather-wise, you can see that graphic alongside the track condition indicator there, just saying that we're not expecting any rain, Mike, in the next 30 minutes at least. We know this track can throw up some tricky conditions as we saw on Friday night, but so far it's fine and mostly sunny as we're giving them the weather updates as well then.
I don't think we've been responsible for the commentators' curse on the track as far as the car driving goes, Trev. I've just got me worried. You got me worried that we might be the commentators' curse on the rain, but yeah, you're right. 30 minutes prediction at the moment. So it looks like it's still okay, but yeah, it's Silverstone and Mickey Mouse Surprise Day, mate. Anything can happen, and it usually does. But one thing I kicked myself, I meant to actually say to Hyper and ask him the question, you know, to double stint Smitty, after Hyper did that initial first hour, then double stint Smitty, was that an agreed thing? Was it something Smitty was about it or whatever? But no, that's again, you know, it's these drivers that do such an outstanding effort, you know, great driving, bang, 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 lap after lap, Trev, but you listen to them and they're like, oh yeah, you know, we're just sitting here watching TV, it's no big deal, you know, and you realise how much of a big deal it actually is, and it's a lot more than that. So yeah, well done to them. But yeah, 30 minutes at least, hopefully with a bit of sunshine, Trev, but 3 hours 6 minutes to go. That doesn't mean a lot, does it, when we're looking at the lead at the moment of 6.1 seconds or 6.2 seconds or thereabouts. And this car right here, the cave racing car, I keep calling them cave dwellers because they're in second place at the moment, but those guys are way fast. We know the capabilities of the cave dwellers here at the moment, and Cave Racing 81 Mercedes-Benz, my word, they are there to pounce with a 6.2 second gap. So take these guys lightly at your own risk, I would say. Trev, just going on Hyper's comments though about, you know, we just wanted to throw something a little bit different. Is that what's been going on? You haven't seen many of the Bentleys up until now?
No, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, I think, for the most part in terms of the cars. Obviously the Mustang is a fairly new addition to the game. We know it caused a little bit of havoc for the lobbies when the update occurred with that, but yeah, it's always interesting. I think you've got to sort of mix it up a little bit, don't you, and try and do something different. But I tell you what, the Bentleys, we've been calling them Boatleys, but there's certainly no complaints about them so far this weekend. They've had a terrific time of it so far, as Savage Duck has joined us again. He wants to know what he missed in the last hour or so, and well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll recap here on lap 85 of this race for you, Savage Duck. You'll never guess, says Nismo. The cars went around and around and around this circuit. Love your work, gents, in the commentary booth. We love you even more, Hyper there. And I tell you what, it was an interesting comment. Like you said, Mike, he's looking to mix it up a little bit, going for the Bentley, and we still have Smitty. I was just recapping there, wasn't I, Savage Duck, for you, my good friend. 5.7 now, and we can see the two of them within the same camera shot there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Norm, I'm just waiting for that gap to come up. It's 15.2 seconds back to the beautiful yellow Mustang. I don't know whether we're doing any more predictions or any voting here this afternoon, Mike, for the best looking car, but that certainly would, if it's not the best looking car, it certainly would be close to it as well. There might be a couple of Ferraris out there as well, looking very nice indeed, but Dask is like the little engine that could, continuing on there on his merry way. Jono is very much on a charge, that's for sure. 5.6 seconds now. And it's incredible that we're still not even at half race distance. 4 minutes off the 3 hour mark. And what are you doing, whether you're watching in Australia, New Zealand, and the many other parts of the world? Let us know in the comments where you're watching from, and I'll give you a shout out. But John, I want to charge. What a race from him, says Maxi Naked Blade. And he's enjoying the coverage as well. But sideways now, I can see that gap, 0.2 of a second behind Ikatosh, and this battle is just continuing. It's the gift that keeps on giving, Cameron Norris. Let me tell you, looking at these two continue here, I think they're just keeping us entertained. They're putting on a show for us, aren't they, Cam?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And this is the one beauty of endurance racing, let alone sim racing in general, is the fact that, you know, you can be an hour into a race, or you can be 4 hours into a race. In this case, we're almost halfway through, being 3 hours to go. And, the battles are still ensuing, 6/10 the distance between Icintosh and Sideways Polka as Nismo comes in with 100 biddies. Appreciate the support there, Nismo. But yeah, these battles are absolutely solid all the way throughout. And one thing I'm noticing as well is John for Cave Racing is also starting to chip out some time now. So I'm wondering whether Smitty has started to chew his tyres up in that Bentley a little bit too much early on. I feel like he was hot lapping for quite a bit, and now he's going to be starting to struggle now. But yeah, these battles, 6/10, absolutely nothing. As you can see on your screen, that gap looks even smaller as we come into the next timing line, which will give us a bit of an update again.
Certainly will. The words and voice of Cameron Norris from Adelaide in South Australia. And there we go, Adelaide. We've got a couple of viewers from Adelaide. MI Failure tuning in from Adelaide. Here's a useless fact for you. Went to the Adelaide Grand Prix back in 1993. And I was probably saying something to Dad like, "Oh, this is too loud, Dad. I want to go home." No, he said, because little did we know then that we were witnessing the great man. I think Senna might have won that one back in the day. We didn't know it then, but yeah, it was his last victory, of course. Same, says Savage Duck, and until Melbourne stole the Grand Prix. And there we go. We'll get back to that in just a few moments. Always a controversial topic of conversation, of course. It was great, wasn't it, back in the day, the Adelaide Grand Prix? And might be a little bit older there, showing my age. But as we look at Sideways, he's continuing on. Big shout out to the boss as well for cheering 100 bits. And that is absolutely fantastic, if you don't mind. And a big shout out too to our followers as well. Flying Kiwi subscribing there a couple of minutes ago. Peanuts, NZ Postman, Scotty82 and the rest of them. And it's been great to have everybody with us here so far this afternoon. We have Matchin coming up shortly. All the details to get involved in this series are in the chat. And let me tell you, we are making history. That's our theme here this afternoon. And we wouldn't be here, of course, without the great support we have from AASA, of course, and Mega Esports. And a very exciting time into the future, that's for sure. But we might check on how the number 36 Ferrari is going. And we might take a quick look at those timetables. I'm trying to see how many laps they are behind here, Mike, if I can. I think they might be 3 to 4 laps still further adrift. But they are coming, don't you worry about that. They had disconnection issues, of course, with Simon Bishop when he was in the car. Sideorg, of course, having the issues earlier on in the race. But they are keeping on. And a bit of a theme as well, wasn't it, to just keep going there. You never know what could happen. We could get some other people disconnecting. We could get some weather as well. But wait for it. We're approaching half race distance. We're waiting for race control. Wait for it. Here they go. And there you heard race control there. The enthusiastic, animated voice of race control, Mike. And if that doesn't get you revved up for the next 3 hours, I don't know what will.
I'll tell you what, I just about broke out of me onesie over hearing that. What really excited me was, and it wasn't necessarily a good excitement, it was a little bit of a concerned, furrowed brow, smile on the outside excitement, was Cave Racing are 4.7 seconds behind the leader now. They are just chipping away like Bob the Builder. They are just taking off particle upon particle upon particle. So we'll see how this one's going to play out as the race leader's just made a lap pass on Ignition Blitz in the 787 BMW. And meantime, the Cave Dwellers, they are not dwelling whatsoever, as 4.7 seconds back to the race leader. Norm back to third in the BCG2 car. But this Mercedes-Benz on screen, hold on to your cornflakes, do up your shoelaces, don't go anywhere, because I tell you, these boys are absolutely on a knife edge here. And as we saw, 3 hours to go. We are half race distance, and all I can say is, wow, you don't often see this, and we are seconds between first. In fact, we're 3.9 seconds between first and second. And then we go back 14 seconds back to third place. Then it starts to get a little bit further out on the distances, but that is no mean feat from these drivers, Trev, and they all deserve more than a pat on the back, a cup of tea and the lie down after this one. 3.7 seconds. It's almost scary. And you heard Hyper before saying, oh, I'm not too far before behind the wheel. I'm not sure if the car's starting to get a little bit slow, or potentially Smitty's getting a little bit slow, but we know that these boys are a quality field. And the one thing it's very hard to do, and I think Cam Norris, you'll be the first one to know this, when you've been so well and truly in the lead for such a long time, and then all of a sudden your rhythm is starting to get a little bit broken, you're starting to see the pressure. He's seen these times, we're seeing the times, they all know about where everybody is on the track. And Cam, what's it like when you're seeing the car behind you that's been, 10, 11, 12, 13 seconds, I think, at its peak, actually starting to get a little bit closer now? How do you keep the concentration levels up?
Yeah, that's a very good one. It's very hard at the end of the day. You know that you're losing time, but at the same time, it makes you sit back and go, "Oh, I pushed too hard. Have I scrubbed these tyres a little bit too early?" Purely because if you see that time starting to dwindle away, and obviously toe in toe comes the fact that you've slowly got to start getting past some people that might be blue flags. When race control starts giving the blue flag warning, you might be stuck behind that person through a little bit of a section before you can get past and continue on. So you might lose, anywhere from half a tenth to a second during that time as well. But you can't discount the fact that Cave Racing with John at the helm is absolutely powering forward, putting in some mega stints, whether that's because of how consistent he is on a lap-to-lap basis, or whether that's because he's actually looked after his tyres early on, so that way he can maximise and push towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, well said, mate. And of course, that's what it's all about, isn't it? When you start off in your stint and you almost look a little bit slow, but really there's a lot to gain by being a little bit smart about that and very patient. And that's one thing we have a weapon in New Zealand. We sometimes then is what's it called? Shane van Gisbergen. And I mean, he's a very, very good example of Mr. Patient for a guy who used to be a young guy. In fact, I can tell you personally with Shane van Gisbergen, I commentated him racing four-wheel quad bikes at Waikaraka Park Speedway in Auckland when he was 14 years of age. Well, he's 34 now, so that was at least 5 years ago that I did that. It's because I'm still young. So anyway, but that's right. It's all about that patience, isn't it, guys? And as we can see in the distance there, the Mercedes has just gone and made the lap pass on the 787 car there, so is well and truly on a bit of a charge here again. Cam, well said, and it's that concentration. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with Smitty. I've got a feeling, like you said, mate, those tyres may be just a little bit past their use by. An interesting comments there from Hyper earlier on that, just wanted to try something different, and for the 3 hours it's been a very, very good choice. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad choice now. I just think this car is starting to feel the effects of a double stint. It's got some pretty worn rubber on it, and we'll see how it plays out after this. But I think, Trev, it's fair to say that the next driver change is going to be absolutely critical.
It's going to be absolutely so important, isn't it, as we are riding on board with John for Cave Racing. And he just looks to be getting closer and closer. I think Branchy was between them previously, but I think he's cleared the traffic now and he can go off in pursuit of our leaders in the Penrite team. But great insight from the passengers' side of the car, of course. Just over the right shoulder of John here, who's working beautifully there down to first gear. And a little bit of oversteer there, but nothing to worry about as we get back to the broadcast. And you can see that gap continues to close now, 3.4 seconds. And if you're out there watching, please consider following. We have approached the, we're beyond half race distance now, and we're still, at least from where we are, we seem to be talking quite sane, and we seem to be okay. Is that a bit of a moment there for our race leader there, and a little bit of dust getting kicked up there through Maggots and Beckett's. But I think they've managed to survive there as we'll head back to the broadcast camera. That gap now 3.4 seconds. We talked about those driver changes being very, very important next time around. When are we expecting to be seeing those, Cameron Norris? Are they coming up soon? We can see there Savage Duck has just left a comment there. I think his keyboard's playing up on him, unless that's another foreign language which I can't speak. But Cam, when are we going to see these next lot of driver changes Boy, oh boy, just a tick under 3 hours to go. 3.2 is the gap. When are we going to see these guys coming in and ripping their teammates out of the car and then getting themselves in there? Has anyone seen that little short video of the, is it Le Mans from many, many years ago, where the guy fell asleep and just ripped his teammate out and said, "Get out of there, I'm getting in there, Ken."
Yeah, that's a really funny clip, to be honest, where, you know, especially in the real world racing, you see it quite a bit in endurance races where, you know, they'll be running for anywhere up to, you know, 3-4 hours at a time. And, you know, their legs start seizing up. And, you know, the prime example was, you know, Le Mans this year, where one of the drivers, when he got out of the car, he couldn't walk properly. And that's because he started cramping up and those kind of things. And that's not discounted in sim racing. You can actually have that happen in long periods of time driving in the sim racing world as well. But obviously we can't rip a driver out of the virtual car here. We can just be like, hey, can you please request me to jump in? That's about as close as we can get to ripping them out of the car. But yeah, look, I think for driver swaps, you know, the strategy obviously with the 70-minute max stint timer, we might be looking, if people are running that to the max, might be about that 2.5 to say 2 hours 40 remaining mark, where we'll maybe start to see some fresh drivers into that car. Maybe somebody who hasn't driven yet. You never know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who might be jumping into the car next, or, you know, whether, especially for cave racing, whether we might see John actually come in, put fuel into the car, take some new tires and jump back out again, because he's chewed out maybe 4 or 5 plus seconds over the course of this stint alone.
It's incredible, isn't it? We can see in the comments as Maxi jumping in and just saying that Maxi, Jamie Whincup I should say, on the wheel, very much like Jamie Whincup on the wheel, very smooth indeed, and very impressive to see the top three within 20 seconds of each other after 3 hours is magnificent. All three are different brands and different manufacturers as well, so that is fantastic to see. We are 92 laps into this race, and do not go anywhere because still plenty to play out here, and unbelievable, we are approaching the 100 lap mark. And I was going to ask you the question, Mike, of course you come in with some with a lot of real-world experience in the speedway scene. You are the voice of the speedways over there in New Zealand. How have you found the difference between the real-life speedway action and the sim racing action? Are there anything to sort of take from one to the other? What have you noticed so far in the first couple of hours?
Oh, look, I struggle doing it myself, and I'm a pretty good peddler on the extra real-time, but I'm in awe of how committed these guys are, how consistent they are, how smooth. I'm in awe of the lead runners, well and truly. I'm also in awe of one of your comments there that's come up on the screen, and something about the cat was walking across the keyboard, and he's gone and done all of that spelling. So I'm in awe of the cat. I think the cat's actually a pretty good speller. He spells better than some of the kids here in New Zealand. But no, look, I'll tell you, mate, I'm actually quite enjoying battle. I see the feisty little machine there that's just the 37 cars just got past us. We see Norm coming into the pits for a driver change, and 1.5 second gap now to the leader, who's now got a car in between them. I'm just trying to pick up who that is. I think that might be the OSA 3 McLaren, but you know, it's I wouldn't say it's a reprieve for the Bentley. I don't think they're really too worried about what's behind them. I think they're just sitting back, and big blue flag came in there, so the cars got out of the way. The Merc has come through by the looks, yes it has. So well done there to the race being set up properly. But you know, alluding to what Cam was saying, you know, well, do you take the driver out of this battle at the moment when they are shutting down the leader? Is it like to come through and actually make the pass before you came in, or do you stay out there, or do you stay out there too long? Should the Bentley come in? And one of the other comments there someone put in, which was good, you know, top three within 20 seconds of each other, 3 hours 10 minutes in, and that's a spot on pickup there, because no one's got this their own way. And even then, if we go further back, you know, everyone has still got a fair chance on this, a fair suck at the slab. So we will see how it all goes. We've gone halfway, 1.7 seconds. That's what it looks like. And yeah, well, sorry, the question you asked about the whole real-time thing and that. When I commentate real-time racing, you know, I've got everything around me, ELS and that, and sprint racing's good, small tracks are good. You know, I love enduros. I've been doing part of the Mega with the NASCAR Pro Series and the Mega that there long enduros. You know, and there's always something to talk about. There's always someone to mention. And that's why I like about your guide broadcast is you're mentioning the other drivers as well as the ones that are at the front of the field. And I think that's a very important thing. Everyone deserves airtime, and just because we're watching, you know, a great battle at the front, as we should be with you know, half race distance, and we know we're coming up to pit stops and potentially driver changes, it's also neat to mention everybody else through the field, and I like the way you're doing that, and I hope we can consistently do that through the rest of it as well, guys. So well done on that one. But yeah, it's certainly getting down to where the rubber's meeting the road here, and I think we've got tired cars, tired tyres, and 2 hours and 47 minutes to go, Trev. So plenty more to go.
Certainly is. A big hello to Random. Mad move there by Mr. Risky. I think we've learned in previous races as well, Cam, that Captain Risky is named after the famous AAMI insurance man, Captain Risky, the mascot for AAMI Insurance, who just used to like taking a risk or two. Poor Sparky God didn't swap with medal, so has to double stint. That's we talk about tired drivers and tired cars. We're not tired up here in the commentary box as I open up my Allen's Sour Combo Lolly Mix. Let me tell you, that'll get me through the next 2 and a bit hours, and the old mixed bag of lollies. But we still have a prediction here that is up in the chat. Will we see rain in the 4th hour of the race? 30 minutes is not looking like it, but just gamble responsibly, use your coins, just driving that interaction with the viewers. We had a question about a car dropping out. I think it was from Savage. That was before his cat went across the keyboard there, causing havoc for him. And who did we lose, Cam? I'm just trying to remember. Was it one of the OSA cars that we lost a bit earlier on, or am I imagining that?
Yeah, that was OSA 1. I believe OGT might have been driving that car at the time. They did rejoin, but unfortunately they were still having some connection issues, so unfortunately they had to drop out.
And so we have a request for the to ride on board from Random with Captain Risky now, and we'll do just that as we take a look here. He's made the move on Ikatosh and down the Wellington Straight, Wellington and Hamilton. After 3 or 4 hours, Mike, they start to sound the same, don't they? We apologies if we get those mixed up. We know that the Hamilton Straight's a fairly new addition, isn't it, of course, after the 7-time champion, Lewis Hamilton. But Ikatosh is coming into the pits. Interesting stuff. Captain Risky made that move, and now Ikatosh is in the pits. But we might keep our viewers happy, Mike, and whilst I'm trying to find Captain Risky for BCG3, and we're going to keep those viewers happy and jump on board with him. 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining. We are approaching 100 laps in this race, and it looks as though Spawn also coming in, Mike, so we're seeing some pit stop driver swap action here.
Yeah, they're about the right time for them, and you know, this is the sort of thing where they need to jump on situations. They'll be trying to oh, actually, there's quite a bit of action going on there in the pits at the moment, as we can see the old flash through there. But and it's a great time. It's a great time for these drivers to sort of think, well, we'll try this and we'll try that. OSA 2 there in the Spawn Racing Ferrari, they'll come in as well. So to try and make some sort of changes. I'm not sure what they can do as far as changing the cars. Great view though, isn't it? That one over the shoulder of the driver through that right-handed, not tight little complex areas. You have to work out whereabouts you put the foot to the floor and not wiggle the backside around too much. And poor old Sparky though, unfortunately not able to do that driver change here and having to carry on. But Captain Risky's showing us how it's all done there as he goes through that very, very quick left-hander coming down now into the very, very busy little time here at Silverstone. And one thing about this track, my word, it certainly does keep you on your toes. You do have a few straights there, though, to have a little bit of a rest, but you are more often than not doing something or planning something or thinking about that corner that's coming up at a fearsome pace. as we see the gap. But for some reason there with Jono driving the Cave Racing Mercedes-Benz is actually eked out to 2.3 seconds. So looks like Smitty's responded a little bit there. He's allowed it to get a little bit. In fact, it's gone to 3 seconds. So I think Jono may have had a bit of a traffic situation there in the Mercedes. So no big change there between first and second at the moment, and we'll be waiting with interest on when we see either the 81 car or the 37 Hooncorp Penrite car coming, or possibly even the BCG2 car there, the 96 with Jono's there. In fact, Jono is driving now, so yeah, I think Norm was in the wheel, behind the wheel before, so obviously done a driver change there with Norm in the 96 Mustang. So well done there to them. And again, the pit's empty. 2 hours 43 minutes to go on this one there as we keep on board these incredible views. In fact, I think I might just shut up for a second, just let this thing be heard as well as seen, because what a great view to watch. I'll go quiet, and Trev, you jump in when you feel like it.
Absolutely great stuff. Mike Howe, the voice of New Zealand Speedway, joining us along with Cameron Norris. But let's enjoy a lap of this Silverstone circuit. Random, you're getting your value for money there, aren't you, with your 200 points? Let me tell you. And you can see, interesting to note as well, last time around, 2 minutes, 0.420 is their quickest lap of the race so far for BCG3. But what we might do, we might ride on board with Captain Risky. Let's hope he's not going to take too many risks on this lap, and get a first-hand look at him working his magic on the wheel. And we'll hear that beautiful Porsche engine around Silverstone, and we'll be back in just a few moments. How good was that, riding on board with Captain Risky, the insurance specialist there. Big shout out to you, Random, as well, and great to have you with us here for the broadcast this afternoon. And all the details if you want to get involved in Mega Esports, the Endurance Series, OzNZ, or KRL, the weekly series, or the charity series. The details are in the chat there for you, as we are approaching 2 hours and 39 minutes remaining in this race. It doesn't seem right, does it, looking at the lap counter and seeing the 100 lap mark. 24-hour update of Spa. The Porsche leads the Lamborghini, the 163 Lambo, BMW. All the results are in there. Not results, I should say. There's about 10 or so hours to go in that one. And if you're out there watching and you're not following, what are you doing? Please do so. Hit that follow button, as Dask now into the pit lane And this is interesting. I'm just looking at the track map in the corner of my screen. Whereabouts is he going to get out, Mike, before that gaggle of cars coming down the Wellington Straight? I don't think he is he? I think he's going to come out slightly behind that chasing pack there, who are fast approaching now.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him. There's no doubt about that. But just watching like you are, and I'm seeing this T-Saw going on, and what a great sight to behold as well. Look at the lineup of cars just coming down the front straight there, absolutely full on and excited as they go into cops now. It's going to be line astern behind them. But yeah, Das coming in for his pit stop, Trev, and I think like he said before, in fact I think we've got the 81 car, the second place car there of Jono in the Cave Racing. Yep, he's coming in as well for a tank of gas and a couple of Pirellis. You know, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this one all plays out. And of course the 81 car there, right up to about 2.3 seconds, I think, was the closest it got to the Bentley at that time. So, is it the straw that's broken the camel's back if the Bentley stayed out and has resisted the challenge, or are we going to see that we do see sometimes in enduros a little bit of a over as far as the undercut by putting these tyres on? Is it going to give the 81 car an advantage on the 37, who may be too long on that rubber?
It's interesting to see, isn't it, in terms of strategy. Lap 99 of this race. What will Smitty do here for the Hooncourt Penrite team? Will they answer back with a pit stop? We'll wait and see. As you can see there, our race leaders, John out of the pits. And it's a beautiful, simple looking white livery there. The only issue in a 6-hour race is you're going to get all those bits and pieces on it. And it's like when you wear a white shirt, you're guaranteed to run into some trouble there, as Cave Racing almost running into some trouble. A little bit scrappy there as they warm their new set of tyres and wheels up. Back out onto the circuit now. Jono all the way back to BCG2, and Jono in that car. I think there might be a lap between those two, as you can see there, 63 seconds. Not quite a lap, but close enough. Cloquet now in that car once again as the Bentley comes back out onto the circuit, donning the beautiful British racing green. Captain Risky, he's now all on his own. He loves a good battle, doesn't he, Captain Risky? And he won't be too happy about being on his own. But Sparky for PRT. We haven't covered this team too much here this afternoon, but they're sitting in P6, P6 on track, P3 in class. And you can see they've got Matchin now for company, but 4.1 seconds further back as we head towards Stowe once again. And time to raise our headsets and raise our microphones, because we've hit the 100 lap mark. And just like Kane Williamson scoring another 100 there, Mike, we've done it again, 100 laps. We're almost, we're over halfway through, mate, but I'm guessing we're going to see plenty more laps than that until this one's finished.
I think we are. I think we are, mate. In fact, I don't know if you do the old, you do your little gambles on whether or not you're going to get the prediction on the rain and all that, which is still looking good for 30 more minutes. But how many laps are we going to complete at the end of this 6-hour race here at Silverstone? It's certainly a sight to behold, isn't it? But 100 laps, wow, that's massive. And, we're doing 0.9 kilometres per lap. I think we can work out mathematically that it's a lot of laps, isn't it? It's a lot of mileage. And from New Zealand, Port View, that's driving from Auckland all the way down to Wellington and damn is to swear in. So that's to do that in 3 hours and 25 minutes. But normally it'd take you like 5 or 6 hours to get down to Wellington. So that's certainly something. And some great shots on here on the screen as well. Look at these little cars that are just doing the business, and that I think it's the McLaren there just doing the cracking business there at the moment, doing it and looking so well. And it's not a car I would have thought that would have done so well, but it's time for new things to come out there, Trev, because who would have thought a blooming Bentley, would have actually done so well. And at this stage, fingers crossed, no mockers on anyone, 2 hours and 34 minutes to go, the Bentley is actually leading. So why wouldn't we put out? In fact, as I say that, I can tell you that Bentley has come into the pits. So Smitty's coming in for a driver change, some gas and some tyres, and this is going to be a battle for the lead. Has the Mercedes in second place with Barters behind the wheel now. So Jono's jumped out of that car. Barters is in the 81 car. He'll be driving as hard as he possibly can. In the meantime, the HC Penrite Bentley has come in for a gas, some rubber, and I'm guessing a new driver. We'll see Hyper possibly jump in behind the wheel. So we watch the Mercedes-Benz, who really wants to get the job done here. The 81 car currently still quite a ways away there, though, Trev. So got some work to do, but it'll be interesting to see where the rejoin is.
Yeah, we're waiting to see that. It's you can see now our race leaders are in the pits, and some interesting comments there. The McLaren with no rear wheel stuck in pit lane. Glad to see they got going again. Almost needed a push there as well, but Auto Tomoto says, you know what, forget about the Spa 24-hour race. I'm watching this race more than the Spa 24. That's exactly what we want to hear, and that'll keep the boss happy. And we've covered, I should say, 590 kilometres so far, and I'm just trying to work out the geography of it, or the logistics of it. If any direction, 590 kilometres, that would put me at about Sydney, I think, or just coming into Sydney from where I am here in northeast Victoria. Fantastic double stint from Smitty, and boy oh boy, he's been able to really step up when his teams needed him. The boss chipping in there saying, we had a 6-hour race here last year, and we completed 172 laps. So that is going to be the big question, to see whether we can hit the 200 mark potentially, but I think we might get in between the 172 lap mark. Looks like Hyper actually managed to overcut the AMG there, so that is pretty rare, isn't it, around this particular circuit. But you can see there, Hyper drift back out onto the circuit, and it looks like 5.4 seconds. The gap's been close all day, Cameron. And you can see there that the overcut on this occasion seems to have worked for Hooncorp here at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes the overcut definitely pays off around Silverstone, just the nature of the track. And, you know, if you're already struggling with tyres towards the end, you know, sometimes just pushing that little bit more just before you come in definitely pays off. But the other side of things that we've been seeing with the 81 car is once they came out of pit lane on those fresh tyres, this could be Barter's first stint in the car for the Silverstone 6 hours here. But we did see him make a couple of mistakes early on. If he has actually driven so far in this race, the one thing you've got to keep in mind is when you get the fresh rubber on the car, you know, the car likes to turn earlier than what you typically do. Say halfway through the stint, that understeer kind of creeps in a little bit more. You got to turn earlier to compensate for that, where fresh tyres, you turn early like you would with understeer coming in towards the later stages of the stint, and all of a sudden the car's going to go, yeah, we're going there. You know what I mean? There's no like, oh, we're going to turn, and it scrapes out a little bit. But yeah, nonetheless though, they're doing really good. That gap is actually starting to come down now, 4.5 seconds at the last timing line. But this battle with Machin and Sparky, this is good. BMW versus Ferrari for P6.
It certainly is, as we take a look at this battle between P6 and P7. And we've been going on about it all day, but 102 laps gone, and 3.5 hours as well. And to still get two cars occupying the same piece of track, less than a second apart, is truly amazing stuff. A big hello to everybody out there watching, and from Australia, New Zealand, wherever you are in the world, let us know where you're watching from in the chat. We'd love to hear from you as we approach the 2 hours and 30 mark here of the first ever Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone. We had qualifying on Friday night, and then the big one here this afternoon, approaching 4 p.m, 6 p.m, whatever it is, 2 p.m, wherever you're watching. Of course, there's many other parts of the world, but according to me, it's only Australia and New Zealand, but you could be watching from anywhere. Zimbabwe, if you're over there, big hello to you. But 2 hours and 29 minutes remaining, and Sparky is using every piece of track, and that's a very, very wide Ferrari we are seeing in front of our very eyes here, Mike, because he's not, this battle, not showing any signs of letting up here at the moment.
No, that BMW's been very, very quick as well. And it's a very, very well planted little car. But that Ferrari, he is scrambling. He is going for it. I'm interested. Look, it's so hard because there's so many good, honest to goodness scraps going on here around the whole Jolly track. And this is a very, very good one. It's a corker, and we don't want to take our eyes off that one as well. But look, Mutchin in that BMW, he really had. Had a wild machine, a wild vehicle to tame, and just seeing them have a bit of a lunge there under the then just at that moment. But again, backed out of it, using his common sense, thinking, you know what, I don't want a PLP, I don't want to have any sort of nasty business or anything to address, because it's not just about this position for 7 and 8, it's actually about this position for where they are with like over 2 hours to go, well over 2 hours to go. And, they want to get to the finish line, and anything can still happen here, guys. So, we've had issues there. Someone had a problem with a wheel being stuck in the pits. I don't quite know how that happens in a cyber game, but reality is a real thing, and it bites, and it can certainly bite in cyber racing. But, this is another quality scrap. And, I think it highlights how hard these drivers have to concentrate as much. And again, could have done something unthinkable there and made a really big mess of that situation. But well done, and very, very hats off to very, very mature driving there from these guys. And boy, are they capable. They're, I think if I was out there, Trev, I'd be lucky to have probably done 85 or 90 laps, mate, to be fair. And I understand too that one of the drivers, Ika, in fact, in the other Hooncorp car is literally driving by himself because his teammate isn't going to be, cannot make it, which is a gut wrench there for them. And I know that Lewis wouldn't be, doing that lightly. He's playing silly beggars. So well done there to him. And it'd be very interesting to see how he's like climbing out of the rig after 6 hours. And let's hope he's got plenty of good food and drink. And what does he do if he wants to go, number ones? I'm just asking the question.
Yep, could be a pump bottle or Mount Franklin or something there that he might need to use. But he needs to get inventive with it. But boy, that was really just watching those two, Machin and Sparky, going through Maggots and Beckett's there, and I've got to say that that's not the place you want to be having an incident, because it could end up potentially being a plane crash. We talk about reality, Mike. The real world scares me, and that's why I purely exist in this sim racing AI generated world that we're in, because any issues we can press back and head back to the pit lane. But couldn't agree more. The gap was more after the stop than it was before. Big shout out to those in the chat. Of course, big hello to you, Norm, as well, and Machin and Ikitoshi. How will he be going? I think we might have seen a moment there, but we've got Noodles now all over the back of the Ford Mustang here, and I don't believe this is for position. They're still 4 laps further adrift. But surely, Cam, it's a matter of do they just let them by here? And I think they might be doing that now. You do not want to get involved in that, do you? Because BCG1, they're all very, very handy peddlers, as we know, and just a matter of clearing a path and let them get on with their own race.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the best things I personally love to do is that same moment that Ikendosh did, where you've got a blue flag driver behind you, but they're a little bit quicker each lap, so you're better just kind of letting them go, give them that opportunity to unlap themselves and let them drive away. You know what I mean? You don't really need to think about it, worry about it all too much. So Ikendosh did a good thing there, might lose a bit of time by letting him go, but in turn you can almost use the draft to kind of help you claw away at that gap to the drivers in front, that being 13.7 seconds at the last time around.
So the thoughts of Cameron Norris, two-time KRL champion and a member of the QRT Esports team as well, and very much involved in endurance racing on both iRacing and ACC. So let's have a look at the Ford Mustang as the Flying Kiwi. Was that what they used to call Bruce McLaren, or am I just going to leave the? I'm going to leave the Kiwi history to the experts alongside me. But Iken needs 3 months break. He needs a 3-month break from racing after doing the full race by himself. I'd hate to think what he's going through. That's for sure. If he needs to take a toilet break. And how does he stay hydrated? Maybe when he comes into the pits or something. But 105 laps gone. in this race. Let's take a look at our race leader. That gap is 5.6 seconds now as Hyperdrift is catching Captain Risky. We're just getting our next interview organised. Dask will be coming in for an interview and in about under 10 minutes time. So we are approaching the 2-hour mark here. The shadows are beginning to lengthen here at Silverstone, and the home of British Motorsport, as the Sky Sports F1 team let us know about, don't they, when it's British Grand Prix weekend? We just love the British drivers, don't we? But there we have it. You can see there 2 hours and 23 to go. That is our leader. This is Barters in the number 81 Mercedes now, still in second place, 3.3. Further back to the beautiful Ford Mustang, winning all the awards for best looking car and best sounding car. And best looking commentator going to Mike Howe, of course. And
yeah, right.
3 years running, but there we go. Cloakgate still in fourth and having fun at the moment. We haven't lost our marbles just yet, but still the afternoon is only young, so stay tuned for that. But Sparky now, and Sparky's still ahead of Machin there, but Machin in the BMW putting all sorts of pressure on him here. He seems to catch up in this first part of the lap, or in this middle sector, I should say, but then seems to drop back a little bit as the lap progresses. And as I think we have, I can hear word coming through now that we've got Dask ready for an interview. Mike, I might let you take the reins here, as we've got Dask on board for a chat now in the commentary box.
Yeah, good as gold, Dask. Good to have you on board, mate. Can you hear us?
I certainly can. Good afternoon.
Welcome, welcome. Hey, look, that was that's been an interesting start there from you guys earlier on in that Bentley, the OTR team. Of course, it's a GT3 Pro-Am car. Tell us a little bit about. I had a talk to Hyperdrift a little bit earlier on about why they chose to run that car. Can you tell us why you were mad enough to run this big boat of a vehicle, this Bentley?
I think it was just a bit of a random choice. Yeah, we tested a few cars, and between at least 2 out of the 3 of us, we chose this car. It was kind of a little bit easy to drive, a bit sluggish, but Bitzer and I had a season in the AMG, and it's fairly similar in terms of front engine car, low down torque. Drives fairly similar.
You've got Chloe behind the wheel of the car at the moment there, and of course you teamed up with Bits of Missing, which we saw some of us driving earlier. Well, maybe the Bits are possibly still missing, but no, he was doing really well. And currently you guys are 4th place at the moment, and you're well and truly on the lead lap. But I mean, after where are we, 3.5 hours in? How are you holding up? I mean, it must be quite a toll on you after such a long day like this, and you've still got so much more to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty stoked with where we're at. Obviously, with qualifying, I was super stoked because I didn't really expect to land sort of that high on the grid. So that was pretty good. But we had a couple of bumps and bruises in the first 2 stints. But we got over that, settled in, found ourselves pretty comfortably in 4th place at the moment, which I think is pretty good. I think we're just about a pit stop behind the 96. So, we'll hang in there. If there's anything we can take advantage of, we'll be right there to take it.
Mate, I'm impressed with the way the old Bentals have been going, the old boat lease, and you guys have certainly taken a little bit to get used to this thing, but you're getting quicker and quicker. A 4th place at the moment, and I wouldn't say you're out of the running at all by any stretch of the imagination. Just for the people that are listening in on this, though, just give us a little bit of a background about yourself and about your 2 mad teammates here who are doing such a good job on this British machine.
I probably won't go into too much detail about myself. I'll probably be here forever. But I've been sort of in and out of sim racing for close to 35 years.
Crikey!
Yeah.
So there's a chance for me then, is there?
Sorry?
There's a chance for me, an old fogey like me, is there? Or?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, all in. So the 3 of us are obviously spread across the country a bit too, so think that's one of the advantages of this format, that you can sort of jump on from anywhere, which is good.
And your other drivers there, so you've got Bits of Missing in the currently, obviously he's had a little bit of a rest a little bit earlier on. I'm guessing he's back behind the wheel, is he, or to be jumping in?
So we've got Cloco behind the wheel at the moment. Next up is planned to be Bits of Missing, and I'll probably run out the day. Hopefully I'll see more cars than the stint I had. Had an empty track the whole time. It was 1 hour of riding around by myself. So.
Yeah, it's a large track, isn't it, Silverstone? 5.9 kilometres, and you can, like you say, you can actually get stuck in that void sometimes if, just being there by your little lonesome, and it must take a lot of your grey matter to try and keep that concentration level up and not do anything too stupid when you're there by yourself, because let's be honest, if you have a moment, you've got no one else to blame.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right, yeah. It's 6 one, half dozen the other, really. Some guys like to sort of run behind someone else, use them as a bit of a pace. Some guys like to just go with a bit of fresh air. I can sort of handle it. I don't like the pressure from behind, but yeah, I didn't mind running by myself. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's good. You've done an outstanding job, mate. We really appreciate you guys coming along and being part of history. Currently in 4th place there in the OTR. BMW Bentley, the old, well, it used to be the British machine. So well done there for you on that one, and get a chance. And you want to pop back in a bit later if one of your teammates wants to, during the later stints, more than welcome to hear from you guys. And no matter 4th place or your 14th, we don't really care. It's just good to hear from you drivers, and and hopefully it goes well. Just before we wrap this one up, I'm not sure if Trev wants to say anything, but just asking you though, Dask, do I ask your real name? How do you guys prepare for it, mate? I mean, what do you have beside your rig? Drinks, food, all that sort of stuff.
Generally have a bottle of water. It's just not here right now, but yeah, just water. Maybe had some lollies before, but yeah, nothing too serious.
Good stuff, mate. All right. Well, we'll leave it at that. Have you got anyone to shout out to?
Probably the old man's probably tuning in. So yeah, I'll say good day to him, and I'm sure he's right behind us. So yeah, that's cool.
Good on you, mate. All right, well, that's Dask there in the 77 car there, the OTR Bentley. I keep saying BMW, sorry for that, mate. And hopefully it goes well there for you. Trev, I'm not sure if you're there in the wings, but if you've got something you want to throw in there with Dask while we got him.
No further questions, Your Honour, and thank you very much. I think that's beautifully summed up. Once again, great insight. Dask, we'll let you go and make sure to stay hydrated, but my goodness, a big shout out to the old man of Dask. I know that's a bit of a stretch. He'll be out there watching, but please follow if he hasn't already. But I'm watching this battle whilst we're having that discussion with Dask, of course. I was looking at this battle. We're talking about BCG1 here on the screen. They've made a position up, and I know there's a long way to go. And you can see there that is for position, isn't it? They've made a move on Isuzu Brian for Stingray Racing. So they are very much well and truly on the comeback drive. They've made up a fair bit of time here, still a bit over 2 hours remaining. And Cam, I've got to say that they're well and truly back in this, aren't they? I think they've still got a little bit to go before they get to this man in P11 Vert Wheeler, but they are doing very nicely there in their comeback drive.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. They ran into a little bit of troubles early on with a wheel disconnect, and BCG1 had the disconnect from the server, and they were about 6 laps down once they managed to rejoin and stuff like that. So it's good to see that they're still having a good comeback drive, still pushing on and making their way through. And likewise, I can't remember what team it was. It might have been OSA 1 where they had the wheel disconnect and then drop out, and unfortunately couldn't reconnect back in without suffering any more disconnects. So yeah, no, honestly, all these drivers have been putting their best foot forward each and every stint, maximising, the lap time, making sure they're conserving tyres, and they're likewise going for good track positions and making some good passing opportunities.
They certainly are, aren't they? And they've got past Isuzu Brian for Stingrays Racing. And if I ever find that Stingray, tell you what, let me tell you, Steve Irwin, still a massive loss, isn't he? But if I ever find that Stingray, don't get me started. But a lap 110 of this race, 7.4 seconds is the gap. And that's after 110 laps of this race. Absolutely incredible stuff. Still how close it is. And Jono, 3.1 further back. But wow, is Barta's going to be under pressure here very, very shortly. What else is happening there? Cloquet. We heard from his teammate a moment ago for OTR. I think we've got John coming into the commentary box for an interview as well. He also needs to jump back into that car with 1 hour and 40 left. So we booked him in for 15 minutes time from now. So, boy, how well are we travelling here, Mike, this afternoon? Everything running to schedule. We talked about the commentator's curse, but the commentator's curse is not rearing its ugly head at the moment. It's all running smoothly, and possibly nothing could possibly go wrong here.
And I think you need some sugar, bro. I'm just saying. I don't want to be nasty about Trev, but come here. Either that or you've just had too much V. I'm not sure, but look, it's going very, very well. Got just over 2 hours to go. We're 111 now. This is cricketers all normally lift their legs off the ground when there's 111 on the scoreboard. It's bad luck or something. I don't know what that means, but you know, we're 111 laps into it. We're 7.8 seconds back to the leader there with the mighty old Mercedes-Benz, and a further 3 seconds back to the Mustang. I think that's something we've overseen a little bit there too, just quietly, that the Jono stand in the Mustang has actually brought them back to within QE of second place. And Norm has done such a good job looking after that Muzzy for quite a long stint. But the third place car there, so we've got Bentley, Mercedes, we've got Ford, Bentley, then we've got Porsche, BMW, Ferrari. I mean, this is something a lot of class racing just doesn't have, you know, a lot of makes and models. In fact, I'll be honest, I quite like the British touring car racing for that very fact, and real racing, that they do have so many different makes and models and manufacturers in there. And I think we're watching the 100 just about take out the wall, coming into the pits. Old Sparky, it almost becomes crunchy. What's that all about, guys?
Oh my goodness, I couldn't breathe watching that happen. Don't ask Cameron about pit lane entries as well, let me tell you.
I've heard rumours from Nisma pit entries there, Norris.
He's had some incidents of his own.
Flashbacks of my pit lane entry I gave him a story time about earlier.
As what we're seeing, what's happening here. So Ikitosh, the man who's flying solo behind the wheel of that Mustang in a Ferrari sandwich at the moment on our timing sheets, has got a 130-second time penalty.
Oh, wow.
My goodness, that's I wonder what on earth he's done there, Cam, to get a penalty such as that. Is it a stint timer thing?
Yeah, so I could be wrong, but I believe Ikitosh, we got notified earlier that he has to do the full 6 hours solo. His teammate unfortunately couldn't rock up, so that 130-second penalty is because of the stint timer, which will be served on his next pit stop, unfortunately. So that's definitely going to hurt, but you know, I'm not sure what we've got in place. We might be able to kind of reverse that 130-second penalty post-race in the results, but don't quote me on that. We're going to have to leave that up to the stewards and the admins.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing. I mean, look, I'm in awe that anyone could sit there and do 6 hours. I think that's incredible in one breath, but you do feel sorry for him. But then, look, if the rules are the rules, and he's got to take it on the chin and just, you know, suck it and see. And I mean, that's when we're doing 2-minute laps at the moment, 130 seconds, you know, it's 90, it's a minute and a half. It's, it's more than that, isn't it? But it's actually more than 2 minutes. It's more than a lap. So, yeah, that's it's going to be some work, but hey, it's all right. Carry on, keep doing the business, and let's hope we get 13. We started 14, 13 strong finishes across the line, and unlucky for some, but let's hope it can continue on, guys. And yeah, it is a stint one. I've just had Nismo in my ear just saying, yeah, unfortunately it's come up, and that's the rules. And just because it's a team that he's associated with, and he's the organiser, well, the boss man of the event, there's no special rules for anyone, and that's how. So it's not. That's the way it is. But look, just watching this gap for third place at the moment there too in that Mustang, I see they're now down to 2.9 seconds back to second place there, the 81 Mercedes. So go the Muzzy, it's certainly well and truly been. I think they've. I think the team has collectively potentially said to. There we go. Collectively potentially said to John O'Stant, mate, look, just start to release the shackles. You know, it's all right. You can start to have a bit of a push. We've got some data on tyres and fuel. We know we can last a stint without too many problems, and you can see that car now really starting to get to the back. That's a lap car in front, of course, of the Muzzy, but it's not too much in it, and it's going to be interesting watching for the rest of this one, no doubt.
Certainly is, and we are looking. It's unfortunate for Ikitosh, but as Cam mentioned, I'm sure hopefully we can get something to help out there, considering that he's doing the 6 hours solo, isn't he? So up to 6 hours. I'm sure it'll be little consolation to remove 2 and a bit minutes from that, but we'll see what we can do. We do have John coming up very soon. Matchin is also booked in. Smitty wants to come back as well, and Cameron Norris, we are fully booked here at the moment with our guest list here in the commentary box.
Yeah, I've been working very hard behind the scenes, organising interviews for you guys, and yeah, it's been very, very, very busy behind the scenes, but one thing's for certain is we've had an absolute ripper of a race so far. Still a touch over 2 hours remaining, so we're 4 hours into the Mega Esports, 6 hours of Silverstone, and you know, we're definitely not letting up in the commentary booth, and likewise these drivers are definitely not letting up either. They're pushing like crazy. John O'Stan respectively has chewed out another second out of Bardas, while Bardas has dropped back to 9 seconds behind Hyperdrift at the last timing line.
So it's
I think the thing here though, Cam, sorry Trev, but I think the thing here is that you know you can be fooled into that sense of I need to up the pace, you know, in second place and worry about it. But you know, 9 seconds or less to the actual race leader, when you, like you said, Cam, 4 hours in, it would almost be like, dude, let him go. You know, let him catch, let him pass the Mercedes, let him go. Don't stress over it, and you know, keep playing to your game. Keep doing your numbers. Who was it that said that to us before? I think that was it Smitty who said that we're just running to numbers, mate. You know, we're just driving to a number, keeping the car clean, not making any nonsense out of it. And I think there's a big thing in that. You know, just keep driving to a number. If the guy behind you happens to catch you with 2 hours to go, I mean, Trev, that is not a short amount of time. You can really start to do the last 60-minute push and really make up some big time, like we've seen in the Noodles has been doing in the BCG1 car.
Yeah, you can see that, like you mentioned, still 2 hours. We talk about we are approaching 4 hours, of course, a little bit over 4 on air currently. I hope you're enjoying it. We are bringing this race to you now, of course, the first ever Mega Esports 6 hour race. And that gap now less than 2 seconds between Jono and Bardas. 114 laps into this race. And it's a great pleasure to welcome John into the commentary box. And we are taking a look at your team here, John. Bardas behind the wheel of that car. And we are currently interviewing John from Cave Racing. John, have you got us there, mate, loud and clear?
Yeah, mate, can hear you.
Yep, great stuff. And, well, what a race we are seeing here. Cave Racing, you've occupied one of the top 3 spots for most of the race here this afternoon, most of your time in P2. But as we can see, BCG2 fast approaching. But what was the plan for the remaining 2 hours of this race for you and your team?
Really just for Bardas to get quicker. That was the big plan. But yeah, the boys are scooting behind us in that Mustang, so yeah, giving word to Bardas, if they catch up to us, just let them pass. We won't fight it. We'll try to get them in the pit stop strategy wise. They've caught up out of nowhere, so they're doing pretty good.
Fantastic, and wow, you can see that battle continuing now. It's great advice, isn't it, Mike? All they need to do is change their lap time and get a little bit quicker. If only we could all do that, we'd be doing well, wouldn't we?
Well, John, when you say that, mate, I mean, putting yourself in a driving position, you're driving the 81 Mercedes right now. That Mustang is catching you. The boys in your ear are saying, if he catches you, just let him go. How would that play out for you? I mean, are you going to be that guy that goes, yes, that's the smart thing to do. If he catches me, I'll just let him go. Or would you be thinking, mate, we've been in second place since like the start of this race. We're nearly 4 hours into it. There's not a snowball chance in Hades he's going to catch me.
Like, it's a tough one, mate, because I done the similar thing with Side Dog. He caught me and he passed me at the start, but
Yep.
I thought, I'm not standing for that. P2's mine, and it's really interesting how it's playing out. That Mustang's scooting along, and there's not much that thing's quick in a straight line, so there's not that much we can do about it if he gets a good run through the first couple of corners. I think he might have us, but I'm just hoping we've got him for pit strategy wise.
You can see the Mustangs flashing the lights there at the Merc at the moment. So, you know, it's quite hard though, isn't it, as a driver? I know you got the full visions on, you've got the rear vision mirror working, so you can see those lights flashing at you. Does that do much as far as you lose your concentration, or you got more experience in that?
I don't mind it. Barters doesn't mind it, mate. He's not too shabby behind the wheel. I have been staring him after his first stint. He was a bit off the pace, but he came straight out and went bang and set a pretty quick lap time on his second stint. So I think the car's in pretty sensible hands. The big one who impressed me was Smitty. Smitty, he came out and went bang in the third stint, I'm pretty sure it was. They double stint car 37, and he dropped some real quick times where he wasn't dropping them in the first stint, his first stint, so quite impressed there.
Yeah, they were saying that they didn't really get much seat time in that car prior, and it was all, you know, learners that didn't know how hard to push, and I think probably the same as you guys, didn't know how hard to push as far as whether or not, you know, the tyres would last a long duration. Are you finding that the Mercedes is good on its tyres?
It's not I was pretty sensible in the first stint looking after my tyres. I seen Hyperdrift do some 59s, and I'm like, well, I don't really want to do that. I don't want to push my tyres. But he managed to hold it for the whole stint, not in 59s, but still held his tyres. So I think, hold up one sec.
I can hear you, mate. You can hear the groans, Trev? And this is a race car. Look at this. The pass has been done. And you know what's good about this, though, guys, is that the pass has been done here and no damage has been done. And I think that's actually quite impressive.
That was lovely work by the BCG2, John O'Stan, mate. He's cruising along quite good, mate. Can't deny that. But hopefully Barters can just stick with him and save some tyres here till he may or may not hand the car over to me. I don't know. Nah, honestly, just big shout out to my teammate Barters, but he's done an awesome job, mate.
Yep, good on you, mate. I think you guys should be well proud of yourselves how far you've come. You know, 4 hours, almost exactly 4 hours completed here at Silverstone. And Trev, I think you know, watching driving quality like this and listening to Jono, you know that he doesn't give up that second spot at the moment. But listening to him, what a very, very smart, smart person to say things like that.
Absolutely, and there's one thing. Sorry to cut you off there, Jono.
All good, mate.
Good. I was about to say, talking to one Jono as another Jono goes past Barters, but yeah, we talked about moving to one side. It is funny, isn't it? After 4 hours in to this race now, it's much easier said than done, isn't it? These drivers, once they get a car alongside them, it goes against their nature, doesn't it, to let them through? But it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Any further questions, Mike, or can we let John get back to watching this incredible battle between his man in Barters and Jono here?
I think they've just ducked away for a little bit of dinner there, but no, John, looking forward to seeing what you can do in the car. I don't want to give anything away because I promised I wouldn't. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what you guys can do in the final 2 hours of the race.
What Barters could do in the car, mate, not me.
Yeah. Not about to give it away a little bit too much there, but yeah, no, you guys are doing well, so keep it up.
Nah, it's been awesome work. Cheers for all the boys in the comms box. I'll watch the race after the race. I take it pretty seriously, so I'm the ideas man and Barters is the driver.
Great work. I think that's a bit of a throwback to, I think Steve was the ideas man in the castle, wasn't he? Castle. The great famous Australian movie. But thank you, John, for joining us, mate. We'll let you get back to it as we tick under the 2 hour mark here. Please feel free. I'm sure we can fit you back in our schedule, mate, but thanks for joining us.
All good, fellas. Take it easy and nice work on the stream.
Great work. Thank you to John, one half of the Cave Racing squad. It is a hard job being John's teammate, says Maxi Naked Blade. High standards to keep, of course, for Barters. 100% he will hand the car to John. Don't lie, he says. And hope you're enjoying the action out there. The prediction is up, Cameron Norris. And Chuck, as your nickname suggests, but will we see rain in the 5th hour? I was about to say 4th hour, but I've lost complete track of what hour we're in, but we've got a couple of hours to go, and tell them to get those predictions in, Cameron.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been constantly gambling on yes, and I've been giving away lots of free points. I've lost count of how many I've given away over the course of this one, but the one thing is for certain, it's typical British weather, being Silverstone, obviously, and the wind is picking up, and the danger zone for rain incoming is typically around that 8-kilometre mark for wind direction, obviously, as you can see in the top boards, where obviously you can see the predicted weather for the next 30 minutes, all that kind of good stuff. So we're getting there. I feel like the rain might come in towards that final hour, but yeah, Trev, it's been a little bit weird, isn't it? We had typical British weather during qualifying where the rain came in, the sun came back out, the rain came in, and now we've, gone 4 hours of the 6 hours so far without any weather whatsoever. So it's getting there. The temperature's dropping, 24 degrees currently, wind picking up. So will we see those clouds start to roll in? Will we see the moisture come onto the track?
Well, I'll tell you what we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing Peanuts saying, I spent my kit coins on that, he says. Big friend, of course, of Mike on the stream. Thank you. Great to have you along, Peanuts. Jono has done a great stint here to close that gap. 3 litres within 12 seconds with 2 hours to go. This is what endurance racing is all about, hoping we see a 3-car battle shortly. If it does rain, John in the 81 will be very fast with all of that karting experience coming to the fore. And boy, what do we got? 12 or so seconds there. Between the top 3. Clocaid, whereabouts is he? He's got P4 wrapped up so far. We don't want to talk too early about this one, but there is Captain Risky matching as well. And we're seeing that we might be seeing that Nick could potentially... we're having a few issues with those stint timers, aren't we, Cam? And I think we're going to rectify that at some point post-race in the steward's room. Let's have a look towards the back of the field. Isuzu Brian still circulating. I think we started with 14, and it's good to see we've still got 13 circulating here, Cam. It's a good sign as we tick under the 2 hour mark to go in this race.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Trev. We've only had one full disconnect where they haven't been able to rejoin and sort out the connection issues, that being OSA 1. So hopefully we can see them come back stronger for the next event. But yeah, we did also have BCG1 disconnect earlier too. They were originally 6 laps down, and they've been pushing the whole way through, and slowly chipping away. They've been taking a lot of laps out actually. So they've basically been doing a lot of qualifying laps, which is good to see, to claw their way back. But one of the big ones as well is, we love to have a lot of drivers taking part in this, and most of our teams out here are either 2, 3 or 4 driver teams. So quick friendly reminder while I'm at it, if you do want to be a part of the Mega Endurance Series, please be sure to use !Mega in the chat, join that Discord, If you do also want to be a part of the Oz New Zealand Console Endurance Series, !Endurance in the chat. The next one that we have coming up from July 19 to 21 is the Misano 6 Hour. And if you don't fancy endurance racing, we do have a weekly series as well that you can take part in, kicking off on July 31st, the Mental Health Charity Series, Wednesday, Thursday nights, !Discord for more information.
And how good is that? Sign me up, Scotty. Not beam me up, Scotty. Sign me up, Scotty. Give us a piece of that. In fact, I think I am fully signed up and registered with all of that. Boy, we do have a jam-packed, a ginormously huge racing calendar coming up. Chuck, if Cameron, if that's a word, ginormous it is now, but 1 hour and 53 remaining. The predictions have closed. Get your coins coming in. And if you are out there watching, great to have your company. Please do consider following the stream as well. We'd love to have you as part of the community. Always happy to have more people on board. 120 laps completed now. And no sign of Hyperdrift letting up. Have they, I believe they've led every lap, haven't they, Cam?
Yeah, I think they've led, since the green flag got waved. So, we heard from Smitty earlier, and we'll probably hear from Smitty again a little bit later in another interview. They just wanted to try something a little bit different, and they decided, the Bentley's a little bit different, so let's go with that. So, honestly, they've been doing really good. That gap did come down quite a bit when Cave Racing were really pushing. They got it down to about 3 seconds, if that. And then, they started driving off again. So, there's been a little bit of a change, obviously, with BCG2 taking P2 maybe 20 minutes ago, if that, while we had John in for an interview from Cave Racing. So, lots of big movers and things shaking up towards the front. Still a lot of time on that clock, so anything can happen.
No doubt about that. Get this, two-time KRL champion and also a QRT Esports champion as well. That is the insight from Cameron Norris. He's done everything, whether it's iRacing, ACC, Gran Turismo. He has dabbled in that in the past, but this is with thanks, of course, to the Mega Motorsports Group and Hoon Corp as well, BCG, Respawn Esports Centre, Kid Buyers Racing League, Kings Racing. And I tell you what, the cars aren't real, but the racing is. We still are watching here. We've got 1 hour and 51 to go, and just a big shout out too for Mega Esports putting on this event, representing the biggest coming together of sim racing figures in the Oceania region, of course, between Australia and New Zealand, and professional sim racing events. You heard our man Cameron asking whether you wanted to get involved. And there's some big competitions across the most popular sim racing titles on the market. And boy, has sim racing ever exploded in popularity since that dreadful sort of COVID era, hasn't it, Cam? The sim racing world has just taken off, and we've just come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden we're commentating on this sort of stuff.
Yeah, exactly, and the statement that you made a few times over the course of this race, the racing, or the cars might not be real, but the racing is. That's a very true statement. And I think during COVID, especially when we were all locked down in our houses, everyone needed to find an outlet. And whether you were playing some games that you haven't had an opportunity to play, or whether you wanted to get into flying some aeroplanes, or even get into sim racing, it was the prime opportunity to get together, meet new people, and make friends along the way. And that's the one thing I love about sim racing is we come from all walks of life, but yet the friends we make along the way, the bonds we make over the course of endurance races, you just can't take that away.
No, it's fantastic, and perfect way to sum it up there as well. As NZ Postman says, I'm still watching, LOL. He says, it's just that I didn't expect to be watching for this long. Well, let me tell you, that is because we're trying our best to keep you with us, and obviously it's working, NZ Postman, because not only have you followed and become part of the family, but it is a fantastic sim racing community, like you said, Cam, and there's one positive to come out of those COVID years. It's just the people that we've managed to meet along the way. And we've seen already, haven't we, with Captain Risky as well for BCG3, the sportsmanship above everything else, Cam, is what's important here, and we know the time, the effort that goes into these drivers practicing, of course, and it's always good at the end of the day to see that sort of stuff. Seeing that sportsmanship always goes a long way, doesn't it, to keeping people in the sim racing scene as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the camaraderie is such a big thing, and you know, these drivers, not only are they participating and racing against each other, you know, in a team basis, but they also race against each other in the weekly series. And one of the big things we love is the conversations that we see continuing to happen throughout the Discord. You know, whether it's somebody struggling with, you know, getting the setup dialed in, or whether they just need a little bit of a hand with, you know, what can I do better to improve on a lap-to-lap basis, or more consistency. You know, those questions get thrown into the Discord quite often, and I read through all of them, and it's amazing to see everybody getting behind, being like, hey, maybe try this with your setup, see if this works, and if it doesn't work, let me know, and you know, we can try and find something else that works. So that's the beauty of sim racing.
Absolutely. As we see Cloakade, that's Barter's on your screen, but Bits are missing back into this car. Let's have a look where they're going to come out. I think matching for TT Racing. This is going to be close. I think they're going to just get out ahead of TT Racing here. Back out onto the circuit, so we can see Ikatosh there continuing on, and we have heard, Cam, that 130-second penalty could potentially be wiped post-race in the stewards room. So that's good information for him, considering he's doing the 6 hours solo. That's a little bit of consolation, but still, he's going to be happy to hear that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I made that quote earlier, but obviously don't quote me on that, even though I mentioned those comments, because behind the scenes we can remove the 130-second penalty because he's had to drive for so long. But it all comes down to what we've stipulated in the rule book, what our stewards and admins have worked on behind the scenes to make sure that, you know, any penalties and stuff like that gets looked at accordingly. So yeah, it might possibly be removed, although he does have to serve that in his next pit stop, which I assume wouldn't be too far away. Yeah, like I said, we're going to have to really leave that to the stewards, but it is a high possibility of that happening.
Certainly is. As we take a look at Random back in this car, they get the pass as Lewis was unable to race, so Iker has done this whole race by himself, and we'll sort all of that out post-race, of course, as Random now back in this car for BCG as Matchin into the pits, but Random back behind the wheel of this car, and he's only 1.6 seconds behind Ikatosh here, and we know, Mike, that fatigue could be becoming a factor here for Ikatosh at the moment. If I can speak English, that'd be a good start, but Random all over the back of that Ford Mustang at the moment.
Well, it would be one of those things. I mean, you know, what we've been doing is by comparison a lot easier than what these guys are doing. I mean, I don't take anything away from, you know, the amount of effort you and Cam put into this. But, you know, when you're sitting there turning the wheels and having to work the braking and that for, you know, over 4 hours, 4.25, I mean, I just had mac and cheese, mate. I just had to shoot away and feed, and, you know, realise how long it's been in the stint, and you know, I've had you guys to work with. I'm in the backgrounds, Trev. You're doing most of the donkey work, but I can only imagine what it's like for Iker. I well and truly am, you know, very impressed with. And I know that the HC boys certainly didn't want that to be a case. Lewis doesn't do this sort of stuff, you know, for any silly sort of reason. So it'll be legitimate no matter what. But unbelievable. And yeah, here we are. We've got a little bit of superstar performance. And, you know, talking about superstars, I mean, they're all doing a fantastic job out there. But Iker, yep, he's certainly going to have his work cut out for him. There's no doubt about that. Also want to say welcome to New Zealand Postman there, or Postman New Zealand. Good to see him, NZ Postman. I think we know who that is. It's obviously Keith from Kaitaia. I've only got a couple of postmen left in New Zealand. New Zealand Post is getting closed down, so welcome to you, mate. I don't actually know if it's Keith from Kaitaia, but hopefully you're enjoying yourself as much as I am. I'll be honest, NZ Postman, I'm exactly the same as you. I didn't think I'd last this long, be as exciting as it is, and I went in with reservations, but boy, have I been pleasantly surprised. And you know, I definitely think I'd like to do a lot more. I don't think I'll be competitive by a rat's whisker, but just having some fun as I see the 151 car there in the pits there as well. So okay, he's probably out of the seat while the car's getting gas and tyres. clue. He'll be off to the WC closet and doing something else as we watch the 36 car going around. And this is the BCG1 boys there with Noodles behind the wheel, and another team that have not chosen to give up, even though the odds are stacked against them. They're saying, no, we're still going, mate. We're 12th at the moment, and you know, they've moved up through the ranks. And I want to also shout out to Stingray's team there with the Isuzu Brian behind the wheel in the 63 car. Another of the 4 Bentleys we've got here today that are still doing the hard yards, still out there pumping out the laps there in the 63 car. So well done there to them. And Trev, looks like a bit of action happening down there in the pits with an hour 44 to go.
Absolutely. It would appear we've got Jono in. Ikitosh has come in as well. He's been in the pits for a little while. Ignition Blitz as well in there with Vert Wheeler behind the wheel. Jono also in. It's quite strange, isn't it, in this virtual world? There's
It's a bit early.
Yeah, a little bit early, I reckon. I think we were looking at the 1 hour 40 mark, I think. Cam as well, but you can see there, I think we've got some interviews coming up. Captain Risky is ready. The insurance specialist from AAMI is joining us. Captain Risky, have you got us there?
Yeah, should do, mate.
Great stuff, mate. Talk us through your race and how you've seen things from your team's perspective for BCG.
Yeah, so we obviously started down 13th, down the end there, and kind of did a great job. Old Random, he worked his way through the field in his first stint, put us in the box seat, really. I think we're going to end up 5th here. We're too far behind the bits and missing Bentley, and too far ahead of the OSA Ferrari. So, yeah, we're just circulating at the moment, really.
Just confirming that car 151 did have that penalty, didn't they? So that's why they're taking their time and makes them serve the penalty in the pits, which we didn't know previously. But anyway, we'll get that sorted out post-race. But wow, we're looking at BCG. We're looking at Random here at the moment. I think, speaking to Random a little bit earlier on, I think you guys would have been happy with the top 6 finish, I think, but currently P5. Is there still more in that car in the next 1 hour and 42 minutes?
Oh, look, I hope so. We're kind of relying on a mistake from the OTR car. But, just like to apologise to them too. Obviously, I had a little tangle with them, but that's all on me. Obviously, gave the spot back, but yeah, it is what it is. We've moved on. I think Random's just going to try do some hot laps here, try beat my best lap that I set. It's kind of the only race we've got going on at the moment. But that's it.
Great work, perfectly summed up. Mike, did you have anything you'd like to ask our man Captain Risky before we let him go and get back to racing here in the next hour and a bit?
Well, I did, mate. I've got to say, you know, I know that you didn't want that contact to happen with the 77 car, mate, but I think you could have had a bit of an attitude adjustment as far as it goes, and just said, "No, it wasn't me," and just carried on and whatnot. But I think there's a lot of people that are offended and a fan of you and your team now because of the way you went about things without having to get the stewards involved and do the right thing. You did the right thing by yourself. So, I mentioned to your teammate before about you guys on the track. You're not a menace. You made a mistake, and good on you for putting your head up. And honestly, we've had so many positive comments coming back about you, about the way you carried yourself. And, good on you for sticking at it. And, you're top 5 at the moment. Here's to better things.
Yeah, cheers, mate. First time I've been praised for crashing into someone. It's great. Cheers. I do appreciate that. That's what it's all about, isn't it? We're not racing for sheep stations here. So, give the spot back if you crash into someone. It's common sense, really.
Yeah, that's right. Commonly we see, though, in real-time racing, though, don't we? We and all this sort of crap, and you show someone video evidence of what's actually gone on, then they go, oh right, okay. But we could all see, and you could see, and we're not stupid. So no, well done there to you. Hey, just tell us a little bit about yourself very quickly, because obviously we've got a lot of people tuned in at the moment and into this, and we keep the footage as well for people to go back to later on. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Random, and what's your history?
Well, I'm a Denny boy, Deniliquin, small town. It's, not much going on here, but obviously Ute Muster famous. But 21, mechanic. I love cars. It's just love sim racing. Only running on a G29, so the hardware's probably not up to scratch, but I'll make do with what I've got.
Well, mate, you're in 5th place at the moment, so I don't think there's too much wrong with your hardware there, just quality. Hey, is there any particular reason why you guys chose the Porsche? Is it something that you care about, or is it just you thought it was a good car for the job?
So in the AusNZ Endurance Series that Kid Buys runs, we run that as well. So we thought we'll use this event just for a bit more practice in it. Obviously the other BCG boys, they've switched cars around. They're using this to try something new. Probably weigh up their options for next season for AusNZ as well. See if they want to change car. But
So you're using this to get us a little bit of data as well after the 6 hours?
Well, yeah, exactly. Try to get more familiar with it. Make a push to go up a few more spots in that other series. Try to get our head around how to set this car up, which, I mean, I feel like we've got a pretty good setup here now. It feels very good to drive. I love the sound of the Porsche too.
Well, just to reiterate about people listening in, we've already had some comments coming back about the old G29, and someone said G29 goes hard, best entry level wheel to kick off with. I did. It says the best luxury. It's the best livery out there. Beautiful Grove Porsche. So well done there to you guys on that. And another one's come back and said, I used to have a G29 before. And it set me up. So, that's how many people are listening. You're hearing your comments and they're seeing you driving. And, obviously you've got a nice looking car there too. So, well to you. And Trev, I'll hand back to you, mate, to finish up with this random character. But I'll tell you what, he's impressed me.
Great work. And thank you for joining us, Captain Risky. Great to hear a Deniliquin local there at the Denny Rams, the football team up there. I was up there a couple of weeks ago, and the Denny RSL. It's time to sing and it's time to yell. We love our town and the Denny RSL, as Captain Risky knows what I'm talking about there, mate. Thanks for joining us, and great to have you with us, mate. And hopefully P5, we'll wait and see what else you can do for the rest of this race. But thank you for joining us.
Cheers, boys. Loving the commentary. Shout out to the BCG boys too. Doing real well.
Great.
Cheers,
great work, and big shout out
Good
everyone
work, Risky.
up there on the Murray River at Deniliquin. Auto Tomoto now G29. My G29 is almost 8 years old, only needed to clean out twice. It's now got its second wheel rim kit, and it's a great entry-level wheel. I know that I used to have a G29, of course, Cam, before you set me up with some more impressive hardware, but the G29 is a fantastic wheel, great entry-level wheel, and it's very durable as well, and the perfect way to start sim racing, isn't it, Cam?
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's cheap, it's affordable, and it's a really good piece of kit. I started off my KRL journey with the G29, and I've won a couple of championships, and you learn a lot. And then you go and upgrade. If you still love sim racing at that point, you go and upgrade to like an entry-level Fanatec or something that's compatible with the platform that you're running on, whether it's PS5 or Xbox. But yeah, they're really good. Great
work there, and we're taking a look here at two Ferraris doing battle, the 100 and the 823 car. I think Saint Sim is now through ahead of Spawn Racing. All the best, Wilco, for your Hawks there. He'll be in and out in the next 90 minutes. But look at this battle continuing here. Saint Sim has been passed by Spawn Racing, and it's OSA2 versus PRT. But still plenty to play out there. I flicked across, Mike, and saw two Ferraris, one blue and one bronze car doing battle there, but great work, very clean once again. It's been pretty good throughout the course of the day, very clean, as Spawn Racing almost has a moment there. And is that going to let Saint Sim have a crack back at him here down Hanger Straight?
He's certainly trying. He's certainly not giving up the whole mojo on that one. Yeah, but it's just I'm really enjoying that we've still got actual battles out there, full position, and we've got just over an hour and a half to go. So we're nearly 4.5 into them. We've got an hour 35 to go, and we've got battles as close as this, Trev. That is just unbelievably amazing. So we're seeing a real lineup of cars, but one thing I'm a little bit surprised about here is that Hyperdrift car there with in the 37, the HC Penrite car, is over 20 seconds ahead now. Now we're not going to have a mac and cheese. mate. It was only a few seconds ahead. It certainly wasn't 10 plus or 20. And then we're seeing that the second place car at the time was the 96 car. Now, well and truly, that's well and truly changed there. They're back some distance, and the 11 car, the 81 car, sorry, is up to second place and got a fairly good old distance between those two. So, you know, we said about letting that pass go, and I thought the Muzzy would stay in front there in the second spot, and then obviously the Merc back in third. But again, some very, very clever driving, and the Merc just let it go, let that second place be done, and this is the result that we're seeing at the moment. They're just being very sensible. So the gaps are starting to eke out a little bit in this one. As we watch this, we were watching that scrap unfold, of course, between those two Ferraris, but a beautiful sight to behold, and we can see that gap now. The PRT car has actually dropped back to 1.8 seconds, back in 8th place, and after nearly 4.5 hours, I don't think there's whatever position you come in here today or tonight. But hearing Risky saying about the whole, the position the 23 car is in, they're almost saying, oh, well, we're pretty happy with just sitting back and doing it. But, is it the wrong thing to say that you're looking forward to someone else to have a problem? Not at all. Not at all.
Certainly, and it can happen, of course, disconnections. Internet connection problems. That's, I guess, the real-life equivalent of some mechanical dramas is down the inside. Wow, Ikitosh, I wasn't expecting that at all there, Mike, but let me tell you, I think that's, they might be looking to, that's not for position, is it? But I think they might be looking to just gain a lap there on PRT as we welcome Ricardo to the stream. Good morning, all. And there we go. I knew we'd get someone tuning in from Europe. Good morning to you, Ricardo. Great to have you along. And, of course, PRT and Spawn, or St. Sim and Spawn, these two teams have been battling all race. But it is great to have you along, Ricardo, tuning in, as per usual, one of the regulars here. But Ikitosh all over the back of this Ferrari. And let me tell you, down the inside, he's getting punchy, isn't he, Mike, on that... on the accelerator pedal. He's hitting the loud pedal there as the Ferrari now pulls away down Wellington Straight, but I reckon we're going to see some action here very, very shortly, and I'm just trying to take a look at the leaderboards here, but I think Ikitosh very much in a hurry to get by that Ferrari at the moment.
Yeah, he sure is. And the other thing too to remember is he had a couple of minute break. He's actually had that pit stop that was an enforced pit stop plus 130 seconds. Now whether that gets reversed or what, I'm not quite sure, but at the moment he's got a bit of a chance. He's got a challenge. He's got a bit of fire. He's got new tyres. He's got probably had a bit of a drink, maybe had a little bit of a relief break there as well in those 30 seconds plus the usual time to service the car, Trev. So he is a little bit more fired up and boisterous, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in front of him, though, is a challenge, and it is a challenge. And it's, like you say, not for position, not really a bad thing. But still, you always want to win a battle. It doesn't matter if it changes your stars, so to speak, or whether it doesn't, because that is the PRT car, which is actually quite some distance ahead on the car 100. And I think the smart thing will come in here. Will he just let him go? Will he not? We'll have to see. The Muzzy's got some... horsepower down the front straight, down that straight, I should say, without any problems whatsoever. It's not the front straight, you goose, but that's the Valet straight, of course, as they come into the complex here through Club and start lining themselves up now for the Hamilton straight there, Trev. So yeah, look, that's the thing, and unfortunately now, I'm not sure for how much longer, but we're going to see 151 get the blue flag there, because obviously that car behind is actually a lap ahead, but I don't think he's going to cry into his cornflakes over it too much, mate.
No, I don't think so. You can see somebody there in the crowd waving very enthusiastically. It wasn't a blue flag, it seemed to be a purple flag or something, Lewis Hamilton colours around this circuit. I do get quite transfixed in hours 4 and 5 on some of the other more innate objects around the circuit, the 2D cutouts and stuff like that, and we do see some rather enthusiastic marshals, but I tell you what, we would not be here without our great supporters and sponsors, the Australian Autosport Alliance, Hoon Corp as well. Terrific work with Nismo and yourself, Mike. I don't need to tell you about the great work that Hoon Corp do. BCG, KRL, Respawn Esports Centre over there in New Zealand, also doing great work along with Kings Racing. Just some of the supporters and sponsors out there for us in this event as the shadows now begin to lengthen. I guess we're approaching more the evening here, track time, as those blue flags are waving now. But I'll ask you as we tick down to the 90-minute mark in this race, Cameron, as the sun sets, does it cause a few issues trying to find your braking points as we see the shadows lengthen across the track?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when the sun starts to go down, not only do you have to be a little bit more aware of where your braking zones are, because maybe the shadows are casting over that portion of the track. You can't really see where you're braking normally. But not only that, the sun, when that starts to creep down, especially, you know, as you're coming into, say, Hanger Straight to Stowe, the sun likes to set in that area. So you're kind of facing the sun at that point. So that can also compromise you seeing your lines as well. But yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting one. These drivers obviously have been spending quite a bit of time so far, you know, 4.5 hours to be exact, circulating the track. So you'd kind of hope that their braking markers and all that kind of stuff are set in stone. But the other part of things is, we haven't really touched on it all too much, although we have, is you see the wear on the cars, you know, where they're picking up the marbles and the rubber that flings up naturally as you're circulating for such a long distance. But on top of that, the racing line that these drivers have been taking for this 4.5 hours gets darker. You can really see where they've been going.
Can I just jump in there, Cam, if that's okay? Trev, if you don't mind, a couple of things quickly. Good to see that NZ Postman's come back. This is, I believe, Keith from Kaitaia, who's just popped back. He said, I'm back from dinner. Has anything happened? Well, I can tell you that something did actually happen. Nismo's just come in and said, have a look at this. And at one lap ago, lap 131, car number 96, John O'Stan driving the Mustang GT3, has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:59.5. And I think that is absolute. This car exactly on screen, 1:59.5. Now that's faster than the race leader by about 0.3 of a second, 2 or 0.3 of a second there. So I think it's fair to say that the lights are on. I did actually allude to this car a little bit before dropping off the pace of the 81 car, and I thought, oh golly, you know, it's a big gap between, you know, them and the Mercedes in second place, car 81. But yeah, fastest lap of the race, guys. And Cam, how often do you see that when you know, when you're that into when you're this far into the race? You know, half to go at the 6 hour.
Yeah, you actually see it quite often, more than not. You know, especially when the track temperature starts to dip, when, you know, the sun starts to go down. If I can English correctly, the track naturally starts to get a little bit colder, and, you know, that's where you start seeing the fastest laps starting to get put in. And, you know, especially I've done, you know, many 24-hour races over the course of the last few years, and all the fastest laps that you see, sometimes that can change literally lap after lap after lap. You'll see different teams constantly putting in the purple lap of the race, and, you know, that's purely just, you know, not only does it take the skill to get that purple lap at the end of the day, but the colder temperatures definitely aid in that.
Wow, that's impressive. And again, it's just my lack of experience on sim racing, so very, very good to hear that from you, mate, because I would have thought completely the opposite. The car's starting to go away, brakes aren't as good, you know, the tyres obviously get changed pretty much every hour, and now we're seeing that the 96 car, in fact, I thought I talked about this a little while ago, that 96 was back in third and some distance back. That is completely not the case now. Is now in second place, 5.6 seconds behind the race leader, with the Cave Racing Mercedes car number 81 back in third. So I'm not quite sure how I got my figures wrong. I was reading the sheet at the time that a good few minutes ago. Something has certainly changed though, for the better for the 96 car, BCG2. Someone says here, go team BCG2. Absolutely, well and truly. And that is, you know, the report coming out here in the Discord as we start to, and dare we say it, Trev, as we start to wind this race down with an hour and 25 minutes to go. But I mean, when we started the 6 hour at 2 o'clock this afternoon, New Zealand time, you know, lunchtime over there in Australia, and, you know, time in that country, I mean, it was absolutely, you know, the last to go. We are winding it down. The shadows are starting to lengthen. And believe it or not, Trev, I didn't know this, you do, you guys are the voice of experience, but boy oh boy, the pace is starting to pick up. The cars are getting faster, and the lap time, the fastest lap, has now just been given a slapping.
Wow, so I tell you what, we are winding down in some ways. We aren't winding down in others, though. As you can see, the pace is heating up. 5.5 seconds between first and second. And my goodness me, if I sounded a little bit distracted, everybody out there watching, just chatting to Captain Risky about the superior chicken schnitzel steaks and beers at the Denny RSL. And a big shout out to everybody in Deniliquin. The Denny Rams are tracking nicely this year. Hope they can make the finals of the Murray Football League. And we'll get that translated for you, Cam, very, very shortly. But 1 hour and 24 minutes remaining. Sideways Polka, 8.7 seconds off of Saint Sim. In those, there's 2 Ferraris ahead of him, of course, and then we've got Ikotosh, which is an interesting name. He is true blue Australian, driving that Mustang indeed. We can see you out there lurking, and we haven't lost our minds yet, Mike, of course, but there's still 1 hour and 24 to do that. But Hammer Time out on his own at the moment. We can see now, look at this. Mint Matt behind the wheel of the BCG1 car, and surely, says Nismo Nath, we get that last hour downpour just to really give the people some extra entertainment. Don't let them hear you say that. But the track conditions are cooling down now, Mike, but of course the real game time is, it's getting later in the afternoon, isn't it? As that fan there still waving that flag, but track conditions slightly cooler, but still no sign of rain here.
No, absolutely right, and that's what's really exciting about this whole form of motor racing that we're seeing. Don't count your chickens by any stretch of the imagination, but boy, the 96 car is absolutely on a flyer. 6 seconds back to the race leader there, Huncourt Penwright there with, of course, Smitty behind the wheel at the moment, and they're just giving it what for. They're giving it 150%, no doubt about it. And maybe that's where I've sort of been a little bit of on the times and the gaps earlier on there. Maybe because I think Smitty's back behind the wheel. I must have missed the driver change, I think is a fair thing to say. Hyper was the driver I saw before, and for some reason I've completely missed that driver change there. So Smitty doing the business, and he'll take this one sensibly, which is why the Mustang's pouncing. I'm guessing too that the Mercedes has actually pitted as well, because it certainly was a different demographic there not that long ago, where the Merc was some distance back, the Mercedes was in front. So I apologise for missing those altogether, just doing a few other bits and pieces at the time. Hey, nonetheless, that makes it even more exciting. And as someone called it out before, with what was it, 3 hours to go, where everyone was top 3 cars within 20 seconds. In this case, the top 3 cars are in 30 seconds, and we've got less than an hour and a half to go. So don't hang up your hats on this one yet. Don't turn off your phones. Don't turn off your computers, because this race is far from over, and the mega esports race is really starting to live up to it. This is going to be a mega ending. I think it's exceeded expectations. There's certainly a lot of unknowns coming into this one. You guys know what you've done this time and time again. But from the mega point of view, the expectations were it'd be great to actually get some cars there, have a start and see what happens. This is way and above beyond that. We've got some class fields out there. We've got some very, very big name drivers. We've got champions. We've got countries. We've got international representatives. And I don't think you understand, because you're so used to it, how much that means to newbies like myself and to others out there, and especially in the mega team. And shout out to all the real-time endurance races there through the NASCAR, through the Mega Sports and through the team. I know there's a few of you guys out there who are watched and tuned in at the moment and watching and sitting there in the backgrounds. And of course the boss man from NASCAR, which is Dr. Jakob Simonson, Jacoby as I like to call him, he's out there watching as well too. And as this one starts to wind down, it's only going to get more mega, well and truly. So what's going on there on that screen? I just saw a flyby going on there, that little Ferrari. So that's the Enduro's pick machine. Not sure what that happened. But Trev, again, all of the sponsors support, we wouldn't be able to do it without them, and want to thank them so very, very much, including the AASA, which is the New Zealand and the Australian Auto Association, the New Zealand version, which is the Australasian Autosport Alliance. And we do appreciate having those guys there that certainly help us out here. And of course, NASCAR, the team NASCAR, Mega, and the branding that is just phenomenal to be able to bring this to it. And I know that they say thank you very much to every single driver that's put their heartbeats into this race meet today and through the week. And of course, the amount of work you guys have done, behind the scenes. Nismo's been running around like with a chicken with his head chopped off for the last week or two. It's a huge amount of effort. And we've still got plenty more to go, Trev. We've still got an hour 20. So we'll see how this one plays out. And what's the gap? It's huge. 6.8 seconds from the race leader back to the second place car. Unbelievable.
Oh, I don't know.
I just want to... Sorry, Trevor. I just want to jump in as well and touch on the comments that Mike made there. Not only is this possible with thanks to our sponsors and everybody else behind the scenes, but also our admins that, put in the work as well. And, as well as Andrelli too, all the graphics that you see on the screen and all that kind of stuff is all with thanks to Andrelli. So yeah, there's a lot of work, not only behind the scenes, but with all the sponsors involved as well. But Sideways Polka, our first victim to the track limits, a drive-through.
Oh. Wow. It's not ideal for the McLaren.
No, and especially not either. I'm just looking there, Mike. He was only 3.2 seconds, I think, off of Saint Sim, as I think Ikitosh is well down the field there behind him. But I think, Cam, that he'll have to come in and serve that penalty sooner rather than later. I think, is it 3 laps, Cam, before you have to serve that penalty?
Yeah, so you've got 3 laps, and obviously every time you go over that start-finish line, race control will jump in your ear and be like, 2 laps, you've got a box, and then obviously on the final lap, they'll tell you to come in and serve that. So on that drive-through, not only will they not be able to take tyres and fuel, but it will reset their stint timer, so that's definitely going to throw a couple of things out.
As we see,
that's a shocker, isn't it?
Yeah, it's bad news, isn't it, Mike, for them, especially with just over an hour to go.
Well, you're trying to think, strategically, if you're going to take a drive-through, does that mean in the 4th pit stop where you come in and you go, okay, we'll put, like Cam just said, we'll put tyres and we'll put gas in it and try and minimise the harm. But if they can't do that, then it's literally just, putty time going through the pits, and you're probably going to lose, 30, 40 seconds. So, that is a crying shame for them.
Yes, it certainly is, and you can see what can they get out of this. I think, yep, they're coming in straight away, so this is clever from OSA 3. Thank you. Oh my goodness me, we've seen a couple of cars get close to that left-hand side of the pit wall, and there's no catch fencing there or anything, is there, for those marshals and volunteers and people doing their thing, as we see Sideways coming through. Just a drive-through penalty, of course, so the car will continue on through the pit lane. Still very costly. You don't lose as much time, but still very costly indeed. I think Ikitosh is a couple of laps behind Sideways, but we keep having a look here. 23 seconds is the gap between this man, Ignition Blitz, Hammer there, and there we can see Matt on your screen. Mrs. B says we will need to have a beer with dinner tonight after this racing action. And it is getting close to 5 p.m. local time where I'm sitting. 7 p.m. for our man Mike Howe over there in New Zealand. A little bit early for Cameron Norris as well, but totally agree, Mrs. B. And get those beers on ice, as she's using the emojis there. I think that's me, Mike, agreeing in the chat there. And yes, happy wife, happy life there. Totally agree, Mrs. B, and you'll go a long way agreeing with Mrs. B, I can assure you, with 1 hour and 16 left in this race. But this squad, can they sneak into the top 10? Mike, that's the question for BCG1. 20-odd seconds off of Hammer. And Ikitosh, I think we've just caught an incident here with Ikitosh, and he's facing the wrong way here, Mike, as he gets back onto the circuit.
Yeah, he's waiting for a bit of clear track, but I'm not sure if we can rewind and see what actually happened there. But again, one of those questions comes in about a person who's just been driving for, 4 hours and 45, give or take, and that's, is it telling? Again, did he jump or was he pushed? I didn't actually see the situation, unfortunately, there. I might even see if Nismo can actually get a rewind there for me up here and have a look, and I'm sure you guys can get some footage as well. We really have been starved of bash and crash, and I'm glad about that, because obviously we don't want to, see that sort of racing as a There's a situation, just watching the replay there from Nismo doesn't help for the screen on TV. But, yeah, it's... no, I can't do that and concentrate and talk at the same time, so we'll let him do that. But anyway, so the car's back underway. That's the most thing there for Ricker, and hopefully he can, salvage some sort of a result that afterwards. Of course, remember, he's had to sit back and endure that 130-second penalty too for driving well beyond his stint. Obviously, a solo driver for 6 hours isn't in the rules, and told to park it up, son, and think about what you did. And obviously a chance to go and have a bit of a stop break, I'm sure, for him. And in the meantime, the rest of it, though, just starting to look at those gaps now as we see the 96 car there with Norm behind the wheel, and the Mustang, he's 8.6 seconds back behind the HC Penrite of Smitty. That's between first and second. Go back to the third place car there, the Cave Racing, with Jono behind the wheel, and the 81 car. He's quite a long ways further back there, so we're just waiting for the gap to come up, other than for it to say a lap on the screen for me at the moment. Don't have those independent breakdowns, but look, that's the way it is, unfortunately, sometimes in racing there. And whether he was jumped or pushed remains to be seen. I don't think it's going to change a huge amount of things at the moment, though, for the chances there for Ika. Although behind him, the IC Ignition Blitz is only like 22 seconds behind, and that might be, a chance for the Bentley, if there is an issue there with that car of Ika's, for him to move up to the top 10, Trev. He might well be trying to have a crack at that.
Absolutely, as we're taking a look at bits and missing for OTR, running slightly wide there. He's got the race leader behind him, of course, in Smitty. Big hello to you, Jimbo, joining us. Jimbo Jones in at the house, loading up, getting ready to sail those high seas. Thank you, Jimbo, for joining us, and Mrs. B as well. There's 1 hour and 13 to go, and whilst we were chatting there, thank you, Auto Tomoto. Sorry, guys, got to go. Dinner almost ready. Got a couple of briskets in the smoker for the last 9 hours. Good luck to all the drivers and teams. Awesome racing and commentary. Thank you for the kind words. Leave your address there as well, or just pop it into the DMs if you don't mind, Auto Tomoto. That 9 hour smoked brisket sounds delicious, as I'm getting a little bit peckish here. And Jimbo Jones is redeeming the commentary cam. We'll get to that in a moment, but bits are missing, letting the race leader through here, and makes me hungry. I'll happily take a plate of that, says Cameron Norris. Indeed, we're going out of our heads with the hunger, Mike, but let me tell you, we've ticked over to 140 laps as Team Radio there. We've got the Team Radio beep. It's just Jimbo, of course, isn't it? He loves redeeming those sound effects. Wilco, what happened to Cave Racing? And they've dropped down some laps, and I'm just looking on the timing sheets here, Mike. Cave Racing, are they dropped down the field, have they? I'm just trying to catch up here. I'm a little bit behind.
Yeah, back in fourth place.
Back in fourth. So did they run into some issues there potentially?
Yeah, I'm a little bit not sure about how that's all played out, because I saw it a few laps ago, more than a few laps ago now, that they were back in second place, and the Mustang was in third, but certainly the Mercedes was in third, but that's certainly changed, and hats off to the OTR team in the 77 car. That car was one that was in the water earlier on and doing a great job to get up to the podium. But the question, about what happened to the 81, 100% sure either, mate. It's very, very unusual. I'm sure the teams themselves will be able to some sort of issue, or did they come into the pits, or whatever the case may be, but a little bit strange, especially being so close to the pointy end of the field for so long, and it would be a crying shame for them, but fourth at the moment, not to be sneezed at by any stretch of the imagination. That's a heroic drive, but you do think that they were in with a very good stone's throw at one stage. They were, like just under 2 seconds away from the actual lead itself, so we'll have to wait and see how that one all pans out there, Trev, but I'm sure they'll be trying their best with well over an hour to go, but that's a lot of work to do.
Certainly is. Plenty to play out here. Do not adjust your TV sets, whether you're watching on your laptop or your mobile device, iOS, Android, all of that sort of stuff. And a couple of oldies here calling the... I shouldn't say that. No, that's terrible. We won't talk about age at all. But wisdom coming with that there. Jimbo, great to see everybody are running as well. They're booking flights now, says Voodoo. Down in Koroit, that we've just discovered that brisket, that 9-hour smoked brisket, is down there in Koroit in the west part of Victoria, as our man Jimbo has redeemed the camera. This isn't going to be pretty with just over an hour to go in this race, but there it is. And wow, I'm very still there, aren't I? I think I've frozen up, and I don't know what's happening there, but I can't fix that either. So unfortunately, there I'm lost for words, Mike. For the first time ever there in that shot, I can't seem to move.
We don't have to look at that. Don't have to look at that for the next hour, 10 minutes. So surely, come on. I mean, you know, I'm not paid enough.
We'll get
that's
get rid of that for now. I think
that's a lovely sight, mate. I'm sure your missus is very proud of that. But so 8.9 seconds back to the lead at the moment. The 37 car, 96 back in second spot, and just trying to pick up the gap there to the 77 car, which is the better part, well, 3/4 of a lap back from the race lead. So that's quite a monumental effort to fall back that far. And then we go back to the 81 car. That's a stonking distance. 2 laps it's showing up as they go through, although I think it changes as the car crosses the line. But it's a phenomenal amount of space to make up. I know that they didn't get a second penalty, but yeah, I don't really have an answer for that one. Again, if either of the team there from Cave Racing can actually just give us a little bit of an update or have a bit of a chat to, Cam or someone like that, and just let us know, because we'd like to know. You guys certainly well and truly worthy of mention. There's no doubt about that at all. And 8.9 seconds to the lead between Norm and in the Mustang, in the BCG2 car, and of course Smitty and the Hinkle Penrite Bentley, as we see the blue flags coming out there as the 81 car is trying to move further forward and improve their results, as we would expect. 787 car there, the ignition blitz hammer behind the wheel, doing a fantastic job of that car. Will he obey the blues and get out of the way of the flowing Mercedes-Benz? You bet your bottom dollar he does, and some great racing there between them. So that moves him in clear fight of the next car in front of him, I suppose, but it's a long way to go. Absolutely. And a very, very short time to get there.
Yep, and couldn't have said it better myself, as we see Matchin now coming into the pit lane for TT Racing. Shame they have a rapid car. I think Captain Risky, there's a bit of chat going on there, as we see TT Racing coming into the pits now. And look at the side of that BMW. Just the sole BMW in the field, of course, as they're in the pits. We don't want to see that, do we? That's pretty boring to keep an eye on. And Wilco should have a camera as well. I'm not too sure about Jimbo, whether you want that or not. Where is Cam's cam? And you'll pay good money to check out Cam on Cam, as we'll keep it clean here for the next hour and a bit. 143 laps completed. And Cameron Norris, let me ask you, is this the most challenging time for you sim racers out there with an hour to go? You've come this far. It's so easy, isn't it, to throw it into a wall or make a mistake, and it could cost you dearly, couldn't it, in the next hour or so?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, not only is fatigue setting in for the drivers in the car, but, you know, even if you're sitting there watching your team circulate for all these hours as well, the fatigue can really settle in for that too. And I definitely feel for Icintosh in that respect. You know, we saw him make a small mistake a few laps ago, you know, that cost him a bit of time that he probably didn't want to lose. But that just comes part and parcel with running solo, and it's honestly a really big challenge to not only do 6 hours solo, but, you know, making sure that you're consistent lap after lap. And, you know, I mean, the worst I did was a 12-hour race solo, and I definitely felt that about halfway through. So I've definitely got massive props to not only all the drivers that are sharing the car, but also our solo driver out there, Icintosh, too, because, yeah, fatigue is a massive one. That definitely hurts you lap after lap.
It certainly does, and you can see there, as like we said, the sun setting here at Silverstone. Great place for a great race. I think that was the slogan for the Australian Grand Prix many, many years ago at Albert Park. But we've got to tick over 1 hour remaining, and if you're out there watching, there's 35 of you watching. Cam, what do they need to do if they're out there watching and they haven't followed? That's pretty naughty of them, but what do they need to do, please? Can we remind the people out there what they need to do?
Yeah, I'd get deep and personal with the mic like I usually do for this one, but I think I'll, you know what? Let me get into your ear holes for a minute. I won't do it. I won't do it. I usually do that, but yeah, no. If you're out there enjoying the stream, please do be sure to consider hitting the follow button. Not only Mega Esports going to be putting on some more events in the future, which we really look forward to, but also we've got the endurance series, the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series, coming back towards the end of July for the Masano 6 hours. On top of that, we've also got the weekly series with KRL from July 31st, that being the mental health charity series, as we have Instinct follow the stream. And coincidental timing, Instinct, did you manage to curse Spawn Racing with that follow, because they've managed to pick themselves up a drive-through for track limits as well.
And the timing.
Yeah, I just noticed that too, guys, to be fair. And I thought, oh, that can't be right for these the guys in the Ferrari in 6th place at the moment. That is not ideal. And we've only just seen this. But you talked about tiredness there, though, Cam. And I think that's one of those things, isn't it? You can easily just start to change as the shadows are getting a little bit longer and things like that. You know, we make a little bit of a mistake, you miss a braking marker or something, and you go over the old the beam where you shouldn't be, and unfortunately you pick yourself up a bit of a penalty, and that is not good. Yeah, we can see actually Nismo's just jumped on board with the extra cam that we've got here, as we have gone to ads at the moment on the other stream that I'm looking at, and it is very, very hard to see some of these white line corners where you should be, let alone where you should be. And I can now understand completely why, you know, we can make this sort of mistake this far into it. But I'll tell you what, though, Trev, one thing that really gets me is Cam saying he's done a 12-hour and halfway through it, he started to get tired. Well, that's 6 hours. That's what we're doing here today. So, boy, man, that is a phenomenal effort. So I'm now a little bit more buoyed that hopefully Ika in the 151 Bentley can actually get himself through without doing himself any harm. That's an awful long time to drive solo, though, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And don't you worry about the man alongside us in the commentary box, Cameron Norris. He leaves his best work for the last hour. Let me tell you, that's when he just gets excited. He lays dormant there and gets nice and close to the microphone for that last hour. Spawn Racing in and out of the pits. There's a bit of banter there between Jimbo and Jason in the comments, but thank you to iDistinct. I tell you what, these names, they're hard to get used to after 6 years. Mike, I still haven't got used to them, but we'll go with Distinct or Instinct. There we go. I got it right eventually. As how's the Ford still going, says Jimbo. But thanks for the follow, of course. Thanks for supporting the channel. And Instinct, there we go. As I lose the ability to speak clearly. Jimbo says the Fords usually break down. But, well, they seem to be going very strongly. And it's inside 10 seconds, the battle between first and second, Mike, as we count down to 1 hour to go in this one.
Yeah, spot on, and Nismo just jumped on board the 56 car there, the Porsche, from a bonnet cam, and I'll tell you what, that was amazing to see the level of intensity. He's actually backing it in some of the corners here. I think he was just going through the flip-flops up the top of the sections there, going onto the hanger straight, and he was backing the thing, and my word, he's trying 100% on that one. So, you know, it's really good. I'll tell you what, though, I think these drivers need props, and the whole team's here, the amount of effort and time they've put in for this one, it's you know, it's starting to really pay dividends. Yes, there's a bit of a drive-through. Yes, that's been paid already, just straight away come in, sorted that drive-through out, gone back out onto the track. Good props here to the teams, and that's what you do, though, isn't it, guys? You take it on the nose, put it up, stand up, move on, and try not to make that same mistake again, as we see the blue flags around the track there for various cars having various attacks on or being passed, and that from some of these much faster drivers. So if we go back to the oh, by the way, yeah, so of course the track temperature's starting to cool off too. Nisma just said to me the track's starting to cool off. It was 31 degrees. If you look at your little temperature thing there, it's now 23 degrees, and that's a big difference there, and probably why Cam, you were saying before, mate, about the times actually cracking and starting to get a little bit faster. As it drops off, you've got the rubber around the corners and everything, and yeah, lap times hopefully continue to tumble.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's one of the big keys is, you know, especially when the track temperature starts to come down, and, you know, that wind is also picking up. We're almost into double digits here, so, you know, that final hour, we might end up seeing the rain kind of start to creep in, but yeah, nobody so far can take that purple lap away from BCG2, that being the Ford, the 96. But Trev's just ducking away for a quick minute here, Mike. But I've got you an interview. We've got Machin. He's fresh out of the car, so I'm leaving this to you to pick his brain.
Won't take very long, but we saw him come in though and do that driver change in that BMW. This is car number 11, and this is Machin, of course, and the TT Racing boys here. Welcome there, Machin. Can you hear us?
Yeah, thanks guys, I can hear you.
Mate, you've only just climbed out of that BMW M4 GT3. How are you up after what's been a long day? We're 5 hours in.
Yeah, not too bad. I'm all done for the day now, so Nick's going to take it through to the end. So yeah, now that pit stop was a little bit longer than I would have hoped, because someone pulled into the pit box and forgot to turn the engine off for 20 seconds.
It's an attitude, not a hair colour, eh, mate? But it wasn't anybody we know or we will mention. Nick's jumped back out there. Immortan Nick, as we've got on the sheet here, yeah. He's jumped in the bimmer, and he's obviously to the end. What sort of race car did you give him?
Well, it's still straight, so hopefully you can do something with that. But yeah, we've been playing around. We've been having a bit of trouble with tyre pressures because of the temperature dropping. So just trying to figure all that out. But he seems to be going pretty well. He's got this track sussed out.
Is this a car you're familiar with, or is this something you've just recently jumped in? Because we've been talking to a lot of drivers during the course of the program, and to be honest, most of them are saying, you know what, we've actually just wanted to try this car or that car or whatever, and they used it for a little bit of R&D. How have you guys come about the car, and what's your experience in it in the past?
Well, it's a car that Nick's driven quite a bit in one of our other championships. But yeah, for me, it's actually my first time racing it, so it's been a bit of a learning curve.
And what were your thoughts on the car? Is it something you'd sort of pursue, or is it something, not too bad, but I'd prefer blah, 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 the Ferrari or the Porsche or something?
I'd be willing to give it a bit more of a crack. It's good fun. It's a little bit taily on the corner exits, but yeah, it's pretty easy to catch, so it's good fun.
Oh, good stuff. Well, you're certainly making good of the car at the moment. The 11 carts in top 10. I mean, we didn't start with huge numbers, but you're still, in 8th place at the moment, doing a cracking job in that machine. And like you said, you've brought it back straight. Now, you've largely stayed out of trouble in the BMW. What's this driving standard been around you? Because from our side it looks okay, but you're the driver. How have you found it?
It's been really good. So there's probably about 4 or 5 drivers that I've had some really good battles with today. So Norm at the start, after he did his redress, he was coming up and we had a good battle for a couple of laps, and also Glasso. We had about 5 laps where we were going at each other there, and yeah, it was really, really clean, some side-by-side stuff, and yeah, everyone came out pretty well straight on the other end.
And just very quickly, because I'm a newbie to sim racing, mate, so I don't know anything on the track very much. I've learned a heck of a lot today. Just tell us a little bit about Machin, about where you've been, what you've done, and goals, aspirations.
I just do this for fun, really. I don't really plan on. I don't really think I can go much higher than what I'm doing at the moment. So yeah, I'll do a bit. Got some mates that I race with, and recently got into KRL and the Oz New Zealand endurance, which has been good. But yeah, something I just do in my spare time.
Good stuff. Tall, brown hair, brown eyes. Enjoy romantic walks on the beach, or?
Yeah, all that. Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Oh, that's cracking. That's right. Yeah, look, mate, we're about as politically correct as an apple, so it's all good. Hey, yeah, congratulations on how far you got, mate. I mean, hopefully Nick brings it home and brings it home strongly, because 8th place, nothing to be sneezed at. But I think you might have sold yourself short. In fact, I think you guys just moved up to 7th place, if I'm not mistaken, in the Bimmer. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go, eh? So you're all gassed and tied to the end. Cars should get there okay on its tyres?
Should get there.
Yep. Oh, that's good. And if Nick makes a complete, kangaroo of the whole thing and into the... So what's the cost going to be? Is it a box on the Barbie, or a slab?
Surely it's going to be a carton. Yeah.
At least a carton, eh? Oh, good stuff. And Cam, I don't know if you're there in the background, mate. As sim racer to sim racer, you got anything to ask Machin about the Bimmer?
Oh, one big one. Obviously, we've discussed, the tyre wear and those kind of situations from, say, my perspective as a driver. But is there anything that you can give us an insight of as how are your tyres going over the course of the stint? Do they start to fade quite early, or is your tyre wear kind of manageable all throughout?
The wear's not too bad, so the last 10 minutes has been a bit sketchy, but for the most part it's been okay. It's the pressures mainly that we're trying to get right. They tend to drop off a bit over the course of the stint, so that's what we've been trying to figure out.
Yeah, that's completely understandable, and that's part and parcel with the challenge of not only picking a car, but also managing those tyres over the opening, say, half of a stint, to make sure that you can keep pushing until the end.
Yeah.
Much, and I've been asking all other drivers the same sort of thing. When you go into a stint, an hour stint, and you're starting a 6 hour or whatever the case may be, what do you go supplies-wise? Do you have a whole lot of, do you have like a straw? Do you have a drink? Do you have something you can grab halfway through a stint? And what sort of nibbles, if any, can you access during your drive time?
I haven't really got anything around me, to be honest. I've just got a water bottle next to me, and yeah, that's about it. Keep it simple.
And we had one of the drivers talking about his gear, that I've only got a G29 or something. What have you got as far as sim gear?
I've got the Fanatec DD Pro, so yeah, that's
Cool.
entry level direct drive sort of thing. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with 7th place at the moment. I don't think that's too entry level. You're doing. I'll tell you what. If
I'm
I was
really happy with that.
Oh, you should be, mate. If I was out there driving,
first pit stop, I got a 30-second stop go for speeding, and then with forgetting to turn the engine off, we've lost a bit of time with pit stops. So to be where we are, we're still 3 places up on where we started. So pretty happy with that.
No, you should be happy, mate. Well done. And like I was going to say, if I was the guy driving, they've cracked 100 laps by now, mate. So I think you've done an outstanding job. Well, thank you very much for popping in and saying hi. Hopefully, it goes well for you, and we'll see you there or thereabouts in about 50 odd minutes time.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. See you later.
All right, mate. Thanks well done. Take care. Thanks very much for having the what's to come in and have a bit of a chat with the commentators. That's much in there from the Jimmy TT Racing car, Jimmy Madgen, and the 193 BMW M4 GT3 car there, doing a cracking job. And at the moment, just as we were talking to him, his teammate there, Nick, actually moved him up from 8th place to 7th place. So pretty good about that. So Jimmy Madgen doing, well, what he doesn't think is a very good job. We think it's a fantastic job. And go Car 11 as they continue on. So that's another driver there that we've had a bit of chinwag with, and as you can see, the predictions are now closed there on whether or not the weather's going to be any good. Just having a look at the prediction there on the top of the screen. They're not prediction, but whether it's saying it should be in the next 30 minutes. We're probably going to be able to get a 6-hour race done without any rain whatsoever, because talk about the cat amongst the pigeons, it's not the ideal thing to have. Just while we've got a little bit of Trev's ducked away for a cup of tea and a quick lie down, we'll go to where we are at the moment. Let's go to HC Penrite with Smitty behind the wheel, car number 37. We've just cracked 150 laps. How about that? 150 laps, and we've still got nearly an hour to go, 52 minutes, and that is stonking. 7.4 seconds back in second place. Car number 96 there, BCG2. That's Norm behind the wheel of BCG2. And look at this, BCG3 in the Porsche is up to 3rd place. Wow-wee. That is phenomenal. Now, we've got that car down as car number 56. It's 23, and Random behind the wheel of the Porsche doing a good job. 4th place is car number 81. In the pits at the moment, the Mercedes-Benz. The Cave Racing car, Jono behind the wheel. And in 5th place now, because the 77 car there, Dask behind the wheel. We actually talked to Dask a little while ago, and the Bentley has moved up to 4th place in the 77 car. 5th place at the moment is the 81 of Cave Racing there in the Mercedes. Back to 6th place, the OSA2, Spawn Racing behind the wheel of the Ferrari, car number 823. And pardon me, that's a very, very quick little car coming through the Luffield turn that is at the moment, coming out to complete another lap very, very soon. So that's 7th place there for 6th place there for car number 823. Here is the electric car we were just talking to much in a little while ago. There's a Mortonic and the BMW in 7th place. Then let's jump through to 8th place there with PRT and Metal Steel there in car number 100. doing a cracking job on another of the Ferraris, just going off our little list here. Then we'll go down to 9th place there, OSA 3, Glasso there driving the McLaren in car number 18. And top 10, this is where the rubber meets the road. Ikitosh all by himself in the 151 car, the mighty old Bentley, in 10th place at the moment in the HC Skulls sponsored Bentley. 11th place is BCG1 Mint Matt there driving the 36 car there, the Ferrari. And 12th place is Ignition Blitz, Team Ignition Blitz with Hammer behind the wheel in the 787B Bentley as well. And last car circulating and doing a cracking job is another of the Bentley, car number 63, Stingray team with Boss 260 GT back behind the wheel, 3 laps back behind the Bentley in front. And still cracking out some lap times here, which is what it's all about. That's a wrap. And good to see NZ Postman still on the wheel, and I think I know who NZ Postman is now, because I think him and Peanuts might be a little bit related. So I've got a feeling welcome there to you, Phil. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself as we count down our first ever mega race here at Mega Esports, and very, very much appreciate all these drivers and everyone else taking the time to include this in their weekend. And hopefully it's going well for you as we go back to where can we find the leader, and it is the 37 car. Here is the HC Penrite sponsored Bentley. We'll see it up on screen shortly. I've on 2 different screens. There we go. There's Smitty behind the wheel, chugging out the laps and doing the business. And we'll get Nismo to tell me about fastest laps too, as Cam was saying before. Oh, it's his friend. Okay. Just his friend. All right, then. Well, that's all right, Postman. We'll, that's no problem at all. Who's got the fastest lap, though? Because we saw the times getting quicker, and with 49 minutes to go, is it still the Mustang, who was the fastest lap before, doing the 150? Yes, still fastest with a 159.2. And I don't think anyone else has got any faster than that since that time. So it is cracking times going on here at Silverstone in England. And if you've just tuned in, welcome there to you. Hit the button, hit the like, hit the subscribe. And Mega Esports, this is the start. And I'll tell you what, if this is the quality of what we're going to be getting, there'll be more of this coming. And hopefully the boss man himself, in charge of Mega and NASCAR, is as happy as we are. So 159.59 there from the HC Penrite. There's not much in it between fastest laps, but the Muzzie's still the fastest, I believe. And I think our man Trevor's back in the background there. Trev, how did your little cup of tea go, mate? Was it nicely sugared?
It certainly was. It might be something stronger than that. No, just kidding. It's raspberry and lemonade, of course. But I was just listening to you there. 152 laps have been completed, and like we said, if we can see anything like this going forward, it's going to be fantastic, of course, with Mega Esports, 6 hours of Silverstone. It's hard to believe it's coming to an end. I say coming to an end, we've still got 48 minutes to go, and Nismo saying I think last year's Oz New Zealand race was dry as well. Of course I think it was, but you got me worried, Cam, as the clouds now, he says the clouds are rolling in. We might see some rain. We also might see a dry end to this race. I'm just having a look there, Mike, at the weather predictions. 47 minutes to go, and I don't think we're seeing... is that rain, is it? Or is that just cloudy with a chance of meatballs or a shower or two? I'm not too sure, but 30 minutes remaining until that's as far as we can see as NZ Postman. He's still here with us, along with 35 other people, and we think we know him, don't we, Mike, NZ Postman? And I think it's Keith, isn't it, from Invercargill?
Yep. Keith from Kaitaia. Keith from Kaitaia. We'll call him Keith.
Yep, we'll go with that unless we hear something different. But 47 minutes remaining, and we've got some pit lane action here. Norm is in the Ford Mustang, and is that a final driver change, Cam? And we'll wait and see what happens there. Norm currently in that car. We're going to see a change here in the last 40 minutes, do we think, Cam?
Yeah, quite possibly. I think Norm's been behind the wheel for the last 2 stints, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Norm jump out of the car and pass it over. So this is kind of where strategy starts to come in now. Have you gone long enough? Have you chewed away enough over the course of your stints? Because now we're getting into that final stint period, and one of the big ones is obviously they'll be taking fresh boots. We know that. They'll be getting new rubber onto the car. But the question is, how much fuel are they going to throw into the car? You're not going to top it up like you normally would for a full stint. So it's whether you want to really get down to that fine number so that you go across the line with under a litre. Well, you got to make sure, obviously, you put an extra lap into the car just in case you do go for that next lap before the checkered flag gets waved. But yeah, look, we're going to be starting to see final pit stop action, over the next 5-10 minutes, at best, and then it's going to be that final mad dash to the line.
Great work. Cameron Norris there, the voice, multiple champion, of course, for KRL, and a big member of QRT Esports. This battle, Mike, is continuing, this time with Freddie Aussie in the car. And now I think we've got a sequel here. We might even have a third installment of this battle coming up, because nothing has separated these two in the first 5 hours, and it seems to be the same for the last hour here. Both of the Ferraris still toe-to-toe here at the moment.
Yes, absolutely on point there, Trev. Well said, because these two really are scrapping it out, and this is the OSA 2 team there in the 823 and the PRT Metal Steel Ferrari. So go the Italians. There's no tomorrow, like you said, just under 45 minutes left in the endurance spec cars as well. They're doing it well, and in between these two, and the scraps just keep on going. We've got the 96 car there, not that far behind the 37. We've got a 5-second gap between Dask and the OTR car there in the 77 and 4th place, back behind the 3rd place BCG 3 car. So 5 seconds in that scrap, half a second between between these two Italian stallions. We've got 18 seconds to the next back. We'll go back a couple of spots to 11 seconds in that gap. It's not like we're talking 5 laps between every car. They can all just go and have a strawberry and ice cream. These guys have got something to fight for. And the battle between these Ferraris is absolutely fantastic, mate. I mean, and they're not just your regular everyday Ferrari. These are pretty, 296 GT3, and it's a Pro-Am car. And that's the other thing too. We haven't, in fact, I completely failed to mention who's in the Pro and who's in the Pro-Ams and all that sort of carry on. But as far as the pros go, I mean, it's where the rubbers meet in the road, well and truly. But we've only got a couple of AM cars there at the moment, and that is the 787 car, and the Ignition Blitz Bentley, and then we go back to the second of the AM cars here, and I've just lost them in my sheet. There we go. It's the 18 car there, which is the OSA 3 McLaren. So those are the two cars there that are the AMs, and there's nothing shabby about the pace from the 787 either. So well done to these guys. But then we go back to the battle of the Italian Stallions, and these guys are just playing for keeps, Trev. I hope this one works out well.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this battle, of course. 43 minutes. It's the final countdown. I won't start singing, not this far into it. We've gone through so much together, Mike and Cam and everybody out there watching. We'll
Don't ruin it now.
No, exactly. We want to keep them. We want to keep them around, as 40 people are now watching our race leaders in the pits as well, Mike.
Absolutely. Just going to say, race leaders in the pits, keep an eye on the 37 car. Here comes the 96 car flying down the front straight with all heat in the tyres, something the Bentley doesn't have. It was a 60-second gap back to John O'Stan in the 96 Ford Mustang GT3, but that's going to be anything but 60 seconds now, because the 37 car, the Penrite Bentley, is on the track. Look at the gap between them. It's not much of a difference here at all between Chapel as they come out of that curve onto the hanger straight, and they'll be able to see each other. In fact, if I was in the Mustang, don't want to put any thoughts here, I'd be flashing the lights. I'd be trying to distract them. I'd be doing a Brody Kostecki last weekend to Will Brown in the top 10 shootout. I'd be trying, mate, now's the chance. This is the chance to absolutely, really mess around with them. I think Smitty's going to get himself, still showing his hyper behind the wheel, but I think Smitty's behind the wheel, yeah. No? Hyper's behind the wheel, sorry. So Hyper's behind the wheel, and Smitty's job was to give Hyper a car that he can go out and do qualifying laps in. So he kept it slow, he kept it clean, and he is absolutely, heaven sent on giving this guy a car that he can do the job, and that's exactly what Hyper's got under him. So now we watch the gap, which has come right down, as it should have, to 5.2 seconds. And Trev, I think it's fair to say, no matter how it plays out with 41 minutes to go, this is a mega race every fashion of the word.
In every sense of the word. I see what you did there, Mike. Tell you what,
Aye.
we're working beautifully. And let me tell you, it now turns into, and I'll get to you in a moment, Cam. I'm going to ask you that question about, it goes from the, it's still an endurance race, of course, but it's really turning into a 40-minute sprint now, isn't it, Cam, towards the end of this one? And the gap is back to 4.5 seconds. Do not adjust your TVs. Thank you, Samuel L. Jackson, for the kind words there. And he said he loves my singing voice. And there we go. 40 minutes to go, Cam. It turns into a sprint race now, doesn't it? And we see now as well, Darst catching Random. And 40 minutes to go. And whatever they've got left in the tank here, Cameron, they've got to use it, don't they, in the next 40 minutes as we see Random come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this comes down to all the strategy that you use straight out of the box. You know, the moment the green flag drops to the moment you pit for the first time and the second time, it's about maximizing the time that you're spending on the track throughout each stint. So then that way, the final stint, you can actually, you know, cut the fuel down, save a couple of kilos in the car. On top of that, you'll also have tyres that you know that you don't have to be a little bit more cautious on, because you don't have to go that full 60 minutes to the 70-minute max stint timer. You've got 40 minutes. You can wring the neck out of those tyres. Obviously look after them to start off with for the first opening laps. But yeah, the 40-minute sprint to the end, this is what it's all about. This is endurance racing in a nutshell.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Look at these comments coming in from Mick. You're so fine, you blow my mind. He says, this has got to be the best commentary team ever. Thank you so much for that. And DRJ, Dr. J Mega, exciting racing. The Dr. J joining us. Great to have you with us here at the moment as we continue to see this battle for first and second. 3.5 seconds, Mike. Oh, it's getting close, isn't it? It's going to go right down to the wire. Inside 40 minutes to go here. As NZ Postman says, I agree. Let's go, Jono. Let's go, says Jimbo. Those Ferraris are still battling out, but I don't think it's going to be too long, Mike, before we see first and second get ever closer here. It's down to 3.5 now.
Yeah, it's funny that in some respects you almost start to clench and pucker and think, oh, this Buzzy's going to come through and take him. But I've got a feeling that Hyper's just putting heat into the car. And I think Cam alluded to this a little while earlier. You can take a lot of goodness out of the car in the first few laps, and it may look like you're going slow. And how often have we seen this? In fact, we saw this a lot with the Cave Racing Mercedes, where it looked like they were going slow. If you remember about 2 hours ago, they actually let the Mustang go through the 96 car because they wanted to save that car. I've got a feeling Hyper's doing it. I just see a comment there from Smitty. He's going, my job is done, now bring it home, Hyper. You know, this is Smitty, of course, in the 37 car, and he's just played to a number. He's done his job. He's well and truly within. I think Hopper, we know that this man is a very, very qualified driver, as we've got so many qualified drivers on the track. Will he balk with 37 minutes to go? I don't know. I don't think he will, but Jono is flying, there's no doubt about it, 3.7 seconds, and this is just superb. You couldn't have scripted this, guys. You know, we've got the Italian stallions fighting it out between the two of them for 7th and 8th. Let's not forget about that. Maybe we jump through the field quickly before we wrap this up. You know, we will be finishing with a strong finish, there's no doubt about it. But 3.7 seconds to the leader, not too far back to the 77 car. It's not all over for car 81. Cave Racing's in there. But Trev, I've got a feeling, and I think there's a very mature approach coming from both Hyper and from Jono, that first and second are certainly driving to a number. And will the Bentley be challenged? Well, let's find out in about 36 minutes' time.
Well, let's wait and see. It's a good question, of course. They are driving to numbers, aren't they? Very clinical, very professional, of course, all of these drivers out there on the circuit. Thank you to Samuel L. Jackson for following a couple of minutes back. Great to have you as part of the community now. My part is done, says Smitty. Now bring it home, Hyper. And he'll be wanting to do that. That gap is being managed. It's 3.5 seconds at the moment. So we'll wait and see. Back to 3.7. It's an eloquently poised game of chess at the moment. Great to be a part of it, fellas. Thank you to Samuel L. As we see Darsk there continuing on, but Captain Risky and John This is incredible. With just a tick over half an hour remaining, Cameron Norris, we're seeing not one, not two, but three battles here out on the circuit as the Porker tries to get around the outside of that Mercedes. Just getting balked there on that occasion, but what a battle we're seeing here in front of our eyes, Cameron.
It's so hard to take your eyes off of every battle that we've got going on. Not only, you know, the battle for P1 and 2, but this battle between John and Captain Risky for P4. On top of that, you've also got a battle a little bit further down the order as well. But yeah, look, Captain Risky was going for a good move, or tried to get it done in the village, in the loop, but unfortunately the Porker doesn't quite like it as much there. But they're coming through Luffield, going into Woodcote now. You know, it's that sprint race essence now. These drivers are going to be absolutely sending it. Nothing's going to be holding off whatsoever. 35 minutes remaining on that clock. Is the Mustang, or sorry, is the AMG going to hold out for P4? Or is Captain Risky, we've seen him do a risky move before, he loves to do it. You know, he's the captain of risky manoeuvres after all. So, you know, are we going to see an incredible ascent that he manages to make way with?
Cam, can I ask a question on this one, mate? Because like you say, they are starting to send it. They are starting to get really, really into it. 35 minutes to go. What about track limits? Is this something where you could actually think, oh, I'm not going to think about, oh, I missed, oh, that was me, you know what I mean? Oh, there's a drive-through, and how, what's that, 40 seconds gone?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point to bring up as well. You know, track limits. Some of these drivers might be on their final warning before they've got to come through pit lane. Other drivers, they might not be anywhere near it, as Captain Risky's looking down the inside. Manages to put off John in the 81, trying to go for the crisscross. Can't get it done though. But yeah, the track limits is definitely something you've got to keep an eye on, especially around Silverstone, where it's very easy to pick them up.
And the thing is, you've got the sun starting to come into your eye. You've got someone taking up your rear vision mirror. You know, you're absolutely pushing the car as hard as you dare. But with 35 minutes to go, you know, if you scorch the tyres now, if you ruin them, then you really are going to pay a price. As we see a fantastic challenge here, not quite pulled off that time from the 56 car. 23 on the screen. Don't worry about that. It's the same car here in fifth place, scrapping with 81. And it's a fair old crack here. Risky is not going to risk it, but he's going to try it on with John in the Cave Racing Mercedes. Oh, she's squirrely under brakes, and the eekest of moments. I say the pass was made. I was too soon, far too soon. As we come out of the corner now, they come round and they start lining themselves up there through Copse, or Corpse, it depends if they die or not, as they come down the straight now. And look at this one, it's absolutely full on. No, in actual fact, it's the start-finish straight, you muppet. Corpse is coming up here, or Copes, as he goes round. Apologies, I'm Silverstone ignorant and twice as stupid as they come down the straight. Look at this, pulled off the passing manoeuvre. Do you think the battle's over? Not by a long shot. Look at this cracking pace between the two of them. And like you said, Ken, this is a battle for fourth place, and yet they're going like it's the Bledisloe Cup.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And that's the beauty of endurance racing is, you know, you get down to that final few minutes or the final 30 minutes of the race. And, you know, I love a good sprint race to the checkered flag, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Captain Risky is looking around the outside at Stowe. He's going door to door. If he can hold on, he might be able to go down the inside. A little bit of a nudge there. He's still got the opportunity to send it here. But yeah,
Cam, can I just ask there, that move there with that Mercedes, not bad way, but, you know, push the Porsche wide, the Porsche goes over the lines. Was that a track limit breach just then, potentially? And this is what we were talking about before. Again, the Porsche's gone wide. Is that potentially, do you know what I mean? Are you go into the wall, P1. Just, Chono says, get out of the way, son. Oh, dearie me, risky. Got absolutely no reward. And John, well, I'll shut my mouth, Trev. This is your moment to shine, son. I'll just be over there swinging in my... It's
all right, I had my eyes covered there for a moment. Oh no, says New Zealand postman. Drama. Says Nismo. Hyper coming in with a 59.0. I didn't know where to look. It was close, it was tight. I don't want to, no pun intended, but if you talk about risk versus reward, he took a very big risk, and it has not paid off, unfortunately, has it, Mike? And you can see the damage now on that car, and they'll be doing. And I tell you what, John has let him by there, I believe. So great to see once again, and he's let him by, but I think there's a fair bit of damage on that Porsche.
Yeah, and we talked about track limits, but unfortunately that's a little bit worse than track limits. I think both cars are a little bit burdened by that one. I'm worried about the condition of the 56 car we see on screen, and John in the 81, that's going to be enough to get him out of trouble. But again, I'm a newbie to this one. Certainly in supercars, they give you trouble if you chew chewing gum the wrong way. But in this one, yep, he did the right thing. I think the team will be a little bit displeased, but to say the least. But there we go. 30 minutes or less than to go, and unfortunately, that's happened. And you know what, guys? Mickey Mouse surprise day. Anything can happen, and it usually does. We're actually on board at the moment. Nismo's just rewound it. I'm just watching this, and just want to keep. I'll watch this and let you guys just keep talking. But meantime, the Porsche just continues on, and at the front of the field, it's business as usual.
Yep, business as usual there. In fact, that gap's now out to 5 seconds. We'll let you get back and have a look at the replay, I reckon, Mike, and let you get back to us in just a few moments. But half an hour to go. John weaving behind Captain Risky there. I'm not too sure what that's all about. As Instinct says, why was car 81 not penalised? There is a fair bit of damage, like we mentioned, of course, random there on the BCG car. And we can't apply those penalties on the console, but we do handle those post-race. There is no in-game penalty system, just post-race steward penalties. But it would be good if that's something potentially that they could look at for consoles in the future, Cam, because we know it's on PC, but it would be nice if we could get a feature like that. But that could potentially cause more harm than good. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. It could cause some potential issues, couldn't it, if we bring that in?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it would be good if the feature was available on the consoles because, you know, especially on PC situations, just to name a track randomly, Spa, you know, when you go around there and you get a drive-through penalty, it's not just a 30 seconds, 40 seconds and you're in and you're out. Spa, pit lane. Unfortunately, they use the full GP layout, which will lose you about 2 minutes or close to 2 minutes just on a drive-through penalty. So typically, the in-game or the stewards behind the controls there, they'll remove that penalty and just apply maybe like a 20-second penalty so that you don't lose a full 2 minutes, a full lap. You can just kind of creep in with that. But before we get too deep into this final half an hour and we get closer to that checkered flag, I'll cross over to you, Trev, because we do actually have Smitty in here for an interview.
We certainly do. Smitty, have you got us there loud and clear, my friend? I think we might have had a bit of a chat before, mate, but how are you travelling and how's the team going inside the last half an hour of this one?
Yeah, look, really happy with where we are. I know how all these teams feel at Bathurst in the last stint. Now I'm standing behind my rig, packing it at the moment because I'm out of control. This is all out of my hands now.
You sound a bit like a sporting coach in the last few seconds of a game when it's a draw or when it's very close. It can be quite nerve-wracking, but still it can. We've seen funny things happen, mate, but it's all looking good so far. Is it just a matter of managing? We know that you've been trying to stick to those lap times, the gap 4.7. Is it just a matter of managing it until the end if you can?
No, we've after I got back in the car, the shackles were off. It's all on. There's no holes, no holding back now. We're on.
Absolutely fantastic. I tell you what, it's going to go right down to the wire, and I think I've just seen a car disappear from our timing sheets. But Mike, if you've got a couple of quick questions there, as the sound effects being redeemed, which come through my headset very loudly indeed. But Mike, I'll let you have a quick chat with Smitty whilst we've still got him there.
Yes, Smitty, well done, mate, on how far you've come, mate, with 27 minutes to go. You've handed over a car to Hyper that looks to be in particularly good condition. Just so well done, first and foremost, mate. Hats off to you, honestly. I don't know how you do it. Just getting to one thing we're talking to Cameron about is track limits. Are you finding that? Did you get many pings on track limits during your during that stint? How was the car looking?
No, car's really good. The only track limits I had was... I've only had one. Hyper's had none. My phone fell off my rig and hit my knee, which then forced me to go wide, which was a bit unfortunate. But we've got another two up our sleeves, so we'll be right for the run home. the car's excellent. It just seems to be getting faster and faster the further the day goes on.
So with 5 seconds back to Jono in the Mustang, you're not too worried about that with 26 minutes to go? You're good?
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm not worried. We still, with a 59 dead, we still haven't got fastest lap. So
yeah,
there's plenty of pace behind us. We just got to make sure we look after these tyres, but push at the same time.
Yeah, got you there, mate. Yeah, just one thing I really was quite surprised about was the way the Bentley has really, seemed to be the pinnacle. We're seeing that first and third at the moment, but we're also seeing a couple of teams, a little bit further back down the track. So what do you put it down to? The thing's a flaming boat, for crying out loud. It's an aircraft carrier of the roll cage, and somehow you guys are making this thing sit up and take notice. You didn't have much data coming into this, and how did you work out managing the tyres so well?
I have to plug someone here, a bloke called Jason Wilco's Driving Academy. Some expert tips and some tricks and a few little setup tweaks, and this thing looks after its tyres and it flies.
Oh, well done, mate. That's very good. And Nismo is sitting here beside and going, why did he mention Wilco and give away the trade secret? No, I'm just kidding. No, well done there to you, matey. And this is a very hard time now, isn't it? I mean, it's 25 minutes to go. You're going to be hearing all the rattles and creaks that's going on in the 37 car, probably more than Hyper is. Are you giving them any? Do you need to give them any tips? I think I know the answer to that question already. But how do you approach being a teammate, team manager now with so little time to go?
That was pretty easy. 2 words: hammer time.
Oh, good stuff. All right, mate. Well, I think Cam's listening in at the moment, Cam Norris, and I think one sim racer to another. Cam, what do you got for Smitty as we just about wrap this fantastic little event up?
I'll jump in with 2 words of my own. Don't bin it.
Awesome, Smitty. All right, mate. Thanks very much for coming on. I really appreciate seeing you on the track. It's good to hear your thoughts on the matter and that as well. So hopefully the Hooncourt Penrite car continues on, and I understand there from the national sales manager of Penrite there is some stickers coming your way next week. So you never know, if you pull off the win, there might be a 500ml pack of oil or something. He's pretty generous.
Yeah, we'll see. We'd appreciate that. Yeah, just a quick shout out. All the guys that put this mega event together, the AASA, all the teams that are involved. Mike, yourself, having you as commentary has been excellent. I'm just thrilled to have the opportunity to do this sort of stuff. Thanks, guys.
Oh, well done, mate. Thank you very much, and kind words. All right, that's Smitty, of course, who has been doing a fantastic job, has done a fantastic job at the 37 car. Scott Smith, if you want to know what his real name is. Smitty doing a fantastic job there, and let's see if with 6 seconds lead, if that's enough to bring the Hooncourt Bentley home later on. 23 minutes time there, Cam, and again, this is what we're seeing, isn't it, mate? I mean, he's done his job. He's pointed at the front of the field as well as Smitty has for the whole event, and yet he's just sitting back. He's trying to sound casual, but we know there's going to be a lot of nerves.
Yeah, exactly. You've done a stellar job throughout the whole 6 hours or 5.5 hours touch over that so far, and it's always that hard one, passing it over to that final driver to bring it home. But like he said, they're only running on they've got a few track limits left up their sleeves, so if they do have a bit of a battle to the line, they can kind of utilize some of those track limits, and they don't have to be too scared about it. But yeah, at the end of the day, every driver that's taken part over the course of this, whether they've jumped in for an hour or whether you're like Ikitosh, where you're kind of wishing for it to end because you've driven for over 5.5 hours so far, it's one of those things, that final run to the checkered flag is the one thing that we all hold close to us. Yeah,
absolutely right, mate. And just one other little thing, jump off the 23 car there, that Porsche that's going around at the moment, the BCG 3 car with Risky behind the wheel. We had a look at the replay. Now, Nismo and I are not the stewards. We're not, for a second, saying we're the stewards, but we had a look at the incident between the Porsche and the Cave Racing Mercedes. There was a front straight overlap there where the Porsche actually was rejoining from an outside position, a little bit wide off track limits, and the Mercedes literally came in behind him, and I think the Merc actually tried to pull out of the way. I'm not saying there is or isn't, and I'm not saying yay or nay. All I'm saying is it looked very bad. we went on board and actually jumped inside the Mercedes and followed it around. There was no malice that I could see in the driving at all. So I honestly believe it was a, unfortunate racing incident. The other thing we didn't notice at the same time too was that the Mercedes immediately went straight to the corner after that front straight, and immediately moved over, and was sitting on the outside of cops waiting for the Porsche to go, and is still behind the Porsche as we speak now. And I think both cars actually sustained damage. The Merc took a good hit on that front wheel, as it turned out, as the Porsche went around. So I if I did sound a little bit harsh and critical at the time, I think I saw the wrong view from the front. And I'm not saying that who was at fault was or wasn't, because that's for the stewards to decide later on if they so deserve to, or so decide to do that. But I don't want to think there's anyone out there going that that Jono's a bad driver or anything like that. Please don't look at that. If you do get a chance later on to see the footage from inside, I think it is a racing incident myself personally, but certainly no dirty driving. So and I immediately moved out of the way and let the 56 car go back past. 23 on the screen, but 56 on the track, as you can see. So we're not at the moment, but it's there. All right, guys. Well, that is us. We are literally 20 minutes to go now. The first ever mega esports event here, thanks to the Hooncorp team. Of course, thanks to Nisbet, all the effort he's done. Thanks to Wilco. Thanks to so many people. Thanks to the AASA, which is it's an intercontinental and Asia Pacific company, really, isn't it? It's Australia's the Australian Sport Association or Alliance, and in New Zealand it's the Australasian. It's a New Zealand version. It's the same but different. We've got the same last name, but we're cousins rather than brothers and sisters. And we want to say thank you very much to all of those people that have put in that huge amount of effort there to put this event on. I see the boss man, Dr. J, has actually come on. I hope that he's going to jump on and have a bit of a chat to us a little bit before the end, because he is the reason for the season, in actual fact. But that's up to him to do, because he sometimes likes to just be in the background. Rightio, Trev, I think you're back on deck, mate. We are less than 20 minutes before we bring this puppy back to an end. I reckon it's time that the voice himself of Esport Racing, and of course his co-host in crime, Cam, you guys, I'll sit back and listen to you guys for a bit. Let's hear what you guys have to say as you normally close out a race meet with 19 minutes to go.
19 minutes, it's counting down. The voice of Mike Howe. And the New Zealand Speedway, Murray Walker, of course, joining us here for the first time out in the first ever Mega Esports Series. Freddie still continuing to put the pressure on, as good pickup there as well, Cam. Simon Bishop has picked up the fastest lap in the Ferrari there. Car number 36, of course. They're only 6.9 seconds behind Ikitosh. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on that one. They've taken the fastest lap, but look at these two Ferraris here. They are continuing to battle as Jimbo redeeming those coins there. Great to have you. There's Ikitosh there. He's not too worried about the gap at the moment, but he might be, as look at these two. And you can see the two Ferraris, an Italian battle if ever we've seen one. And Nick is just further ahead of them as well. Ci battaglia stiamo vendendo qui. Yeah, we are seeing a great battle here, that's for sure. For anyone out there in Italy, that's for sure. The Ferraris are close, aren't they? And now Nick's in there as well for TT Racing. He's just an innocent bystander here at the moment. But I tell you what, three together.
It's for position, mate.
It's for position.
I don't want to say too innocent.
Yeah.
This is the three-way battle for P6.
He's going to lose his innocence very, very shortly, because these Ferraris are bearing down on him with 17 and a bit minutes to go in this race. Oh my goodness me, Nick! If he thought he had, a pretty clear run to the line, then he's very much mistaken here. As down hanger straight, Cam, will that BMW power be enough against the two Ferraris down hanger straight heading towards Stone?
Oh yeah, look, the BMW is pretty quick on a straight line. Fortunately manages to hold out, so maybe Metal Steel and the PRT crew in car 100 of the Ferrari. Maybe they're running a little bit higher wing than Nick and they're able to kind of hold out, but that's definitely not going to stop him, because behind, obviously, you've got Metal Steel that wants to make his way past because he's got pressure from Freddie, and likewise, Freddie's like, you know what, I wouldn't fancy a P5 myself.
I tell you what, it's not going to be, it's not Friday night at Freddy's, is it? It's Sunday afternoon at Freddy's, or it's turning into Sunday night. It was daylight outside, Mike, when we started this. That's how much we've been through together. As look at this. Nick outbraking himself, and they're both through, although Freddie has made a mistake as well, but I think both the Ferraris are through now, Mike.
I think the thing was down ahead of the BMW, and but the BMW made a mistake instead. Oh, that's a crying shame for Nick, and so too Risky, because these guys really put in some big hard yards, and your heart goes out to them. But look, it's not over yet. 16 minutes to go. But the Ferraris, I mean, those two. How long have those two been squabbling for? They've been squabbling for hours, haven't they? Pretty much within QE of each other, there or thereabouts, for literally for hours.
They certainly have. It's still showing no signs of letting up. These two teams, they have been, I think it's been the whole race, hasn't it, Cam, or very close to it, despite who's in that car, whether it's Freddie, Metal or Nick, and Nick has lost out there in that battle. We can see now 4.9 seconds is the gap between a very quick Simon Bishop, a very aerodynamic Simon Bishop, of course, in that 36 Ferrari. He's pretty much won everything there is to win, of course. He had those connection issues earlier on this afternoon. It seems like yesterday, or it doesn't seem like that long ago, does it, since we started this, but 15 and a half minutes to go. And Nismo in the chat, German guy gets chased down by two angry Italians. Sounds like a TV show, doesn't it? What could possibly go wrong with that? But 168 laps. Let me take a breath, Mike, here in Australia, because 168 laps into this race, that gap now has stayed reasonably steady there. 9.7 seconds. Are we going to see any change there, do we think, gentlemen? I'll go to you, Mike. 15 minutes to go. 9 seconds is the gap for the win.
Well, I'd like to say no, but never ever count out John O'Stan and the BCG boys have been, BCG2 boys have been doing particularly well, you know, all events. So look, we just can't take away from them. I'm still gutted for Cave Racing. I still don't know what happened to the Mercedes, but no, look, I'm not going to count them out by any stretch of the imagination. The Ferrari duo we've seen on screen, we've got 3 cars swapping for position, and they're still within only a few seconds of each other. You know, everything you could want and more has today. We've lost a couple of cars through electronic gremlins. We lost the Ferrari, you know, and so piece 3 or 4 laps, and what do? They come back, they're top 10, they're 4.5 seconds away from being ninth, got the fastest lap with like 15-20 minutes to go. Nothing surprises me with Sidog and his team. The BCG1 boys are just well and truly a fantastic. Yeah, they could have, you know, said, oh, it's too hard, we're not going to do, oh, blow it, you know, why don't we just go with this, with that. But well done to them, and I'll tell you what, I might even have a talk and see if we can get a spare NASCAR and maybe even a Penrite sticker for the Ferrari boys there for sticking at it and doing the job. This is outstanding stuff, and those two squabbling Ferraris, oh my goodness gracious me, it's just, you know, it's a sight to behold. And, you know, who would have thought they would have monstered and caught the 11 car there? Because, Trev, I thought TT Racing was doing very, very well. And I know Nick's a good peddler. Risky was doing a sensational job himself too. He'll be gutted about it, of course, as they would be. Sorry, Machin, not Risky. I do apologise. I'm blonde, mate. It's just a different hair colour. It's a grey blonde now. But, you know, Machin did such a great job. And, you know, now we're seeing poor old Nick having to put up with these two squabbling Ferraris, and you know, you feel for them because they're there or thereabouts as well. And that's 6th place just gone, sorry, 5th place, which just gone begging for him. And I think there's more in him. I'd like to see the Bimmer come back and have a good go at those Ferraris, maybe cool the tyres down a little bit there, Cam, maybe a smart move, and you know, get himself ready for another attack, because he's literally 1.3 seconds behind, so he can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. You know, he's unfortunately obviously ran wide there. Hopefully didn't get a track limit for it. But yeah, the other thing to think of is obviously we don't know how many of these drivers are running on their final track warning before they have to get a drive through. And there's nothing worse than pushing a little bit too much. You know, you can take a P7 in this scenario, but you know, if you push that little bit more, you unfortunately get that final track warning. You know, that could mean you drop a position, or if you're really unlucky, you might drop another 2. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit iffy, isn't it? You know, we've seen a couple of drivers get the drive-through penalty for not only, you know, getting the track warnings and race control slapping them on the wrist, but, you know, race control's kind of come out in force as well and slapped a lot of people on the wrist for stop-go 30s in terms of speeding in or out of the pit lane as well. So, yeah, I'm really wondering whether Nick is just kind of nursing the car, his team's in his ear, going, look, we've done a really good job so far. We're running the risk of possibly losing another position. Let's just secure a P7. Maybe those guys come together and we might be able to pick up the scraps.
Yeah, track limits might be a thing there too. You're right there, Cam. They might be driving because of, you know, something that we don't know about. We know how good this team have been all day, and the track is cooling down. The situation's changing. Do you see that the sun isn't quite so bright? But 11 minutes 20 to go. 170 laps completed. Nismo's right here beside me. Oh, just watched the Italians going a little bit wide there through a corner. Nismo, numbers as far as the previous 6 hours. What are we looking at roughly? 172. Well, we've got 11 minutes to go, and we've got 2 laps to go to hit that number or thereabouts. A bit lucky with the weather, Trevor, it has to be said. But, well, we've got a couple of races going on there. 10 seconds back to second place from the leader. The squabbling Italians. Oh, we've got what's going on there with one of the Ferraris? Was it one of the Ferraris going slowly? Just trying to pick it up there. There was someone going very slowly. Ah, blue flag there for one of the cars. Sorry, got that one wrong. Trevor, I'll jump back to you. You're more accurate.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Sorry to...
Yep. Go ahead,
Oh,
Ken.
sorry, Trev. Yeah, just to jump in quickly, it looks like the A23 has actually got quite a bit of front end damage, so I kind of wonder whether they kind of came in together with the 100 there, and that's why they were dropping back, because... Oh, am I wrong? I saw one of the Ferraris that we were looking at earlier, it might even be the car 100, has got a bit of front end damage. Definitely saw that on one of the cars there. So, yeah, it's a bit of an iffy situation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is, especially if it's a bit late to be getting damaged, but, you know, the tired people make mistakes, don't they, Trev? So, mate, we are less than 10 minutes, Trev. Wrapping this one up is what a privilege, what an absolute privilege to be beside you two. You've taught me so much, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, mate. I feel like the green button, honestly. You've aged me, because I feel like it's 5 3/4 hours has been like 30 minutes. It's that unbelievable, and I hope I haven't burnt too many people's ears or upset you one, but if I have, apologies, just trying to have some fun. Mate, you guys can bring it home. I'll sit back in the corner again like I said I would before. This time I will, and you do what you normally do, wrapping up a fantastic 6 hour. Thanks very much.
It's been incredible, hasn't it? The pleasure's been all ours, actually. We're almost... What are we, 9 minutes to go in this one. It's incredible to think, isn't it? We've come this far, and in the first ever Mega Esports event. We'll get to that on board in a moment. Peanuts has redeemed his coins. Of course, he wants to ride on board with our race leader. We might do that right now. HC Hyperdrift is, it looks like one of the OSA cars has come into the pits. They might be done for the day. As we take a look now, on board with our race leader, and Hyperdrift there, only 8 minutes and 44 seconds separating him and the Hoon Corp Penrite team from victory here this evening as we ride on board now. What an incredible effort, and a big shout out to everyone watching over the course of the last 6 hours we've been on the air. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring this first ever race to you. It's the coming together, of course, of many sim racing figures and organisations across the Tasman. And boy, it's just the beginning, the start of a new journey, and it's an absolute pleasure to be on this journey with everybody out there watching, all of our drivers, all of our teams. And big thank you, getting in nice and early there, Wilco. Awesome day of commentary. Big thanks to Nismo as well, the boss of Hoon Corp. And Mike and Voodoo. We'll get to the thank yous a little bit later on, as we might give you a few seconds. In fact, we might even give you more than that. We might give you a couple of minutes of Peanuts here, just for you, Peanuts, of Hyperdrift, our race leader, out on the circuit there with 7.5 minutes to go. Let's hear the sound of this beautiful Bentley around Silverstone. Anthony, welcome back. Everybody out there watching, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We thought we'd let you enjoy the sounds of our race leader. And guess what, Mike? Let me tell you, we had 172 laps last year in the AusNZ endurance race around here, and we've just ticked over to 173 with 5 minutes to go. So we've beaten the old record, that's for sure, and 39 people. We saw it nudging above 40. So we can't be doing too badly, Mike. They've decided to stick with us for the last 6 hours.
They've done a very, very good job sticking with us for the 6 hours, but not only that, they've done an outstanding job doing this, because I tell you, we have seen quality. We've had a couple of glitches, unfortunately, but thanks to all the people that have tuned in and stayed tuned in. Some have shot off to grab this and that, and we've had subscribers, we've had all sorts of people, and hopefully they've enjoyed it as much as we have with less than 5 minutes to go. And I think we've got another fastest lap there just come through to a few laps ago now. Sidog now in the 158 bracket and moved up to 9th place. Has got past Iker in the Bentley, so in the Ford Mustang. So Sidog, this car, 4 laps down at the start, 6 hours later, up to 9th place from being back as far as 14th place, 15th place, whatever it was at the time. Now in 9th place. Never say die attitude. These guys absolutely deserve a heroic round of applause at the end of this one there, Trev. And we are 3:58 to crack into this. So it's going to be potentially hyper, so say Huncourt Penrite. It's their race to lose with 3 minutes 48 seconds to go. BCG Jonistan there in the 2 car. BCG 2 Jonistan, sorry guys, in the 96 car there, 12 seconds back. Then we go back to OTR with Dask behind the wheel of the 77 Bentley back in 3rd place. And you know what, guys? It's just too soon to call anything. I know that's ridiculous. One thing over track limits. Smitty said that Hoper had 2 track limits there to play with over this course, which, when you think about it, 5 hours in, the car had only occurred 1 track limit. I think that's astounding.
Great effort, no doubt about that. I can tell you what, boy, we are in for a big 3 minutes, and the Flying Kiwi, I'm going to send I've lost the ability to speak, but the Flying Kiwi says, you guys owe me $20 for the power bill. That's how much he's enjoyed the last 6 hours. Wow, electricity's cheap over there. On the other side of the Tasman there, Mike. I wouldn't mind some of those deals, but Sniper also tuning in. He's just got home from work. What a scrap for the top 5 after 6 hours. And I tell you what, NZ Postman and Keith wants to know how many kilometres have they done so far in this race. What is it, 5.8, 5.9 kilometres, 175 laps. I'll let somebody out there with a calculator work that out. But Mike, 2 minutes...
1,032 so far.
1,032 is incredible. It's a bit more than the Bathurst 1,000. We're still not done with yet, Mike. Forget about Bathurst, because we are here at the home of British Motorsport. And Maxi Naked Blade there tuning in says, with a smaller field, I feared a snoozing fest, but instead it's been a quality race and quality commentary. His name isn't Keith. We're hearing from Peanuts, and we've got 5 hours, Mike. 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 10 seconds into the race, and we've realised that Keith is not the Keith we've been calling him.
I know it's not Keith. I called him Keith from Kaitaia. I don't want to go and give away his real name. I thought it was someone else, and I was wrong. So it's all right, Peanuts. We know who you are. I know who you are. And I'm not going to call him, we'll call him Keith just for fun, mate. It's all good. Don't worry about that. Hey, guys, I think we aren't far away from penultimate lap times here at the moment with the 37 car going to come round. It's going to have enough to go through the strips again, and then one more after that. So we are a little bit more than penultimate lap, but we are winding down. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. And the 37 car at the moment, if we see what and where, you know, we like to sort of include all the rest of the field. I think we've gone through the field on more occasions, quite a few occasions there, to be fair, and these drivers are just doing a sensational job. But you know what? It's time to focus on the front car, and it really has been. And I don't care who it is, just because it's a Huncourt car. In fact, it is the call. The final lap has just been called. This is the last lap, Trev. And, well, I think it's absolutely justified that you call the last few corners in this one, mate, because 5.9 kilometres to be finished off here by the Huncourt Penrite car. Can they hold it together with 13-second gap back to the BCG2 Ford Mustang with Jono stand behind the wheel.
It's the final lap for the final time of the first ever Mega Esports event. They've led all day as we count down. This will be the final lap of the race as we go down Hanger Straight for the final time. We've seen 1,000 plus kilometres of action, and it's been absolutely terrific to have your company through Vale for the final time. And here we go. It's an absolute pleasure as well, Dr. J there in the chat. And big thank you to you for giving us this incredible opportunity. It's the start of a new journey. It's an exciting one as well. And it's going to be fantastic to have you along with us. And once again, the new old start-finish line has caught me out again. I've won this race, Mike, but there's still a few corners to go. Through Abbey we go, into Farm and Village and the Loop, and all those great corners around this fantastic circuit. But it's going to be HC Penrite, and given their performance here this afternoon, they'll be looking for more than just a few complimentary stickers from the Penrite team. Let me tell you, as we get ready to go, 2 corners to go here in this one. Lights flashing. Don't get too excited. Was it Nigel Mansell all those years ago who broke down at the final corner? But it's not going to happen here. There's no commentator's curse here, ladies and gentlemen. Through Luffield, through Woodcote, out of the final corner. Here they come. HC, Hyperdrift, and Smitty as well are going to take the win. Incredible performance across the start-finish line. Victory for HC Penrite in this one, in the more than capable hands of HC Hyperdrift. Smitty as well, congratulations to them. And the donuts begin as Jono Stan, he's with Captain Risky there. They're going to finish second in this race. Fantastic performance, and they certainly have won a lot of hearts there as well as they can do that. The checkered flag's out. And second, Scooter 82 says, congratulations everybody. Thank you NZ, thank you Peanuts, great job. And still, as we look at Dask here, coming through to take the final podium position here tonight in this terrific race we've seen. It was a smaller field, but the action has been fantastic as Dask comes across the line for OTR. Cloakade and Bits are missing. And how fitting that the British Racing Green crosses the line and does finish on the podium here at the home of British Motorsport. 48 people watching. These are incredible numbers. Like I said, just the beginning of this journey as the 2 Ferraris now come across the line, Metal Steel and Freddie. And both those teams had a battle right throughout the course of the afternoon. And don't forget about Nick as well as he crosses the finish line. Cave Racing, they were up there in the early stages. But what about this man, Mike? Simon Bishop? He's finished the race now. A bit of an incident there, but don't worry about that because the race is done here.
Yeah, now's a good time to smash up your Ferrari. But look, guys, it's been outstanding. Look at the donuts. Look at the celebrations. There's more donuts in a bakery going on there at the moment. No one's upset. This has been a sensational day, and everyone is still tuned in listening. You have been part of history. And I know Dr. J, I know the rest of the team are excited that this happens and goes ahead. I know that he asked for a little bit. I think he's received a lot, and I think this is going to be great for Mega Esports, Mega Events real time over here in New Zealand, of course the NASCAR brand, and of course the AASA. If you want to get involved in real-time racing as well as obviously the Mega Esports, it's going to be something. If you haven't got money for a car or you're a little bit too young to get a license and you want to get into motorsport, here you go. Mega Esport, it's the way to do it. Get involved, get in touch. If you want to be part of the Mega brand, which is a real-time racing over here in New Zealand through NASCAR, which is the Lemons, Limes and the Pros, and are outstanding by itself Mega events at the end of the year, then you're more than welcome to be part of this octopus that's just got so many different tentacles. It's going to be our pleasure. And guys, you have been sensational to work with. Thank you very much for the professionalism. Thanks to Wilco. I know he's the big man behind the scenes. I know you are a very, very safe set of hands to do this sort of event, and appreciate you. And of course the wow factor that is Cam Norris as well. The amount of knowledge this guy has, and my young fella sitting. I'm proud as punch of Nismo. He's my little boy. He's 6'2", but he's still my little boy. I'm 6'3", I can say that. And I very much appreciate the inclusion in this event. And if anything's today to be judged by, I think we've seen the beginning of history. And everyone that's been putting comments in, you guys and girls, thank you so very, very much for your time. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for being part of this. And like I say, we don't do things by halves. This is just a start, and looking forward to plenty more of this. And Trev, I think not too far down the track, we're going to be talking to some of the drivers in some of these cars as well very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully summed up there. The voice of the New Zealand Speedways, Mike Howe there with us right throughout the course of the day, as well as Cameron Norris, multiple esports sim racing champion. We are going to get to some of these interviews, of course, and very fitting that we will start with the winners, of course, from the HC Penrite squad. I believe we've got Smitty and Hyper in there. Hyper, have you got us there? We might go with Smitty, I think. I beg your pardon. Smitty, have you got us there again?
Yeah, mate, good, Trev.
Absolutely. He's spoken to us a few times today, so I knew that'd be a safe bet. But Smitty, fantastic performance, mates. We keep talking about it, but you've made history. The first ever Mega Esports event. The 6 hours here of Silverstone. There's some more silverware going to the Hooncorp Trophy cabinet. Mate, talk us through it.
Oh, look, that was phenomenal. I was only just thinking in the closing minutes there, I really don't think we had a wheel-to-wheel battle as such all day, which is really, really weird.
Absolutely, but well, there's no need for that really, mate, because you put on a masterful performance, an absolute clinic there, but really managing that pace out the front. And we talked all afternoon, we heard from you a little bit earlier on, mate. Was it just a matter of driving to those numbers, trying to keep those lap times consistent right throughout the course of the afternoon?
Yeah, look, the first couple of stints was all about tyre management, make sure we look after the car. Coming into the last stint for Hyper and I there, we've just gone, right, well, there's only one way to do this, and that's send it, so that's what we did. I can't believe I think I did like a 59.6, which is like PB for me around here. And Hyper was on borderline into the 58s there at the back end of the race. So yeah, it was good. We managed to keep the pace of the car, respond when we needed to respond, and then just brought it home.
Fantastic work, mate. Beautifully summed up, and we also appreciate you joining us throughout the course of the broadcast this afternoon, mate. Go and enjoy it yourself. And, of course, HC Hyperdrift made a fantastic performance today, and thank you for providing us with such incredible entertainment over the 6 hours.
Thanks, guys. Just, big thanks to Hyper. He did a great job today. And, guys, once again, excellent event to put on. Great broadcast. Thank you.
Fantastic work. One of our two winners today, of course, in car number 37. And, Mike, I think we've got our P2 finishers. We might have Jono here, mate, if you want to take it away with P2.
Absolutely, I'd love to. Jono, good to hear you, mate. And what a drive that was for you guys in that Ford Mustang, the BCG2 team. Jono, I mean, you're teamed up with Norm. He did a pretty good job, but your laps weren't too shabby either, mate.
Yeah, the car was amazing to drive. A bit tyre hungry, but for the most part, it was an absolute dream to drive. Fortunately, just not quite on the same level as the Bentley in front, but we gave it a good crack in the end. I can't believe we ended up only about 10 seconds behind after being about, I think, 40, 45 seconds after an hour or so. So I think on the whole, Norm did a really, really good job, and the car was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, don't say that too loud. You know what old Cam's, I mean, Norm's like, he starts to get a big head, and he still thinks he's out there in a go-kart half the time, this boy, but he is a very talented little peddler, to be fair. And like yourself, mate, he's taken this thing by the scruff of the neck. You've taken it by the scruff of the neck. Let's not take away from what you've done. You have just come second in the first ever Mega Esport event here ever, and you guys have thoroughly deserved that one because you hunted down that Mercedes for quite a long time, the Cave Racing boys. I mean, you sat behind them, and it was you actually in that gap back. So, that takes a lot of time and patience, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, with that pass on the Mercedes, I wanted to give the car to Norm without having to worry about having to pass another car. So as soon as I got to the Merc, I tried to get past as soon as I could and managed to nip by him through the crappy little F1 section. But yeah, I was stoked when I got past him, and it made Norm's life a lot easier. And then when after his amazing final stint, I was only 3 seconds behind Hyperdrift when he exited the pits, but he just had too much pace for me in the end. So gave it my all. Norm and I both gave it our all, but just come up a little bit too short at the end, but we'll get him next time.
Yeah, get them next time. That's the effort, mate. That's the attitude. We're very proud of you, mate. Congratulations on what you and what Norm have done. I don't know if Norm's there in the background, but just you. And just give him a big pat on the back for us next time you see him, mate. I'll be seeing him sometime later in the year. And hopefully we see you at the next mega event.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, guys. Congrats to the Hooncourt guys for the win as well.
Awesome, mate. Thanks for that. All right, Trev, I think we've got the next finisher there, and I think we've got Cam. You're ready to have a talk to the 787 boys, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Dask, firstly, just double checking you got us loud and clear.
Yeah, mate. Oh, yeah.
Legend. Congratulations again on taking P3 overall in the first Mega Esports Silverstone 6 hour. Not only did you guys put in a masterclass during qualifying on Friday night, but you drove your hearts out today. Both Cloakade, Bits of Missing, and yourself did a mega job. You kept out of pit lane, kept it within the track limits. But I'll leave it to you. Tell us a little bit about your race, the challenges. Whether it be tyre wear or how close were you to track limits?
Yeah, so I'll probably go to the start. So there's a couple of bumps and scratches, as I was saying earlier on, towards the start of the race. But we ended up picking it up and finding some clean space, and that really helped. I think we sort of learnt early that tyre wear was going to be an issue. We were sort of low on long run practice, so we found out the hard way. So we were able to sort of manage the last few stints. But yeah, sort of similar to what Smitty was saying, a bit of a eventless for us. We sort of found a lot of space and just were able to run our own race. But I'd probably just to add to what was asked before about why we chose the Bentley. Well, the Bentley was the fastest car in the day, so unfortunately it wasn't ours. But congratulations to the Hooncourt boys for putting the 37 in first place on Top Step. Well done.
Yeah, likewise, and congratulations obviously goes to you guys, not only for a masterclass of a race, but keeping it out of the pit lane, keeping it within track limits too, because I can only assume you guys might have been running on a few warnings, possibly even that final one.
Yeah, so we had a couple. It was actually in the first stint, so to run 5.5 hours without getting one extra warning was actually a credit to all of us, I think. So yeah, it's pretty easy to pick one up around here. But yeah, we managed to keep it, like you said, keep it out of the pit lane, so that was good.
Yeah, that's a long time to go with, the final track warning there. It's always constantly lurking in the background. But before we cross back over to Trev, did you have anybody to thank over the course of this one?
Oh, just obviously for Cloakade and Bitzer for just a stellar effort. We sort of threw a bit. We threw a bit of practice mainly towards the sort of qualifying to get that result, and we may have not put as much effort into our race runs, but to hold it together the way we did and bring home the third place for what is this inaugural mega race, which is absolutely mega in itself. So looking forward to more of these, and good on you guys for putting all of this together, and thanks very much.
Yeah, congratulations once again to both yourself, Cloakade, and Bits Are Missing on taking out a P3 overall, and wishing you guys the very best of luck for the next event that you guys have got coming up.
Good, mate. Thanks.
Back to you, Trev.
Great work. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Mike. That's you are hearing from our top three in this race. Wow, where do we begin to unpack all of that? It's been an absolutely epic event, a mega event, if you pardon the pun. See what I did there? But I'm sure we'll get a couple of other people coming in to say their thank yous. But of course, a big thank you to, of course, AASA sanctioning body for the mega brand, Hooncourt, BCG, KRL, the Respawn Esports Centre, and Kings Racing. And just looking at the chat here, catching up on the chat if you want to get involved in this series and in the Australia-New Zealand series. Just follow the links towards Discord in the chat, apostrophe endurance there, and if you want to get involved. But Mike, Thank you for putting up with me, first of all, and we're getting comments in the chat here. And I'll tell you what, I'll let you get to bed shortly. I know it's getting a bit later over there in New Zealand for your Sunday night.
Past my bedtime, mate.
I can tell you,
Yep.
I'm with you there. 8:30 is about my cut-off, but I can tell you the comments coming in, Mike. There are a few words in here which are incredible. They said, please keep Mike in the commentary box permanently, but that's going to cause a few issues for the man alongside you there, Mike, because he'll need to get his own. You'll need to get your own PS5 unless you kick Nismo off from racing. Yeah. And I've just got back. I've got back to Captain Risky there saying we are getting the paperwork prepared. You are looking at a long-term deal, Mike, but I think we've just got to sort a few issues out before you put pen to paper.
I'm actually. I wanted to apologise to the listening public for all the bumbling and fuffling and getting things wrong. To be fair, mate, I think you guys brought a very professional, polished commentary to the whole thing. And but no, look, it's been thoroughly enjoyable. I've really enjoyed to see Nismo back on the track. I think it goes without saying the boy's actually given up a drive here to put this on today, and he's normally the one that's in these sort of events. But you know what? That's what you do, risk and reward, and you work when you should and when you shouldn't. And for what you guys have done and what's been put on, even just this driver interviews at the end of it, what a pleasure to talk to the podium getters. And during the whole event, I think we've talked to most of the field as well, the car, if not all the drivers, most of the cars. And if Sidog and the team are still listening in and they're and as well, I think they also need a big cheerio for being fairly big name drivers, having a situation happen to them and sticking to it to come through and be in ninth place, top 10, well and truly. And I think those guys are champions as well as that. So thanks. I can't see the comments. I do appreciate that, but that's nice and very kind of you. But again, the bumbling and all that sort of stuff, I've got to sort of polish up on that for the future. But look, guys, this sim racing thing is pretty daggum cool, and the endurance is what I enjoy. I love. I've seen someone have a problem and it doesn't necessarily count them out. It shows their character. And that's exactly what we saw here today. I saw a couple of crashes. I saw redresses. I saw bumps. I saw close quarters racing. And, if that's what this is all about, and everyone goes home without a mark on their body, we haven't hurt the environment and all that sort of rubbish. But at the end of the day, it's really, really fantastic. And I'd definitely be quite interested in seeing more of it.
Absolutely. We cannot wait to get you back in the commentary box. After this performance, Cam, we might not be able to afford him. We'll finalise those details in the contract very, very shortly. Big thank you. We're almost getting ready to wrap up here. It has been the Mega Esports 6 hours of Silverstone. And like we keep saying, making history here this evening and this afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure to have your company. The Mega Esports brand, of course, bringing some of the biggest sim racing figures together. Keep an eye out on our socials as well for not only Mega Esports, but head along to megamotorsportsgroup.com. I'm sure we'll keep you updated with all of that. Thank you, Cameron Norris, over there in South Australia, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to have your company.
Yeah, likewise, Trev. It's always a pleasure to be able to share the commentary box with you for the full 6 hours and the enduros that we do. And likewise as well, Mike, it's been a real pleasure to share the commentary box with you today. And not only that, over the course of the qualifying on Friday night. And, I just want to give one quick shout out as well to obviously our sponsors and organisers behind the scenes. On top of that, all our admins, Andrelli for doing our graphics, making sure that the stream looks crisp with all the goodies. And obviously our drivers as well. It's been a mega race. Not only have you had to put your best foot forward for 6 hours, but, you've had to contend with those pesky track limits and disconnects and all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, massive thank you to everybody involved today.
It's been a fantastic event. Thank you for your company. There's too many of you to mention, but we love each and every one of you. Cam, there's still 32 people active and watching the stream. Maybe we can do a raid. I think that's what it's called, Mike. I'm too old for this stuff, but Cam's the man when it comes to Twitch. If we can send those viewers off somewhere, that'd be fantastic. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all we've got time for. Like I said, stay tuned to our social media channels in the coming weeks and months for more details from Mega Esports. Solid broadcast as always. Thank you, Will. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. Thank you, Nismo, the man behind the scenes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, as they say. Be kind to one another, and we'll see you again soon. But for now, it's goodbye.